Chapter 450. Yi Fan and Pang Bo came to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland, the former sect of Zhang Wenchang. Their arrival caused panic. Now everyone in the Yin Kingdom had heard of the divine body. Those who had humiliated Zhang Wenchang were all frightened, and felt that the end of the world had come. Many people knew that Yi Fan had been here before, and was a close friend of Zhang Wenchang. They all thought that he had come to vent the anger of the half-crippled old man. Pang Bo glanced at the group of young people. He wanted to slap them to death, but in the end, he only snorted coldly. As a result, a row of people knelt down. We want to know if Lu Yi has ever come back. Do you have any news of her? Yi Fan asked. Lu Yi had entered the same sect as Zhang Wenchang. This time, they had come to the Jade Cauldron Wonderland mainly to find news of her. She never came back. What a pity for a good cultivation seed, an elder replied. The two nodded and did not say anything else. They turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The people of the Jade Cauldron Wonderland all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they went to the Mist Wonderland, the Purple Sun Wonderland, and the Golden Glow Wonderland. In the end they got the same answer. Zhou Wang, Lin Jia, and the others had not come back. In the past, the three people of the Great Sage's land had forced Yi Fan and the others to enter the forbidden area of the barren antiquity to pick the divine medicine. Yi Fan had created an opportunity for Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling to escape. 3 years had passed. They only knew that Li Xiaoman had escaped and entered the Taishan sect. There was still no news of the others. Back then, Yi Fan had asked Li Xiaoman when he was in the Taishan sect. She did not know where they were because they had escaped separately. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia are all smart people. Naturally, they will not come back. Otherwise, the people of the Holy Land will definitely find out. Yi Fan said to himself. Zhang Xiling isn't stupid. He must have gone to a safe place. I think Yi is definitely with him, Pang Bo said. In addition, 2 other students had died. One was Ge Ming, and the other was Su Chuan. One was killed when he went out to train, and the other was trapped in the ruins with others. Yi Fan and Pang Bo filled their graves. It had only been a few years, but 3 of their classmates had already died in this world. They did not know how many of them would be left in the end. Finally, they arrived at the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven, and learned of Cade's whereabouts. A wandering old monk took him away because he saw that he was tall and sturdy, born with a head full of yellow hair, and thought that he was similar to the guardian Vajra in Buddhist legends. This yellow-haired devil has become a guardian Vajra. Doesn't that mean I can become a Buddha? Pang Bo was somewhat dumbfounded. What did the old monk say? Yi Fan asked in detail. The people of the Sunset Moon Grotto Heaven did not dare to hide anything. They knew that this person was a terrifying killer, who did not have much time left. He even dared to kill people from the Holy Land. They did not dare to provoke him. The old monk only said that he would take him to the western desert, to some Mount Meru. He did not say anything else. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. Mount Meru had too many legends, whether it was in the other side of the starry sky or in this world. This devil is really lucky. He actually went to Mount Meru. In the future, when we go to the western desert, we must get him to introduce a few female bodhisattvas. One of Sunset Moon's disciples even repeated what Cade had said before he left, word for word. Oh dog seller. God my ass. From now on, I can only believe in Buddha. Who told you to leave me here? Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other, and could not help but laugh. They did not stay for long. After understanding everything, they flew into the sky. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and brought them away. Originally, there were only 10 people left. Along the way, the 2 of them felt a bit sad. They did not know when they would be able to go back. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo returned to the Yindu, the Great Sage's land, and the Supreme Sects immediately sent people to find them. They had already carved the Supreme Formation runes, and wanted Yi Fan to go pick some medicinal herbs. How could Yi Fan go back? This time, he had only set up a trap to deal with Hua Yunfei. He tactfully said that it was too dangerous and that he wanted to give up. He wanted to go to the Undying Mountain in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland, to try his luck. The people of the Great Sects cursed silently. Although the Undying Mountain had the word undying in its name, It had always been impossible to leave. Once you entered, you could forget about coming out alive. Little friend, are you sure? That mountain range is not a good place. In the past, there was a Saint Physique who broke a cliff and caused a huge disaster. In his later years, blood stained the Saint Cliff. Senior, can you explain in detail? Yifan's heart stirred. This is already the most detailed record. There is nothing else. A grand elder of a holy land said. Yifan was speechless. No matter what, he was not willing to enter the forbidden ancient desolate land. As long as he could find little Nan Nan, he would immediately leave the southern region. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. Although the people of the Supreme Sects wanted to beat him up, as there had never been anyone who dared to stand them up, they still suppressed their anger. After all, the mark of the Divine King was still there. In the following days, Yifan almost turned the entire Yin Kingdom upside down. He used all his power to search, but in the end, there was no trace of Nan Nan. And in this period of time, the southern region was in a great turmoil. Many elites were searching for Hua Yunfei's whereabouts, but it was as if he had disappeared from the world. There was no trace of him at all. After another 2 days, Yi Huiling finally appeared. This caused Yifan to be overjoyed, and he welcomed her into the inn. This was a large inn, and the layout was very particular. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards, especially for cultivators who liked peace and quiet to stay. At this moment, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and even the large black dog were all in seclusion. They were slowly refining the holy fruits. In a purple bamboo forest, Yifan personally poured tea for Yi Huiling. He asked, "Why did Miss Yi disappear for so long?" "It's a long story. I almost died. During the battle between Yi Huiling and Wang Chongxiao, someone had attacked both of them at the same time. Both of them had been severely wounded, and then that person had chased after Yi Huiling. In the end, although she had luckily escaped, her vitality had been greatly injured, and she had almost died. She had only come out of seclusion today after recuperating. After learning about everything that had happened recently, she suspected that it was very likely that that person was Hua Yunfei's protector, because the two of them were very similar. Congratulations on recovering from your injuries, Brother Yi. From now on, your path will be smooth, and no one will be able to stop you." Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Yifan fulfilled his promise, and took out a golden sun holy fruit. Although it was sealed in the small jade cauldron, its fragrance still seeped out, refreshing the mind. He pushed it forward. "Brother Yi, don't tell me you want to kill me to silence me?" Yi Huiling smiled lightly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her skin was like suet jade, and her eyebrows were elegant. Her beautiful eyes were full of spirit, and her oval face gave people a very ethereal feeling, as if she could see through everything. How could that be? I believe that Miss Yi will help me keep this secret. Yifan smiled. I believe in Brother Ye's character. The corner of Yi Huiling's mouth curled up, and with a hint of mischievousness she said, "But I also ask Brother Yi to believe that I won't say a single word." Yifan smiled and nodded. He lightly pushed the small white jade cauldron and it flew out. Only now did Yi Huiling reach out her hand to receive it. Her big watery eyes were full of smiles and she said, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I want to know, was it Miss Yi who took little Nan Nan away?" Yi Huiling shook her head. Because it was not time for her to leave, she often fought with Wang Chongxiao, so she did not come to take little Nan Nan away. Who was it? Yifan was incomparably disappointed. If it was not for the little girl, he would already be dead. If he could not find her, his conscience would not be at ease. "I think I have guessed it," Yi Huiling said. "What, you know who it was?" Yifan suddenly looked over. "I am not absolutely sure, it is just a guess." "Please tell me." Yi Huiling guessed that little Nan Nan might have been taken away by the people of the Yin Yang sect, because she found that the saintess of the sect was personally moving around, looking for children with good physiques. "Is she still in the Yin capital?" Yifan jumped up. He could not help but be anxious. If she was sent to the Central Plains, it would be very difficult for him to get her back. "Not here. Right now, there is a storm brewing in the Yin land. They are in another peaceful place. I know that is one of their strongholds in the Eastern Barren Land. The talented children should not have been sent away yet. After all, Crossing to the Central Plains requires a large amount of energy. They should be waiting for the matter in the Yen capital to end before leaving together. Where are they? What kind of experts are there? Yi Fan asked. Yi Huiling said, in a sect called Rosy Dawn 50,000 miles away. It is a sect supported by the Yin Yang sect. Yi Fan waited for a day, and Pang Bo and the others came out one after another. They had all completed their blood transfusion and bone tempering, and the medicinal power had been absorbed to the extreme. Without any delay, they crossed the void at top speed, killing their way 50,000 miles away. Yi Huiling also followed. Rosy Dawn sect was located in a mountain range. There were fiery red cherry trees everywhere, like endless burning clouds. The name of the sect was very suitable for the environment. These people were all tyrannical, so it was natural for them to sneak into a medium-sized sect quietly. At first, they did not find anything, and even Yi Fan was disappointed. Only when they turned to the back of the mountain did they feel refreshed. They saw more than 10 children, the oldest only 5 years old, and the youngest only 2 years old. All of them looked like they were carved from jade. Why isn't little Nan Nan here? Yi Fan frowned. They separated and continued their search. He passed through one magnificent house after another, and when he was about to reach the end, he finally revealed a happy expression. He sensed little Nan Nan's aura and quickly rushed over. There were also a few children here, and all of them were wearing beautiful new clothes. They all looked very delicate, except for a little girl around 3 years old. Her clothes were old and tattered, and even her shoes had finger holes. Yi Fan blamed himself. He had been too busy before entering the ancient desolate forbidden land, and did not have the time to take care of this little girl. He had never given her new clothes, and now he felt incomparably guilty. It was obvious that little Nan Nan was being ostracized here. Otherwise, she would not have been treated like this. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. Come over quickly, it's time to eat the spirit medicine. A middle-aged woman walked over. There were 6 or 7 small bowls on the tray in her hand. Waves of fragrance wafted out, refreshing the mind. Clearly, these were spirit medicines. The Yin Yang sect was very willing to part with these genius children. They had to build a solid foundation for them from a young age. And all of them were refined with precious medicines. The other children all ran over, and only little Nan Nan did not go over. Her big eyes were very bright as she stared at those small bowls with hope, but she did not dare to go over. That little muddlehead, don't count on it. I originally thought that your bone frame was rare in this world, and that you were a little genius. Who would have thought that you were born with such a bad memory? In a few days, you will forget everything. The middle-aged woman coldly swept her gaze over. But Nan Nan is very hungry. I did not eat anything in the morning and afternoon. Little Nan Nan felt very wronged. If you make another mistake, you will not be allowed to eat tonight. The middle-aged woman's voice was very cold. In a few days, the saintess will come again. After she has made her decision, she will throw you out. Oh, Nan Nan understands. Little Nan Nan lowered her head and did not dare to look at the middle-aged woman. She looked at her own tattered shoes. After the middle-aged woman left, a group of young children held their small bowls and drank the spirit medicine. Some of the children were very naughty and did not like the taste, so they secretly poured it away. Little Nan Nan stared at a child's small bowl. Her big eyes were very bright as she asked with a tender voice, "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" "Not delicious," the young child replied. He had already poured out the spirit medicine in the small bowl. Little Nan Nan saw that the other girl was also about to pour it away, and revealed a hopeful light. Her eyes were very bright as she asked the same question. "Is the spirit medicine paste delicious?" She was already very hungry and was punished not to eat. At this time, she could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "It's not delicious. Nan Nan, you must be hungry. Here, eat it." The little girl handed over the small bowl. "Are you really giving it to me?" Little Nan Nan asked seriously. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she reached out to receive it. "Yes, quickly eat it." The little girl handed it over. "Thank you, Nan Nan is really very hungry." Little Nan Nan reached out to receive it. At this time, the middle-aged woman returned and coldly shouted, "What are you all doing?" "Kacha." Little Nan Nan trembled in fear as the small bowl in her hand suddenly fell to the ground. She had a very scared appearance. Not only are you not allowed to eat tonight, you are also not allowed to eat tomorrow. Quickly go back to your room. This is not a place for you to stay. Oh, Nan Nan understands. Little Nan Nan's head drooped down to her chest. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she walked towards the servant's room not far away. Yi Fan finally knew the situation of little Nan Nan here. His heart ached and tears almost fell out. He walked out of the darkness with large strides and coldly shouted at the middle-aged woman. Are you shouting at her? Who are you? How did you get in? The middle-aged woman was shocked. Nan Nan, come here. Yi Fan beckoned to little Nan Nan. Big brother, who are you? Why do I feel that you are very familiar? Little Nan Nan's big eyes blinked. I told you to go back to your room. Why are you still here? The middle-aged woman coldly shouted. Little Nan Nan quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look over. Smack! Yi Fan's slap landed on the middle-aged woman's face. Although she was very fast, she still failed to dodge and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Yi Fan spared her life because he had many questions to ask her. Otherwise, the power of the sacred body of the ancients would have been enough to shatter her. He strode over, picked up little Nan Nan, and then forced her back. Who are you? What's your relationship with her? The middle-aged woman asked with a trembling voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that even your saintess is not as precious as her. How dare you treat her like this? Yi Fan was furious and said, Tell me, where is your saintess? You. Who are you? How dare you belittle our saintess like this? The middle-aged woman was shocked. At that moment, several powerhouses rushed into the courtyard and shouted, asking who Yi Fan was. The lives of your saintess and son of God added together are not enough to make up for the grievances that little Nan Nan has suffered. Yi Fan clanged and held the black golden dragon pattern Holy Spirit sword in his hand. Blood splattered as he sliced the few people who rushed over into pieces. He then continued to interrogate, Tell me, where is your saintess? At that moment, Pang Bo and the others also heard the noise and rushed over. Who dares to offend the school of Yin Yang? At the same time, someone spoke in an eerie voice. Several elders from the dragon transformation realm flew over and said coldly, Are you guys tired of living? It's you guys who are tired of living. Yi Fan shouted and swung his sword at the sky. How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on the school of Yin Yang. Chapter 451. How dare you? Let's see who dares to look down on our Yin Yang sect. Several elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm flew over. Their words cold and murderous. Yi Fan pointed the holy sword in his hand toward the sky. His black hair fell like a waterfall, and his eyes were deep. He was like a demon god, full of murderous intent. 8 or 9 young people followed the elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm. There were both men and women. Seeing that Yi Fan was only 15 or 16 years old, they all looked down on him. One of the young men held a murderous weapon and pointed it at Yi Fan. A blood-red light flashed and he said coldly, Is this a place where you can barge in? You don't know your place. Are you saying that you don't know your place? Yi Fan waved the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and slashed it toward the sky. The thick black sword ray was more than 100 meters long, and it shot up like a black lightning bolt. Pooh! The young man was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. He was crushed by the thick sword chi, and nothing was left. Even the murderous weapon was turned into powder. Ah! Behind them, the other young cultivators all cried out in surprise, and their expressions changed completely. The elders of the dragon transformation mystery realm looked extremely gloomy. During this process, Yi Fan held little Nan Nan carefully and covered her big eyes at the same time, so she didn't see this scene. Little Nan Nan was being bullied every day, and she didn't even have food to eat. He didn't want to be frightened again. This poor little girl really made him feel sad. Who are you? Why did you barge into the Yin Yang sect's territory and offend us? An elder asked coldly from afar. I offended you? What a joke! You captured the disciples of the Eastern Barren territory, imprisoned my family, and you dare to question me? Yi Fan's murderous intent soared, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a demon god. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also approached, and they each guarded aside. Only the big black dog was nowhere to be seen. Have you really heard of the Yinyang sect? One of the young men didn't believe it. The Yinyang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State, and not many people dared to offend them. He thought that Yi Fan didn't know about it. Regardless of right or wrong, let's talk about the inheritance first. The Yinyang sect has such a bad temper. Yi Fan's killing intent grew denser and denser as he said, "Isn't it just a sect in the central state? What's so great about it?" Good. He is indeed a reckless madman. There is no one in this world who dares to look down on my Yinyang sect. Yi Fan sneered and pressed forward with his sword. So what if I underestimated you today? Where is your saintess? Young man, you don't know how to appreciate favors. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. An old man's face sank. With a hong sound, a large bell floated above his head. Purple energy was hazy, and killing intent was boundless. One of them shouted, "You still dare to barge into our Yinyang sect's territory after knowing it? What right do you have to see our saintess? Several elders are here. Do you still want to overturn the heavens? He will definitely be killed." Noisy. Yi Fan did not care about these young people at all. He was only concerned about the few experts from the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. The dragon-patterned black-gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand slashed forward, and a thick sword light sliced through the void. Pooh. The few Dragon Transformation Secret Realm experts wanted to stop him, but they couldn't. They could only watch as Yi Fan killed someone in front of them. That black sword ray was too fast and sharp. The black sword ray cut through the heaven and earth. With a flash, blood splattered everywhere. That disciple died a violent death. Boom. That large bell let out a huge roar like a lion's roar that resounded through the heaven and earth. Endless horrifying sound waves were produced, and tens of thousands of waves were formed. Dang. Yi Fan directly waved his sword. The dragon-pattern black-gold Holy Spirit sword extended in the wind, and it turned into 100 meters long. He held it in his hand and slashed down tens of thousands of waves, cutting through the sound waves of death. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. He shook the bell again and rushed forward. As the bell rang, a ferocious beast rushed out. It had the head of a lion and the body of a dragon. Roar! The sound of the bell was like a lion's roar. It fused with the sound waves and stirred up winds and waves in the vast ocean of black sound waves. Dang! The long and drawn-out sound of the bell split the sky. The dragon-lion ferocious beast pounced forward, bringing along monstrous black bell waves that almost drowned Yi Fan. Buzz! The sky was filled with brilliant rays of light. Yi Fan's entire body was golden. The large sword in his hand swept across the sky and slashed downwards. With a poo sound, the dragon-lion's sword was cut in half. The vast bell waves were extinguished in an instant. It was as if someone was strangling an angry roar. The sound suddenly disappeared, and the bell waves that filled the sky disappeared. There was not a single trace of life force left. Dang! The large bell on top of that Dragon Transformation Secret Realm experts had personally rushed over. With a loud quang-dang sound, the huge purple bell flew out like a mountain and pressed down on Yi Fan. Boom! The large bell was as tall as a mountain, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it enveloped Yi Fan under it, emitting a deafening sound that was incomparably vast like a tsunami. The majestic bell fell down, intending to turn Yi Fan into dust and ashes. The bell shook the heaven and earth. Kacha! All of a sudden the large bell collapsed. The black golden dragon mark Saint Spirit in Yi Fan's hand was like a black true dragon. It smashed the large bell and he rushed out. The elder of the dragon transformation mystical ground harumphed coldly, but he did not dodge. Instead he formed a phenomenon and charged towards Yi Fan. This was a dark gray mist that formed a small world of its own. Within a radius of 100 zhang, he stood alone in the center. It could corrode all living beings and was invincible. He thought that he could turn Yi Fan into pus and blood. However, Yi Fan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He directly walked in and brandished his sword. Black light split the sky and with a pu sound, the elder's head was sent flying. What's going on? What happened? Why is elderly frozen by his own strange phenomenon and unable to move? Everyone cried out in alarm. They were stupefied and revealed expressions of disbelief. Yi Fan's slaying of the dragon was like cutting vegetables in a garden, shocking them. He is the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Don't display your strange phenomenon in front of him. A few figures flew over from the distant sky and said, "What? He is that Saint Physique? Why did he come to our Yin-Yang sect's important place?" Many people cried out in alarm. They felt that the situation was far from good. Many of them came from the central prefecture. Even though they had heard of the Saint Physique, it was impossible for them to see it with their own eyes. They all knew that the Saint Physique was about to leave this world, and that he didn't have much time left to live. Even his old enemy didn't want to provoke him. They didn't expect that he would come here. Yi Fan, although you are famous, you shouldn't have provoked the Yin-Yang sect. The elders of the Dragon Transformation secret territory looked gloomy. I'm not the one who provoked you. You are the one who provoked me. You kidnapped little Nan Nan and tortured her. You should be killed. His voice was cold and his murderous aura became more intense. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui sneered. They took out their weapons and were ready to attack. Woof! The big black dog, who had been missing for a long time, dashed out. His mouth was filled with the smell of medicine. Apparently, he had gone to their storehouse to cause trouble. Yi Huiling stood in the dark and didn't show her real face. After all, she was a cultivator from the central prefecture. The Yin-Yang sect was too big. If she knew about it, she would be in big trouble in the central prefecture. Below them, the children were crying in fear. Even little Nan Nan felt uneasy. Although her eyes were covered by Yi Fan, she still whispered, "Nan Nan is scared." "Don't be scared, Nan Nan." Yi Fan covered her with a divine light. A holy aura filled the air, making her feel warm. Swoosh! The three elders of the Yin-Yang sect moved forward and surrounded Yi Fan. They wanted to kill him together. So what if you have a saint physique? Even if you have the protection of a divine king, you are the one who came to kill us. We will kill you for nothing. Boom! The three of them revealed their murderous aura and attacked at the same time. They took out their weapons. The red blood light and the black death light surged like the sea, and the sky exploded. Boom! Yi Fan didn't move. The lovely land avatar appeared. A beautiful small world appeared. There were many mountains that reached into the sky. Ancient trees reached the sky, and silver waterfalls poured down. He stood at the peak, and all the spells that attacked him turned into nothingness. He swung the black holy sword, and the avatar moved with him like a world. The magnificent rivers and mountains were so far away that they seemed to have no end. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. The three of them were shocked and quickly retreated. However, they couldn't move faster than lovely land. They were immediately enveloped. They were terrified. They were suppressed by the Saint Physique avatar, and they had a slim chance of survival. This was the consensus. Boom! Even though they were charging forward, the three great mountains between the magnificent mountains and rivers flew up and pressed them down in an instant. So what if you have transformed into a dragon? You dare to show off in front of me? Yi Fan brandished the black holy sword and chopped off the heads of the three people who were suppressed under the mountain. Blood flowed out and everyone was shocked. Youngster, you dare? Several figures flew over, taking action against Yi Fan. Do you think we are air? Pang Bo sneered. His eyes were like silver moons, and they shot out two dragon-shaped white beams. He used the 9 slashes of the demon god, form of destruction. The power of this saint technique was unparalleled. Yi Fan and the large black dog had suffered greatly from it, and only the 9 secrets could defeat it. Junior, who are you? An elder of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm didn't seem to sense the approaching danger, and used an ancient shield to block it. Pung! The ancient shield shattered. The dragon-shaped silver beam was indestructible, and it instantly pierced through him. He shattered on the spot, and not even a mist of blood remained. Ah! Everyone cried out in shock. Who is he? He's so terrifying. Even an elder at the first heaven of the Dragon Transformation Realm was killed with a single strike. This was Pang Bo's strongest saint technique. He had only mastered the first 3 slashes of the demon god 9 slashes, but its power was unparalleled. Now that he had reached the consummate level of all four, it was naturally not difficult for him to kill a cultivator one tier higher than him. Kill. Yi Fan attacked again. His avatar appeared, and he was invincible. These people were not the elite Hua Yunfei. Although they were also elites at the first heaven of the dragon transformation realm, their battle prowess was inferior. The avatar was far away, and it sealed the heaven and earth, sealing the enemies. Pft, pft, pft. His first slash sent a head flying, and blood splattered everywhere. His second slash cut another person in half, and blood spewed everywhere. His third slash cut off another dragon transformation elder's shoulder, and blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold. He killed 3 people in a row, and all the elites of the Yin Yang religion were stunned. The dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand was dripping with blood, and he looked like a demon. Everyone retreated far away, and they didn't dare to come close. Whoosh! Yi Fan reached out a golden hand, and grabbed the middle-aged lady who was sealed on the ground, and said, "Where is your saintess?" Cough. The sound of an old man coughing could be heard. An old lady holding a walking stick walked over in the sky. A few elders from the dragon transformation secret realm followed behind her, surrounding her in the middle. Many other cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm also appeared. 4th transformation of dragon transformation. Pangbo was shocked. This was definitely a great enemy, and she was much stronger than the elders of the first transformation of dragon transformation. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually came to the Yin Yang religion to behave atrociously. Although the old lady's body was weak, her eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake's. You kidnapped little Nan Nan here. And now you're blaming me for behaving atrociously. Such arrogance as expected of the supreme religion. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Isn't it just a little girl with a bad memory? What's the big deal? The old lady was indifferent, and she didn't take it seriously at all. She glanced at little Nan Nan with disdain, and stared at Yi Fan and said, "You're just a holy doomsday physique, and you're about to die, and you're still causing such a big commotion. I'll send you on your way." "Old thing, let me send you on your way, and then I'll go kill your saintess," Yi Fan said coldly. Chapter 452. You delivered yourself to me. Even if I kill you, the Divine King has nothing to say. The old woman brandished her walking stick and struck forward. The walking stick flowed with green light. It was a bamboo stick that was green and glistening. It engraved itself in the void and spat out a new bud. It was full of vitality and boundless vitality. Wang. However, the void was collapsing greatly. The bamboo stick looked light and agile, but it was extremely heavy, collapsing space, striking towards Yi Fan's body. The bamboo stick became one with the void and drew out a Tao trajectory. It possessed an undying divine radiance as it lashed down. It was incomparably terrifying. Dang. Yi Fan brandished the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword to meet the attack. It hacked down on the bamboo and released a piercing sound. It made one's eardrums feel like they were going to explode, and their organs were ringing. A black abyss appeared between the two. That was what appeared after the void collapsed. It devoured everything in its surroundings, making one shiver with fear. Yi Fan's heart sank. Even the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword couldn't cut through the bamboo stick. An expert at the 4th transformation of dragon transformation was terrifying as expected. The bamboo stick became one with heaven and earth. The old woman was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to suppress his body, and the holy sword with the supreme Tao. The green bamboo seemed to have a life of its own, representing sturdiness and immortality. It was emerald green like jade. Swoosh. The old woman pressed forward. She looked old, but she was even more graceful than a spirit. She moved like a streak of light, and continuously lashed out with the bamboo stick. The small green bamboo condensed the void and merged with the Tao imprint. It sprouted verdant and flowed with life imprints. It became more and more immeasurable. Yi Fan didn't feel comfortable fighting and felt his hands and feet bound. He couldn't erupt with his full strength. This was a terrifying rhythm. This old woman was controlling everything and using the might of the great Tao. She turned the Tao to her own use and stood high up. The green bamboo stick and the Tao became one, reflecting her will. The more she fought, the more terrifying it became. Heaven and earth gradually began to pulse. Pa! The green bamboo in the old woman's hand swept over and struck at Yi Fan's head. When he dodged, she took advantage of the situation and slashed at his chest. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When he slashed out with the Holy Spirit sword, he always felt a bit sluggish and couldn't attack with full power. Moreover, at this moment he finally felt danger, as if the heavens were about to press down on him. Pa! Pa! The green bamboo stick in the old woman's hand continued to move forward unhurriedly, and the pulse of heaven and earth became more and more intense. This terrifying rhythm was resonating with the bamboo stick. Not good. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was the sign of an earth-shattering strike. Buzz. The old woman placed the green bamboo cane in the air and shook it fiercely. The power of the great path flowed. At first, it was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Then it was like a great river striking the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. The bamboo cane revived, glistening with emerald green. It turned into a towering ancient bamboo with lush green leaves. Endless bamboo flowers swayed about, creating a snow-white expanse that was sparkling and translucent. Boom! This part of the world collapsed. Countless bamboo staffs appeared in the void, bright green like jade. They struck at Yi Fan together, as if tens of thousands of true dragons were dancing. Those were imprints, emerald green and vivid imprints of life. Just now the old woman had lashed out tens of thousands of times, and every type of power was imprinted in the void. At this moment, they completely erupted. Wherever the bamboo cane passed by, a green bamboo cane would appear. It would condense into a Dao imprint and unleash a devastating attack. The old woman unhurriedly lashed out tens of thousands of times, all for this final heaven-shocking strike. Tens of thousands of imprints revived, and the great path pressed down. Yi Fan resisted with all of his strength. He had no choice but to defend. The golden sea of bitterness appeared, surging into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, blocking the tens of thousands of imprints. Hong! This was an intense collision. Light erupted from both sides, erupting with an incomparably terrifying and oppressive aura that rushed in all directions. Yi Fan and the old woman were separated by many realms. Only he could go against the flow and kill immortals, resisting such a terrifying attack. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been turned into ashes. This was a killing trap laid out by the old woman, but he forcefully withstood it. The golden sea of bitterness revolved around him. His own blood energy surged, and the golden holy body seemed to be burning. He brandished the dragon-pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword, splitting the heavens. He finally released his own battle prowess, and was no longer restrained like before. A black dragon danced about. The holy sword and the sea of bitterness roared together, annihilating the tens of thousands of imprints. The void collapsed, turning into a shattered rift valley. It was pitch black, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Little evil creature, you do have some skills. The old woman's words were cold, and her heart was not calm. The other party was so many realms lower than her, but he actually broke through the killing trap she had set up. This old woman is very terrifying. Behind her, Pang Bo's eyes flickered and silver light flowed. The 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign was about to be released, and the dragon-shaped divine radiance was faintly discernible. The old woman looked back coldly, and as if she had felt the killing intent, she stared at him and said, "If you want to die, then go ahead and attack." Old thing. Pang Bo didn't believe it and was about to attack. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure came one more time. A mountain far from them cracked, and a messy old man with white hair dashed out. He looked like a big monkey, his arms reaching his knees. He looked skinny, but he was energetic. His eyes were as bright as gold lamps. Another expert at the 4th transformation of Dragon Realm. Tu Fei and Li Heishui took in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that this secret land would have 2 experts like that. It seemed like they valued these kids a lot. They must be young geniuses. Yi Fan hugged little Nan Nan and retreated. The 2 great experts had come at the same time, which made him shiver. The gap between their realms was huge. This old woman wasn't easy to deal with, and now this old man was here. Pang Bo stepped forward, standing next to Yi Fan. They wanted to fight these 2 formidable old men. You dare to intrude the pure land of the yin-yang cult? You don't know life from death. The messy old man revealed his murderous aura. His white teeth looked cold. Seems like I got out of my seclusion at the right time. Destroy this holy body and drink his blood. We can prolong our lives. That's right. He came here to die anyway. That God King can't say anything, agreed the old woman. Old farts. Wait for me to chop your heads off. Yi Fan smiled coldly, sending messages to Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and Tu Fei discreetly. The two old men joined hands and moved forward. After each step, the void shook. They were 6 realms higher than Yi Fan. They were really formidable enemies. If it were the other cultivators of the 4 extreme secret territories, they would be killed with one finger. Only Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who had completed the 4 extreme secret territories, could resist them. Little Nan Nan opened her eyes discreetly. Seeing the two old men, she was frightened. She hurried to cover her big eyes with her small hands. Don't be scared, little Nan. We will leave soon, comforted Yi Fan. You've done so much for this little girl with a bad memory. The messy old man smiled coldly. You've lived for so many years. How dare you say such inhumane things? Scolded Yi Fan. It's her good fortune that we brought her into the yin-yang sect, said the old woman coldly. Yi Fan was furious. Little Nan Nan was captured here and suffered so much. She couldn't even eat, and now it was her good fortune. Old thing, I will cripple you today so that you can enjoy the good fortune. The old woman glanced at little Nan Nan disdainfully and said, she can only blame her bad memory for not being able to enjoy the good fortune. She deserves to be a servant. You said that she has the life of a servant. Then, your saintess is only fit to serve servants. Yi Fan said coldly. Pang Bo also said coldly. You have captured so many young prodigies. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the Eastern Baron cultivators? The messy old man who looked like a big monkey laughed cruelly and said, won't there be no problem if we kill all of you here? Do it. Yi Fan swung his sword and rushed over. He started to circulate the battle saint technique. He had to be ruthless against the two old men. Otherwise there would be big trouble. Buzz. Pang Bo activated the 9 slashes. Silver dragons shot out from his eyes. This was the divine wound of the demon Tharch 9 slashes. Boom. The void collapsed from the slashes. The two old men's expressions changed. They restrained their divine senses and avoided the dazzling dragon light. They didn't use their divine senses to face the demon Tharch 9 slashes. Boom. As soon as Yi Fan used the battle saint technique, the heaven and earth lost color. The saint spirit sword in his hand seemed to have a life of its own as it slashed forward. Not good. The two old men shouted. Their arms joined together and pushed out divine techniques. One yin and one yang power formed a Tao diagram. Yin-yang Great Tao. This was the supreme great art of the yin-yang sect. Men cultivated the yang diagram, and women cultivated the yin diagram. In the central plains, there was a saying that when yin and yang were combined, one would be invincible in the world. Pang Bo hurried forward. This yin-yang Great Tao made his heart jump. He helped Yi Fan bear the burden and used the demon Tharch 9 slashes, deprivation. Boom. This was a fierce collision. They used Tao seals to fight. This was a confrontation of their respective great Taos. It was incomparably terrifying and both sides were sent flying backwards. Yi Fan's blood was surging, but he was fine. However, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Pang Bo's mouth. How powerful was his physical body? But he was still impacted. The two old men laughed cruelly. Their hair was disheveled as they attacked again. Yin and yang are combined, invincible in the world. You two juniors, go die. The two old men joined their arms together and shouted sinisterly. They pushed out the yin-yang diagram again. This time, the yin-yang diagram was several times larger than before. Pang Bo and Pang Bo decisively retreated. These two old things were too terrifying. Yi Fan began to revolve the secret of all. During this process, the two of them constantly dodged. The two old men activated the Tao diagram. Their killing intent was thick as they chased through the void. The third yin-yang diagram was much larger. The extreme yin and extreme yang fused together, destroying everything in its path. It had to be said that the ancient saying of the Central Plains, Yin and yang are combined, invincible in the world. There was a certain truth to it. After the two old men joined their arms together, their combat strength was not doubled, but quintupled. The great Tao of Yin and Yang transformed into a giant yin-yang diagram. It was like a divine will that crushed through the void. Nothing could stop it. Even Pang Bo was injured by the first strike. If Yi Fan didn't have a saint physique, he would definitely vomit blood and be injured. Yin and Yang were combined, and the great Tao appeared. His combat strength was astonishing, and he was invincible in the same realm. Boom. Finally, Yi Fan triggered the secret of all. His combat strength increased tenfold. Golden blood chi rushed into the sky and the world lost color. He waved the Saint Spirit sword and cleaved the sky. It was as if he was splitting the world in half. Boom. The yin-yang diagram was shattered by him. The two old men vomited blood. Yin and yang were combined. Although their combat strength increased by a large amount, it couldn't compare to the secret of all. The two old men were sent flying. Pang Bo quickly used the demon Tharch 9 slashes, causing them to vomit blood again. Chapter 453. Swoosh. The two elders with disheveled hair disappeared in a flash and appeared in the sky, avoiding the remaining 2 slashes of the 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. They were covered in blood and looked at the two in shock. The secret word of all and the 9 slashes of the demon god were world-shattering divine arts, which made the two elders indescribably shocked and fearful. They were several realms higher than Yi Fan and Pang Bo, but they were still injured. They couldn't help but feel terrified. This shouldn't have happened. If a young king wanted to go against nature and kill a celestial, he had to display a phenomenon. Yin and yang combined, invincible in the world. The old woman mumbled to herself. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes widened. Don't encounter the 9 secrets. Could it be that secret technique? The messy old man's arms reached his knees, and his eyes lit up like golden lamps. Countless years ago, their ancestor became an ancient sage, and was invincible in the central plains with the yin and yang combined. They didn't expect to be defeated when they went to the East Barren territory, because they met the sage who inherited the 9 secrets. The old woman and the baboon-like old man sneered at Yi Fan. We know what kind of holy art you are using, but you can't use it continuously. You need to keep triggering it. We will combine yin and yang and kill you slowly. And you? They looked at Pang Bo and said, you have mastered the supreme divine technique of the demon race. It must be the world-shattering 9 slashes of the demonic monarch. The two elders' white hair was stained with blood, and they looked sinister. Even though they suffered a heavy blow, the collapse of the yin-yang diagram had dissolved most of the power. Boom. They linked their arms again, and took out the yin diagram and yang diagram respectively. They combined and released the aura of the great Tao as they pressed forward. Unfortunately, there is no yang within the yin and no yin within the yang. Even though they have combined, they haven't formed the Tai Chi and lack the yin and yang eyes. Pang Bo sneered. Yi and Yi Fan retreated. They didn't want to face the yin and yang integration, which was 4 to 5 times their combat power. The two elders chased after them. The divine body contained a great secret, and Pang Bo also had a supreme inheritance. Their eyes were bloodshot. They originally wanted to kill the two, but now that they might get the ancient scriptures, they wouldn't let them go. Boom. Yi Fan activated the secret word of all again. Golden light surged into the sky like a deity and he began to chase after them. Pang Bo also executed the 9 slashes of the demonic god. The old woman and the disheveled old man tore apart space with the yin-yang diagram and escaped quickly. They didn't dare to face him head-on, because they knew how powerful the secret word of all was. Only when its effects disappeared would they turn around and attack. The two sides fell into a tug-of-war. When Yi Fan triggered the secret of all, the two old men retreated and were chased by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, who took turns attacking them. It had to be said that these two old men were very terrifying. They were strong enough and had rich battle experience. They were extremely difficult to deal with. All right, it's done. Tu Fei and Li Heishui shouted at this moment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo laughed at the same time and quickly retreated. The Black Emperor had already rushed over to lead the way for them. Not good. The two old men shouted, but it was too late. Boom. Black fog filled the sky, An endless killing intent filled the air. The heaven and earth were sealed, and they were sealed in the void by the big black flag. This was what Yi Fan had told the Black Emperor, and asked him to set up secretly. The big black dog was an all-rounder in the field of formation patterns, and could be called a grandmaster. With the help of Yi Huiling, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui, he set up a super formation pattern without anyone knowing, sealing a large area. None of the elites of the Yin Yang sect could escape. They were all trapped inside. Junior. The old woman and the disheveled old man were shocked and angry, but they couldn't get out. Can you separate them? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor in a low voice. That's easy. The big black dog was full of confidence. Among them, dozens of big flags flew and deviated from their original positions, separating this area into two spaces. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other. They each found an opponent and started fighting again. Otherwise, they didn't know how long it would take to refine two seniors with the formation pattern alone. They didn't want to wait. This time, Yi Fan could fight with his opponent even without using the secret of all. He found the old woman again. Pang Bo faced the disheveled old man, but he didn't go deep inside. He only attacked from outside the formation pattern. The 9 slashes of the demon god was extremely terrifying as long as he had enough magic power. He started to cut the disheveled old man like he was cutting a carrot. Junior, come in if you have the guts. How dare you plot against me like this? The old man who looked like a big monkey was furious. You deserve to be cut. Didn't you want to drink Yi Fan's blood? I think it's better to let you bleed to death first. Pang Bo used the 9 slashes of the demon god to cut the old man happily. When Yi Fan got rid of the old woman, Pang Bo also cut the disheveled old man into a dried carrot, ending the battle completely. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei were stunned. I'm hitting a live target. Pang Bo shook his head. It was troublesome to clean up the battlefield. The formation pattern trapped many people, and it was impossible to kill them all. Yi Fan couldn't do it, so he searched their soul consciousnesses and cut off their related memories, making them blank. Then he let them all go. The remaining children were troublesome. Yi Fan had more than 30 children, and all of them had extraordinary talents. He didn't know where to send them. Why don't we start a sect? They are all immortal seedlings, young geniuses. Li Heishui said. The few of them were surprised. These children did have rare talents, and they didn't know how the Yin Yang sect found them. Let's leave this place quickly. Yi Fan's anger had subsided, and he didn't want to find trouble with the saintess of the Yin Yang sect. They couldn't stay here for long. This was a secret place of a supreme sect. If a big character appeared, it would be a disaster. Big brother, do you really know Nan Nan? Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course I do. Yi Fan scratched her nose. They brought a large group of children, and it was very inconvenient. Fortunately, Yi Huiling was here. She was ethereal, beautiful and elegant, and children liked her. Otherwise, a large group of children would cry, and Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others could only watch helplessly. They came to a small town. The first thing Yi Fan did was to bring little Nan Nan to buy new clothes. Her clothes were too tattered, and even her shoes had holes. A 3-year-old child couldn't feel anything, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Can I eat something first? Little Nan Nan lowered her head and said softly, looking a little timid. After she lost the 7-colored stone, she was like a normal child. If she didn't eat, she would feel uncomfortable from hunger. In the secret land of the Yin Yang sect, her situation wasn't good. She was often hungry, and her small face was very thin. Okay, I'll bring you to eat first. Yi Fan said softly. Really? Little Nan Nan had forgotten about Yi Fan. Recently, people always bullied her. Although the man in front of her treated her well, the little girl was still anxious. That was why she was so timid. What do you want to eat? I want. Little Nan Nan cocked her head to think. Then, she said with her tender voice, I want to eat some herbal paste. I'm very hungry. When I was about to fall asleep, a little sister gave me some. It's really delicious. Yi Fan felt bitter. Apparently, when the little girl said that she was about to fall asleep, she was so hungry that she almost fainted. The Black Emperor had taken away the herbal storehouse in the Yin Yang sect's secret land. Of course, they didn't lack spiritual herbs. Yi Fan gave her a small bowl and asked her to eat slowly. Then, he changed her into a set of beautiful clothes. Little Nan Nan suddenly became a porcelain doll carved from jade. She looked adorable. Even Li Heishui and Tu Fei couldn't help but come to her, rubbing her head and making her laugh. Yi Fan took out a crystal jade and imprinted it on little Nan Nan's glabella. That jade contained the memory of Yen. He had purposely kept it to prevent the little girl from forgetting the past. Big brother, it's you. I remember now. Little Nan Nan was so happy. After she got the memory, she wasn't as timid and insecure as before. It was because she knew who Yi Fan was now. Then, Yi Fan took out the 7-colored stone and put it in her palm. Little Nan Nan gave this stone to Big Brother. You can't take it back. The little girl shook her head, looking serious. You can't give this stone to anyone. Otherwise, Nan Nan will get sick. You have to keep it. You can't lose it. Yi Fan made the 7-colored stone into a small pendant, hanging it on her pink neck. He had searched the innkeeper's memory. If little stone got sick, Nan Nan would get sick too. In the worst case, she had almost died. They couldn't afford to lose her. Peng Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also liked little Nan Nan. They thought that she was cute and obedient. Little Nan Nan is like a porcelain doll. Anyway, it's not suitable for her to stay with us. We often have to face life and death battles. What do you want to do? Asked Peng Bo earlier. I wanted to send her to the Great Xian Noble Peak to be Zhang Wenchang's daughter. However, I've made Hua Yunfei the enemy of that sect. I can't go there now. Nan Nan, don't go to another place. The little girl was frightened. Although she was playing with some kids, her spirit sense was sharp. She heard their conversation. Yi Huiling chuckled. She squatted down and scratched her delicate nose. In the future, you can go with Big Sister to the Central Plains and be a real carefree little princess. Nan Nan doesn't want to be separated from Big Brother. The little girl lowered her head. She was depressed. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. Don't worry. How could I leave you behind? He hurried to tell Peng Bo not to say more. Little Nan Nan suddenly became very happy. Her big eyes brightened. She revealed a pure smile. You must take her with you. Don't send her to other places. The Black Emperor suddenly said. Ever since he saw the little girl, the big black dog had been thinking about something. No one knew what he was thinking. Did you see something? Yi Fan was moved. Peng Bo, Li Heishui, and Tu Fei also looked over. The Black Emperor coughed and mumbled. I didn't see anything. Then he ran to the little girl and tempted. Little darling, do you want to be my disciple? Why? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. If you become my disciple, I will feed you with spirit pellets every day. I will teach you the supreme technique that is as good as the merciless man created in his later years. The Black Emperor was like a big wolf, tempting her. The Black Emperor must have seen something. This was the common understanding of Yi Fan, Tu Fei, Peng Bo, and Li Heishui. This damn dog wanted to take something as soon as he saw it. It was the first time in his life that he wanted to take someone away. From now on, you don't need to worry about her. I'll take care of her. The big black dog said. He stared at little Nan Nan as if he had found a treasure. He was almost drooling. Damn dog. You dare to eat a child? I'll skin you alive. Yi Fan shouted. Damn it. What are you thinking about? I'm going to train a great emperor. You just wait and see. The more the big black dog talked, the more excited he became. Damn dog, what did you see? Tu Fei asked. Little Nan Nan is the great emperor. No, the future great emperor? Li Heishui was also suspicious. Little Nan Nan. Great emperor? Not far away, Yi Huiling, who was playing with the group of children, also looked over in surprise. She said, what a cute little thing. You can see that she can become a great emperor? The Black Emperor didn't answer these questions. He turned his head arrogantly. Then, with a smile on his face, he started to tempt little Nan Nan again. I'll take you to the Undying Mountain to pick some tea. How about it? I'll take you to the Celestial Mausoleum to find the treasure. Do you want to go? How could little Nan Nan understand what you said? Yi Fan scolded. You won't understand even if I told you, the big black dog muttered. Then he smiled and teased little Nan Nan. He was very attentive. What a cute dog. Little Nan Nan was very happy. Her voice was very innocent. The big black dog was petrified. It was the first time in his life that someone called him cute. Moreover, it was a little girl. He really wanted to bang his head on the ground. Huh? Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and the others all laughed. Chapter 454. Ants and dragons never interacted, and dandelion seeds rarely met colorful clouds in the sky. They lived in different worlds and never knew each other. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Life Spring cultivators were unreachable in his eyes, and Palace Mystery Realm cultivators were almost non-existent. Now the Sea of Reincarnation and Palace Mystery Realm were far away from him, and he could already look down on the cultivators of the 4 levels Mystery Realm and the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. Different cultivation levels, different identities, and different experiences were all experiences that everyone had. Standing at different heights, their experiences were naturally different. Yi Fan discussed with Peng Bo and the others for a long time, but they didn't know how to deal with these 30 or so young geniuses. They didn't have the energy to take care of them, but where should they go? The small town was very quiet, and both sides of the street were filled with moon trees. Every night, the crescent-shaped leaves would give off a gentle glow, and a faint fragrance would spread. It was very suitable for living. Late at night, a light breeze blew, and the moon trees rustled, giving off a hazy glow. The fragrance wafted in through the window. However, Yi Fan felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly sat up from his bed and stood in front of the window, looking down at the street. A black shadow walked over from the main street. Every step was firm but very light. When he landed, there was no sound at all. However, there was an extremely dangerous aura, as if a primordial beast was approaching. At this time, Peng Bo and the others woke up and all stood up to look. Without a sound, more than 20 figures appeared around the small town and gathered together. All of them gave off a murderous aura, and they didn't hide it anymore. Go, let's leave quickly. Yi Fan put the 30 or so children into the pristine jade bottle, and had the Black Emperor take out the profound jade platform, preparing to cross the void. The newcomer was powerful, and his murderous aura was bone-chilling. They probably couldn't resist. Oh no, something big happened! The Black Emperor shouted in shock. What happened? Peng Bo's heart jumped. There's no way to cross the void. The Black Emperor was very anxious. He tried several times, but he didn't succeed. Why is it like this? Tu Fei asked. He knew that with the big black dog's skill in formation patterns, it was almost impossible for him to be countered. Those people outside should have a forbidden artifact on them. Moreover, they should have been refined according to the mysterious methods of the primordial era. They can restrict the air. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He's from the Yin Yang sect, Yi Huiling concluded. They're really persistent. They actually chased us all the way here. Peng Bo frowned. Let's break out of the encirclement and avoid that person. Yi Fan pointed at the first black shadow that appeared on the street. It was as unfathomable as the abyss. Without waiting for them to move, a bell-like laughter rang out in the night sky. A woman walked over on the moon, radiance flowing under the moonlight as she said, "Don't even think about escaping." Yin Yang School's saintess. Yi Huiling spoke softly. After that, she hid herself in the darkness and changed her aura. Even her appearance became indistinct. She did not wish to be recognized. It was this sister who took Nan Nan away, but she hated me very much afterwards. Little Nan Nan felt a little wronged. That's because she had eyes but couldn't see. Even if she cultivated for 100 lifetimes, she wouldn't be able to compare to you. The large black dog spoke very rudely. Yi Fan smiled as he rubbed little Nan Nan's head and said, "You're so cute. Everyone likes you, except for those bad guys." After that, he also put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He did not want her to be frightened during the battle. "Yi Fan, I know you're inside. Come out." The saintess of the Yin Yang school was 20 years old. She had a beautiful appearance and was slender and elegant. When she smiled, it was very moving, but there was also a kind of killing intent. "You came quite quickly." Yi Fan replied coldly. He had killing intent towards this woman. Back then, he had left a piece of precious jade on little Nanan's body, recording bits and pieces of it. He told her to look at it every morning to prevent her from forgetting the past. When the saintess of the Yin Yang school took little Nan Nan away, she must have seen the memories in the beautiful jade. Knowing the relationship between the little girl and him, she still took her away. Yi Fan, you destroyed my school's important place and took away all the children. You've gone too far. The saintess of the Yin Yang school's smile carried a trace of coldness. Yi Fan coldly snorted and said, "You should know why I did that. When you took little Nan Nan away, you should have already known about my relationship with her. Isn't it said that you don't have much time left in the world? I took her away from the inn for her own good. She won't have to wander the streets in the future." The saintess of the Yin Yang school smiled lightly, not caring at all. If not for the mysterious expert here, Yi Fan would definitely fight with her. This woman was distorting the truth. She had clearly taken little Nan Nan away and made her suffer in the Yin Yang school, but she still had such a face. "Go!" Yi Fan shouted and was the first to break out of the encirclement. Pang Bo, Yi Huiling, Li Heishui, and the others followed closely, fleeing towards the west. You want to leave? It won't be that easy." The saintess of the Yin Yang school smiled lightly. There were more than 20 figures surrounding them at the same time. And the most terrifying was the black figure that Yi Fan was wary of. He chased after them at an extremely fast speed. They wanted to break out of the encirclement and cross the void, but they didn't think that this person would follow them like a shadow. They couldn't break away at all, and the forbidden tool was on him. The saintess of the Yin Yang school and the others also chased after them, determined to make them stay. Killing intent surged. "Let's split up and escape. My speed is fast enough to lure away the most powerful mysterious person. You guys have to be careful." Yi Fan said. "No, I'll go with you. I can still block him at the crucial moment." Pang Bo didn't agree, afraid that he would be in danger. "It's fine. I have extreme speed, and he can't catch up. You guys leave quickly." Yi Fan didn't agree. In the end, they split up, each finding a direction to escape in. Yi Fan sent a voice transmission to the large black dog in Pang Bo, and then rushed down without looking back. As expected, the most powerful mysterious person and the saintess of the Yin Yang school all chased after Yi Fan, not wanting to let him go at all. "Since the Divine King has spoken, we won't kill you, but we can't let you go. We'll imprison you and slowly extract your divine blood. This idea is not bad." The saintess smiled sweetly. "You bullied little darling first, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you want to plot against me? You're really going too far. However, are you sure you can defeat me?" Yi Fan said coldly. "Now everyone in the world knows that you've learned the old lunatics movement technique and possess the highest speed. It's not easy to capture you, but you can use it to see if you can escape from us." The saintess of the Yin Yang school had a moving smile on her face, but her killing intent became even thicker. Yi Fan's heart sank. It seemed that they were well prepared, and most likely had a way to counter him. He quickly increased his speed, leading this group of people to escape into the distance. As expected, the most powerful old man, the saintess, and the others didn't escape. There was golden lightning swimming under their feet, and they were also extremely fast. "What is that?" He was puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of the Black Emperor's words. There was a lightning talisman among the ancient divine talismans, and only the supreme sect leader could refine it. After locking on to a person, the lightning talisman would be as fast as the opponent. If one didn't know the details, they would be exhausted to death, and they wouldn't be able to escape from the enemy. It was very mysterious. Although there was a way to break it, Yi Fan didn't know it. His expression became serious, and he flew at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. He couldn't turn back to fight at all, because he had now discovered, to his surprise, that the most powerful old man was an expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. The 9 transformations of the dragon would soar into the sky and become a dragon among men. Only then would one have the chance to look up to the supreme domain of the Almighty, as well as the supreme grace of the divine leader. An expert of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation was definitely not someone that Yi Fan could fight against. The difference between their realms was too great. If he could really be defeated, it wouldn't be going against the natural order, but going against the heavens. Yi Fan, it's better if you don't run anymore. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you help us? The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect's smile didn't diminish, and she said, small success of the divine body, and your blood can already be used to refine medicine. Your entire body is a treasure. Be careful that extreme joy turns to sorrow, and I'll be killed. Yi Fan replied. I'm waiting for you. Come and kill me. The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect smiled enchantingly. That old man sneered. Little evil creature, you're about to die, and you're still dreaming. This old man doesn't have much lifespan left, and even if I kill you, I'm not afraid of the divine king taking revenge for you. The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect laughed tenderly. You can't kill him, we have to keep him in captivity. He's even more precious than those strange beasts, and his blood is priceless. Slowly extracting his blood is the most cost-effective. That's right, keep him in captivity with those strange beasts. The old man nodded his head, and another 7 or 8 people chased after him, laughing at the same time. Old fart, and that girl from the Yin Yang sect, I'll definitely kill you. Yi Fan threw down these words and continued to flee. Now wasn't the time to fight with his life on the line. The 8th transformation of the dragon transformation was a terrifying figure that couldn't be fought against. If the other party took 2 more steps forward, he would be a great figure like the supreme elder of the Holy Land. Little evil creature, even if we don't kill you this time, we'll tire you out until you vomit blood, and then we'll capture you. Another 2 old men also spoke. They were equally terrifying, and they were experts at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation. They were all great elders. This time, they attached great importance to this matter. Not only did the holy maiden take action, but there were also 3 outstanding elders following along. Together with the lightning talisman, it was enough to kill Yi Fan. Along the way, many cultivators were alarmed, and they were shocked that the Yin Yang sect was going to make a move on the divine body. Very quickly the news spread. The Yin Yang sect said that Yi Fan destroyed their important place for no reason, and killed the innocent. They were forced to retaliate to protect their dignity. You guys are really good at distorting the truth. Yi Fan heard a lot along the way. In the next 2 days he couldn't shake them off and was chased all the way. They really wanted to tire him to death. The southern region was shaken. The Yin Yang sect was going to make a move on the divine body. This required great courage. After all, the divine king wasn't dead yet. During this time, many people rushed over to watch. However, Yi Fan flew into the desolate lands and traveled through the primitive regions. Moreover, they were extremely fast, and others couldn't catch up. The people of the Yin Yang sect had already changed their lightning talismans 7 or 8 times. They were stunned. Yi Fan didn't seem tired at all. He flew at such a high speed, and he didn't look tired at all. They were afraid that even if they ran out of lightning talismans, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Fan, you should stop. If your injured body is exhausted, the cracks in the Great Tao will worsen. At that time, you really won't be able to live. The saintess of the Yin Yang sect ridiculed. Although we plan to keep you, we won't harm your life until you die. Yi Fan ignored her. On the 3rd day he finally heard some news. The people of the Yin Yang sect were robbing the young geniuses in the eastern wasteland, which made many sects in the southern region unhappy. He knew that Pang Bo and the Black Emperor had escaped the Yin Yang sect's pursuit. This was spread by them, and they should have already made arrangements. He could go over now. This was the agreement they had made when they separated. Yi Fan increased his speed. He turned around and flew towards the small town from before. Along the way, he heard even more news. Many sects had lost their young geniuses, and their whereabouts were unknown. Now the spearhead was pointed at the Yin Yang sect. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that casually revealing this news would lead to such a secret. The Yin Yang sect was too daring. They were robbing the young geniuses of various sects in the eastern wasteland. If they were exposed like this, they would definitely be badly battered. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh. If he sent the 30 or so young geniuses back, he believed that these sects would be grateful. The eastern wasteland would most likely expel the people of the Yin Yang sect. On the 5th day, Yi Fan flew back to the small town. Little evil creature, what have you done? Today, I will catch you and break all the bones in your body. The great elder of the dragon transformation, 8th transformation, said coldly. It was clearly you who shamelessly robbed the children of the eastern wasteland, including little Nan Nan. You bullied and humiliated her, but in the end, you are chasing me. Instead, you are acting like the victim. Do you still have any shame? Yi Fan replied. Little evil creature, whatever you say is useless. Aren't the bones of the saint body hard? I will break them one by one. The great elder said coldly. Elder, you are angry again. You can't kill us. We still need to slowly extract blood. The saintess of the Yin Yang sect laughed tenderly. Then she said to Yi Fan, deliberately provoking him. So what if I snatched little Nan Nan? If you didn't come, I was going to throw her out. If you want to vent your anger for her, then come and kill me. Yi Fan knew that the other party was purposely trying to anger him and make him stop. He sneered in his heart, because at this time, he had already heard the Black Emperor's sound transmission. When he flew, he turned around and fled along a specific route. Something's wrong, be careful. The saintess of the Yin Yang sect was very cautious. She sensed that something was wrong and warned him. She stopped in the air. However, it was too late. A loud rumbling sound came from ahead. Clouds and mist covered the sky and engulfed them in an instant. No one was able to escape. They were all enveloped inside. Huh. Pang Bo laughed loudly as he walked out. The big black dog's mouth also grinned from ear to ear, incomparably pleased with himself. This was the agreement they had made when they separated. If they got rid of the strong enemy, they would quickly return to set up the formation patterns and help Yi Fan resolve the danger. Boom. Within the formation patterns, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Those people were attacking, wanting to escape. If he couldn't refine them in a short period of time, perhaps the other people of the Yin Yang sect would arrive soon. This caused Yi Fan to frown. He really wanted to kill these people. These people are too powerful. It's impossible to trap them to death in a short period of time. The Black Emperor shook his head. There was nothing he could do. No matter, I'll make a trip. When the time comes, I'll come back and destroy them. Yi Fan took out the profound jade platform and began to travel through the void. In a short moment, he arrived at the fire domain. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he directly entered the 7th floor. Without the myriad chi cauldron, he didn't have a suitable vessel to hold the terrifying flames. He directly used his body to bear it. With the Bodhi seed in his hand, he brought along the monstrous flames and flew back. With this kind of flame, he couldn't travel through the void. Otherwise, the profound jade platform would definitely be turned into ashes. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from that small town, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Along the way, the colorful flames surged and burned the void. As he traveled south, countless cultivators were stunned. When many people saw that it was Yi Fan, they were all very shocked. They chased after him all the way. Even though they weren't as fast as him, they still followed slowly, wanting to see what exactly he was going to do. In the end, Yi Fan returned, bringing the monstrous divine flames to the small town. Even the Black Emperor and Pang Bo were stunned. I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan shouted loudly, sending all of the endless divine flames into the sealed world. Boom. Raging flames soared into the sky, and terrified screams rang out. This kind of flame couldn't be blocked at all. Even supreme elder-level figures found it hard to endure, let alone them. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Fan wanted to burn all of the powerful enemies with the flames. It was really very straightforward. Because the great flames had also destroyed the formation patterns, the 3 great elders' bodies were covered in flames. They screamed miserably as they rushed out. Their bodies were almost deformed from the heat, and it was incomparably miserable. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to survive. On the other side, the holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect also rushed out. Her entire body was releasing auspicious light, and she didn't die. It was obvious that she had a secret treasure on her. It's good that you didn't die. I'll personally kill you. Yi Fan immediately rushed over. Pang Bo and the Black Emperor also went forward to prevent her from escaping. You're so vicious. The holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect's face was pale. 7 or 8 great experts had all died tragically, causing her heart to feel cold. It's you guys who have repeatedly bullied me. Now it's your turn. Yi Fan walked forward. Chapter 455. Ah! The three great elders of the Yin Yang sect screamed in pain outside the small town. Their bodies were almost completely charred, but they were still struggling, not dying. As for the others, when Yi Fan threw the fire down, they were turned into ashes. Now nothing was left, returning to the earth. The heart-wrenching screams caused the expressions of many people in the distant sky to change. This kind of colorful flame could even burn the grand elders of the Holy Land to death, and everyone felt a chill run down their spine. In their final struggle, the three great elders were finally turned into charcoal. With a bang, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Then the flames flickered violently, turning them into ashes. The elites of the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation could not withstand the burning of the colorful flames at all, and were completely destroyed. Many people followed Yi Fan here, and they were all incomparably shocked. Yi Fan brought the divine flame from tens of thousands of li away, and it was actually for the sake of killing a great enemy. His flesh could endure this type of blazing heat, leaving everyone horrified. Yi Fan's physical body was powerful enough. Even without the Bodhi seed, he could still enter the 7th level of the fire domain. And he also had the seed of the holy tree that was specialized in suppressing fire. You guys are so ruthless. The face of the holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect was pale, without a trace of blood. She wanted to break out of the encirclement. Dong. Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip, causing the void to collapse, forcing her back, and said, "Are we ruthless? You wanted to kill us, but in the end, you're blaming us. Didn't you say you wanted to capture me and take my divine blood? Now do as you please." Chi. Brilliant light shone from the hands of the holy maiden, sprinkling out an expanse of colorful sand. It was as if a river of stars was flowing, very dreamy and colorful. "Hurry and retreat. Don't touch the colorful sand." The large black dog shouted in shock. Yi Fan retreated agilely, avoiding the river of stars. It was unknown how heavy the colorful sand was, but every grain of it passed through the void, extremely beautiful and enchanting, still flowing forward. "This is star sand refined from the bone powder left behind by the ancient sages, and touching it will definitely kill you," the Black Emperor explained with a serious expression. Even after the ancient sages died, their bodies wouldn't decay. Only because of special reasons would they turn into bone powder and scatter between heaven and earth. Despite this being the case, the bone powder that was left behind was still incomparably terrifying. It contained strange divine force, and it was as heavy as a mountain. If it was refined into a weapon, it would be incomparably terrifying, able to pierce through anything. It was practically unstoppable and possessed great destructive power. Yi Fan finally understood how precious the sage's corpse in the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury was. It could be said to be a priceless treasure, its value immeasurable. Clang. Yi Fan pulled out the dragon-patterned black gold Holy Spirit sword. He didn't believe that the bone powder would be able to destroy the holy artifact that the great emperor used to refine his weapon. The sword beam slashed forward like a rainbow. Boom. The 7-colored river surged over, immediately going berserk. It surged and roared, releasing a trace of sage might. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, shocking everyone. Just how powerful is the sage? Yi Fan was stunned. The golden sea of bitterness in his body boiled and surged out. A green lotus floated in the middle. Boom. The two collided, and a huge collision occurred. However, the golden sea of bitterness finally blocked the 7-colored river, and it couldn't advance any further. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. He wielded the god-striking whip again and swung it forward. He felt that this wooden whip could also withstand the heavy pressure, and wouldn't break. After all, it was just bone powder. If there was a problem, he could quickly withdraw the god-striking whip. Dong. The god-striking whip was plain and emotionless, but it was extremely sturdy. When it struck the river of stars, it caused huge waves. Nearby, the figure of the holy maiden of the Yin Yang sect swayed, and a streak of blood seeped out from between her brows. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. The sage's bone powder was as heavy as a mountain, sturdy and immortal. Neither the dragon-patterned black gold holy sword, nor the god-striking whip were destroyed, but the divine sense contained within was shaken. Snatch it! When the large black dog saw that it could shake the seven-colored river of stars, his eyes immediately lit up, encouraging Yi Fan to quickly make a move. He said, "If the sage's bone powder falls into the hands of a divine lord, it will be extremely powerful. Giving it to her is purely a waste." Yi Fan wielded the dragon-patterned black gold holy sword in his left hand, and the god-striking whip in his right hand. With the golden sea of bitterness protecting his body, he pressed forward. Rustle, rustle. The seven-colored river of stars flowed, emitting a strange sound. It pierced through the void, flickering between brightness and darkness, surging outside the golden sea of bitterness. Boom. Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip, striking out thousands of times in a breath's time, directly shattering this part of the void, turning it into a ruined land. Only the sage's bone powder was still shining. In the distance, a streak of blood seeped out from between the brows of the holy maiden of Yin Yang. She was trying her best to retrieve this precious treasure. This was something that she had obtained by accident on a mountain peak, and she hadn't refined it at all. Just then, she had already heard the words of the Black Emperor, and finally understood what kind of divine object this was. Naturally, she didn't want to lose it. However, how could Yi Fan give her the chance? The golden sea of bitterness went berserk, instantly drowning over and fixing all the seven-colored star sand in place. Wang. A green lotus flashed in the golden sea, flowing with hazy wisps of mist. All kinds of seven-colored star sand rose up, gathering over and sticking to the lotus. "You return my divine object." The holy maiden of Yin Yang was shocked and furious. Dong. Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip and charged forward, seizing the ancient sage's bone powder. He no longer had any restraints and fought with all his strength. Swoosh. The holy maiden of Yin Yang had already sensed the abnormality of the wooden whip. She retreated far away and took out a mirror. The front was snow-white like jade, while the north was pitch-black like ink. With a swoosh she shone it at Yi Fan. Yin Yang mirror. The people in the distance cried out in surprise. This was a strange weapon that could kill invisibly. Although it originated from the Central Plains, it was also famous in the Eastern Wasteland, and there were many imitations. Chi. The white light from the front came over, and Yi Fan felt that his divine sense was about to be restrained. There was a mysterious power flowing, almost causing his soul to leave his body. Humph. He snorted coldly, and the golden lake between his eyebrows shone with divine light. A small golden sun appeared and transformed into him. He sat cross-legged in the void and let out a light shout. A clap of thunder sounded in the sky, and the void trembled violently. Then that strange power immediately disappeared, and a white light flashed in front of the Yin Yang mirror. This is the Yin Yang mirror. It can kill souls and is impossible to defend against. This is just an imitation. The real Yin Yang mirror was refined by an ancient sage, and its power is unimaginable. As long as the saint weapon of the great emperor is not used, it can sweep through the world. Whoever it shines upon will die. It is almost unstoppable. In the distance, many people were discussing, and they were all shocked. Yi Fan pressed forward. The holy maiden of Yin Yang flipped the Yin Yang mirror, and the black back revealed itself. It turned into a black hole and tried to devour Yi Fan. Buzz. Yi Fan opened his mouth and the diamond chakram flew out. The chakram shone brightly, and it rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Clang. The two weapons collided, and the mirror was almost sent flying. The holy maiden of Yin Yang retreated. She quickly pointed at her eyebrows, and a crescent-shaped Yin diagram appeared. Chi. Rays of divine radiance shot over, striking towards Yi Fan. Although she was only at the four extremities perfection realm, she could definitely kill many dragon transformation realm cultivators. As long as it was a saint child, she could go against the flow and slay immortals. At the same time, Yi Fan rushed over, holding the holy sword and the divine revolving whip, and attacked the holy maiden of Yin Yang. This was a huge battle. The Yin Yang sect was a supreme sect in the middle ground, and their holy maiden was naturally extremely powerful. She was even more powerful than many saints in the eastern wilderness. What is that? Everyone was shocked. A Yin Yang diagram appeared behind the holy maiden of Yin Yang, and it made her almost invulnerable. All kinds of attacks from Yi Fan were greatly weakened. This is a powerful aura left behind by the Supreme Sect Master. It is specially used to protect the outstanding disciples. That's right. It must be a powerful imprint left behind by the Supreme Sect Master of the Yin-Yang sect. Ordinary people can't achieve Yin-Yang fusion. Yi Fan felt that his hands and feet were tied. The Yin-Yang diagram had a great effect on him, and he was almost sucked in a few times. This made him very fearful. That was because he could vaguely see an old man with white hair and a beard sitting in the Yin-Yang diagram. He was blurry and emitted a terrifying aura. If I kill the Holy Maiden of Yin-Yang, will the terrifying imprint left behind by this old thing awaken and rush out? He muttered in his heart. The Holy Maiden of Yin-Yang was anxious. She was holding on, hoping that someone would come to her rescue. After all, a huge incident had happened here, and news would definitely spread. However, Yi Fan's attacks were getting more and more violent. The God-striking whip was almost about to collapse the world, giving her endless pressure. If not for the appearance of the Yin-Yang diagram, she almost couldn't hold on anymore. Even so, she felt uneasy. If this continued, her life would be in danger. Everyone saw the power of the saint's body, and they were all shocked. It was only the second level of the Four Extremities realm. It was not difficult to suppress the Holy Maiden of the Middle Ground. Clang. Yi Fan finally used his killing technique. He planned to delay any longer. The holy sword flashed with a black light, and clanging sounds rang out. He had imbued the battle saint technique into it, and shattered the Yin-Yang mirror with a single strike. Pooh! There was a flash of blood, and the sword left a very long wound on the right arm of the Holy Maiden of Yin-Yang. It almost severed her arm. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. We're here. Several old men flew over. At first, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw that they were elites at the second transformation of the dragon transformation, he instantly relaxed. The reinforcements that the Holy Maiden of Yin-Yang had waited for finally arrived. She had held on for such a long time, and had already narrowly escaped death. If no one came, it would be very difficult for her to survive. Shwa. She turned around and left. She was as light as a cloud, and her speed was extremely fast. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let her go. Pang Bo and the large black dog also blocked her way, not allowing her to leave. Holy Maiden, retreat quickly. We'll stop this little bee ****. Several cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm rushed forward. Who do you think you are? All of you can die. Yi Fan unleashed his manifestation, and charged over, locking them in place. Pang Bo used the 9 slashes of the demon god, and as if he was peeling a carrot, he killed all of them. Today you're at the end of your rope. Didn't you say that you wanted to keep me with the variant beast? Today I'll kill you. Yi Fan chased after her relentlessly. We're here. Don't try to be violent. After chasing for more than 50 kilometers, they encountered members of the Yin-Yang sect again. Several old men blocked their way with dark expressions. What's so great about the dragon transformation mystery realm? Yi Fan didn't care at all, and waved his holy sword to kill them. Pang Bo and the large black dog also charged over. These people couldn't stop them. Without someone at the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation mystery realm, they couldn't solve the problem at all. After chasing for more than 500 kilometers, the Yin Holy Maiden's holy whip almost broke her bones. She spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed, "If you kill me, the sect leader will definitely kill you, even if you have the mark of a divine king. I'll wait for your sect leader to come and kill me." Yi Fan waved his holy sword, and a brilliant sword ray tore through heaven and earth, almost cleaving the Yin-Yang Holy Maiden in half. If it wasn't for the Yin-Yang diagram spinning, he would have already ended this battle. Ah! The Yin-Yang Holy Maiden screamed, and another terrifying wound appeared on her body. She couldn't stop Yi Fan's attacks at all. She had already fought for several hundred rounds, and being able to last until now was already her limit. Wang. The holy whip in Yi Fan's hand caused the void to collapse, and he finally sent the Yin-Yang diagram flying. He wielded his holy sword and pressed forward. "Junior, you dare to kill a disciple of my sect?" Not far away, an old man with white hair and a beard sat cross-legged in the Yin-Yang diagram. His figure was very blurry, but it was terrifying. "Sect leader." the Yin Yang Holy Maiden shouted. So what if I kill her? Yi Fan didn't care. The white-haired old man sat cross-legged in the Yin Yang diagram. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were incomparably cold. This was a kind of deterrence and warning. You destroyed the important place of my sect. If you kill me, there will no longer be a place for you in this world. The Yin Yang Holy Maiden warned. I'm not afraid of threats. If your supreme sect leader is confident enough, then go and fight with a peerless divine king. Today, I will definitely kill you. Yi Fan slashed out with his sword. The Yin Yang Holy Maiden resisted with all her might, and the Tao diagram also flew back. However, Yi Fan didn't want any accidents to happen. He used the battle saint technique and the all-secret character at the same time, wanting to end this battle in a single strike. He was afraid that someone would come to her rescue. The Yin Yang Holy Maiden retreated, wanting to continue fleeing. I'll send you on your way. The holy sword hummed, and sword light soared into the heavens. It slashed down with 10 times its power, cleaving apart the Tao diagram. The Yin Yang Holy Maiden screamed, but she couldn't block it at all. She was cut in half on the spot. Pooh! Yi Fan waved his sword and shattered her divine sense, completely killing her. The Yin Yang Holy Maiden vanished, and her blood dyed the eastern wastelands. Just like that, her life was ended. The Yin Yang Holy Maiden has been killed. This is a huge commotion. The people who had chased here were all stunned. Yi Fan had killed a Central Plains Holy Maiden. This was definitely news that shook the entire eastern wastelands. She was the most outstanding female disciple of a supreme sect. The final sword strike was strangely powerful, and no one thought too much about it. They all thought that the Yin Yang Holy Maiden was exhausted, and no one knew that it was Yi Fan's all-secret character that was showing its might. Junior. The blurry old man's voice was incomparably cold. Go kill him too. Pang Bo was incomparably ferocious. He was the first to attack the diagram, and the Black Emperor also pounced over. Yi Fan naturally knew that he couldn't let go of this imprint, or else there would be great trouble. This was the imprint of a supreme sect leader, and it was likely that he had already seen through the all-secret character. In the distance, many cultivators were dumbfounded. These 2 people and 1 dog were really domineering. They had killed the Yin Yang sect's Holy Maiden, and even wanted to erase the old sect leader's imprint of life. Yi Fan's avatar, Pang Bo's 9 slashes of the demon god, and the large black dog's profound formation patterns all attacked at almost the same time. In the end, the Yin Yang diagram was shattered, and the old man's head was chopped off. How savage! The imprint of the Yin Yang sect's Holy Maiden has been erased. Everyone was dumbfounded. On that very day, news spread all over the southern region and the eastern wastelands. A Holy Maiden of the younger generation had finally fallen. This was the first case. The Yin Yang sect was furious. Everyone in the eastern wastelands was stunned. The Doomsday Saint physique was too crazy. He had killed the Holy Maiden of a supreme sect in the Middle State, and everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, Yi Fan pushed out 30 young geniuses. People from many sects were present, and many people recognized the young children from their own sections. The Yin Yang sect felt a great pressure. Many sects in the eastern wastelands viewed them as enemies, and a few great sage had appeared. They were all pressuring the Yin Yang sect at the same time. Goodbye, southern region. On this day, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others crossed the void, heading towards the central region where the Undying Mountain and the Holy Cliff were, leaving this troublesome place. There were many ancient demon race inheritances in the central region of the eastern wastelands. It was the origin of the demon race, and there was also an ancient holy land like the wind race. The central region was where the top forces of the demon race and human race gathered. Apart from the Undying Mountain, the immortal mausoleum of the 7 Great Life Forbidden Zones was also located in this region. It could be said that the central region was the most prosperous and ancient pure land in the eastern wastelands. It was the origin of all inheritances, and it was rumored that the 9 secrets had come from here. Chapter 456. The East Barren had the word barren in its name because it was vast and uninhabited. Some primitive areas had never been visited by anyone since ancient times. 6 million miles off. Damn dog, you must have done it on purpose. Two-Face shouted. They crossed the void and headed toward the Undying Mountain in the central region of the East Barren. However, they deviated 6 million miles and appeared in an uninhabited barren area. If they hadn't found half a stone tablet on a big mountain, they wouldn't have known where they were. This was a relic left by a great sect that had been destroyed in the past. It must have done it on purpose. How could it deviate 6 million miles? It wouldn't be so ridiculous even if it closed its eyes and carved patterns, or opened a region gate. Li Heishui was also cursing. Ahem, humans can make mistakes and horses can stumble. It's just a coincidence. The big black dog coughed to hide his guilt. Dog, you're so cute. You're even more confused than little Nan Nan. Little Nan Nan was cute and sympathetic. She was the only one who believed the big black dog. This was the big black dog's expression. He wanted to knock his head against the stone tablet. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear the word cute. If it were someone else, he would have bared his teeth. Cute Black Emperor, do you want to think of a way? We won't have to fly 6 million miles, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Woof. Dog, don't bite people. Little Nan Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She patted him lightly and looked up. We're not really going to the Undying Mountain. We're just pretending. I think you're going to find a divine medicine to prolong your life, the Black Emperor mumbled. But we still have to go around and pretend, Yi Fan said. This time, his main goal was to go to the Holy Cliff and find the third secret of the 9 secrets. I'm telling you, don't get close to the Undying Mountain. That place is very terrifying. The Undying Mountain was an important source of the great chaos that happened in the Dark Age, the Black Emperor warned. The saint physique of the Great Completion had taken a piece of the cliff from the Undying Mountain. When he was at his peak, nothing happened. However, in his later years, the Holy Cliff was stained with blood. Some people guessed that it was related to the Undying Mountain. Let's take a good look at the central region first. This is the birthplace of many ancient inheritances. It is said that it is also the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland's human race. There are many secrets here. The central region was the central region of the Eastern Barren region. It was a holy land that would last for eternity. Many great sects had established their sects there, and it was much more prosperous than the southern and northern regions. Zifu Wen Clan Dao Yi 10,000 Beginnings, and other holy lands were all here. Hidden dragons and hibernating immortal phoenixes were gathered here, gathering the boundless beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. They had never declined throughout the ages, flourishing until now. In addition, the demon race had tens of thousands of ancient inheritances spread throughout the central region, all of which were created by the immortal demon race giants after the Dark Age war more than 100,000 years ago. From ancient times until now, even though they were part of the Yao race, they were born in human form. It could be said that they were innately powerful, forming all kinds of ancient Yao race families. As soon as Yi Fan and the others appeared in the central region, they were discovered. Many people revealed strange looks as they whispered to each other. The news that the divine physique had killed the saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains had spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland. Everyone knew that he didn't have much time left, and in his final days, he must not be provoked. Even though the Yin Yang sect was furious, they were in the wrong this time. They had robbed a genius child, and were viewed as enemies by the sects in the Eastern Wasteland. Under the pressure of the great sage, they had to leave the Eastern Wasteland in the end. Of course, when they left, they still tried to cross the void and enter the forbidden area of the ancient barren region to pick the divine medicine. In the end, those who entered were like stones sinking into the ocean, never to be heard again. Yi Fan and the others entered an ancient city called Sky Gazing. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. The Black Emperor was like an old horse that knew the way. He went straight to a high platform in the city. I told you that the stupid dog deliberately deviated from the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, how could it have gone 6 million miles away? It clearly wants to enter the Sky Gazing City, Li Heishui said. The ancient city was very vast. The central region wasn't a plaza, but a huge platform. At this moment, the sunset was sprinkling down, and the entire platform was flickering with red light. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The large black dog gazed at this high platform, and seemed to be filled with endless emotions. he said. In the past, a certain emperor often gazed at the boundless starry sky there. He would sit there for an entire night, but no matter how great a peerless genius was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time. Emperor Wuxia. Yi Fan didn't need to think to know that the large black dog was definitely talking about Emperor Wuxia. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there something special about this sky-gazing platform? A great emperor sat here for a long time, so perhaps there was something special about it. There's no need to think too much. That great emperor only cultivated there for a period of time, and didn't leave anything behind. The large black dog shook his head. This stone is a treasure. It has been more than 100,000 years, but it's still sparkling and translucent. Such a perfect high platform. Why hasn't anyone moved it away? Tu Fei was a blabbermouth, and said whatever came to his mind. Many passers-by rolled their eyes at him, as if they were very dissatisfied with his words. This stone is very special. At night, it receives starlight and nourishes the entire ancient city, turning this place into a beautiful place. No one dares to destroy it, an old man said. Yi Fan's group was very eye-catching. Little Nan Nan sat on a large black dog's back like a cute little fairy, attracting attention wherever she went. Yi Fan didn't hide his true appearance, and a large black dog followed beside him, so people could immediately guess his background. They entered a restaurant that was close to the sky-gazing platform. Isn't that the Saint Physique? Why did he suddenly come to the central region? I heard long ago that his time is up, and rumor has it that he came to the Undying Mountain in the central region to find a chance to survive. He dares to enter that place? During the extremely chaotic Dark Age, everyone saw how terrifying it was. Even the old Saint Lord wasn't willing to enter the Undying Mountain in his old age. The business of the restaurants in the central region of the ancient city was naturally booming. There were many people entering and exiting, and many people looked over. Yi Fan and the others chose a private room, and when they opened the window, they just happened to be able to see the sky-gazing platform. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the stars were twinkling. They could see starlight flowing and sprinkling down on the city. The large black dog stretched out his neck and looked outside, paying attention to the sky-gazing platform as if he was waiting for something. At the same time, Pang Bo and the others discovered that there were many more people around the sky-gazing platform. The tea houses and restaurants were packed. What's going on? Li Heishui was surprised. Dear customers, this is the annual sky-gazing day. The starlight is like water, and you will see a very beautiful scene. The people in this city are all used to it. Those who come here to watch are all foreigners who came because of its reputation. Could it be that you all didn't come here just for this? Yi Fan and the others were even more certain that everything was done on purpose by the large black dog. He came here to reminisce about the past. Wang. When the sky completely darkened, stars appeared in the sky, and large amounts of starlight like snow-white clouds could be seen, sprinkling down lightly. It was extremely beautiful, and the entire ancient city became holy and pure. This was especially so for the sky-gazing platform. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with an intoxicating brilliance. It attracted the stars and the moon, causing the entire city to be enshrouded in spiritual beauty. I'm already sick of seeing this once a year. Actually, it's nothing much. It's not like it's a real scene of ascension. It's just that the starlight is being guided here. Those old Undyings just have to say that this is a place where the ancient emperors gazed at the distant star regions. They talk about it so mysteriously, but even they themselves can't explain it. They want us to come here every year to try our luck. This was a group of descendants from aristocratic clans. They entered a restaurant and chose a seat near the window, adjacent to the restaurant that Yi Fan and the others had chosen. They could see the situation here. Earlier, I heard someone say that the Saint Physique has entered the sky-gazing city. It's really him, someone said in a low voice. Feng Lin, that's your brother-in-law. Why aren't you going over to greet him? Someone laughed and teased. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get angry with you. I've long said that he has no relationship with my cousin. They aren't engaged at all. Feng Lin said in a heavy voice. It's not that I want to criticize your sister, but she's simply too arrogant. That's a Saint Physique who broke the curse. Yet she didn't even place him in her eyes. This is good as well. My elder brother will have a chance. A young man laughed. Fenglin said, "Don't say such things. Luckily my cousin didn't choose. If not, he wouldn't have many days left to live. He would die very soon. Even if he broke the curse, what's the use?" Their voices were very soft, almost inaudible. But how could someone as powerful as Yi Fan and the others not hear them? Since we came to the northern region, we most probably still have some relationship with the Wind Clan. Pengbo laughed. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll personally pay them a visit and return the 1.5 million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It's impossible even if I don't want to get involved. I've just arrived here and I already heard such discussions. Speaking of which, half a year is almost up. If they see that you don't die, I wonder what expression they will have. It'll definitely be very interesting, hee. Li Heishui laughed. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Many people in the tea houses and restaurants rushed out, all of them looking up at the sky. A rare treasure. A rare treasure that flew down from the heavens. That's right, it rushed down from the starry sky. Many people cried out in shock. They were all cultivators, so their eyesight was naturally very strong. They personally saw a glowing object falling down from the sky. The sky-gazing ancient city was in a commotion. Everyone rushed up into the sky, heading toward the horizon, wanting to fight for the rare treasure that flew down from the outer region. In the distant past, it wasn't that there wasn't such a legend. In the vast and boundless starry sky, powerful divine objects would occasionally fall down. On the annual night of the sky-gazing ancient city, such a thing actually happened. No one could remain calm. Almost everyone rushed up into the sky, all of them making a move to fight for the glowing object. The large black dog's eyes almost popped out. He mumbled, "Damn, is it really related to the outer region? It looks like I didn't hear wrongly back then." That was a massive glowing object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it swooped down like a streak of silver light. Its shape was like a massive disc, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. It seemed to be forged from black gold, and it was enveloped by a layer of pure white energy radiance, appearing very mysterious. Boom. Some cultivators had just rushed over when they were blasted into flying ashes by the dazzling light that shot out. That kind of power was extremely terrifying, and it could actually annihilate space. It was terrifying. As expected of a rare treasure, the light it emitted is so terrifying. We must obtain it. Many cultivators became even more frenzied, all of them rushing up. Those with weaker strength didn't dare to approach, while those with stronger strength all stretched out their large hands, or drew out their magic treasures to collect that divine object. Boom. However, this disc was incredibly terrifying. The light that shot out annihilated the void, causing the bones and flesh of many powerful cultivators to shatter. They couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Wang. Silver light flickered, and it landed on the sky-gazing platform, flickering with demonic light. The others didn't understand, but they still rushed forward, doing their best to fight for it. Yi Fan and Pengbo looked at each other, tongue-tied. They discovered that this divine object from the outer region was a flying saucer. We actually saw this kind of thing. Let's snatch it. Perhaps we can use it to return home. The boundless universe, the boundless starry sky, there are too many secrets hidden. In this world where cultivators can fly through the sky and tunnel through the earth, we actually saw another civilization. Yi Fan and Pengbo were extremely excited, and they both stood up. They were filled with curiosity about the owner of the flying saucer, and they decided that they definitely had to befriend it. Chapter 457. The azurite disc had a diameter of 300 meters, and it flowed with a cold metallic luster. It landed on the sky observatory platform, like an ancient ferocious beast lying dormant. Everyone surrounded it, but no one dared to make a move. The light shot out by this huge metal disc could annihilate space, and there were many cultivators who were injured or killed just now. I've never seen such a huge otherworldly item. I'm afraid only Supreme Sect Masters can touch it. This is a treasure of the sect. Unfortunately, we can only look at it, and can't go forward to collect it. This is really frustrating. Many cultivators discussed, but they didn't dare to act rashly. The lesson of blood was right in front of them, and no one dared to disregard their lives. What is this? It fell from the galaxy, but it didn't burn into ashes. Could it be the weapon of an ancient sage? The large black dog was suspicious. Yi Fan and Pang Bo discussed in secret for a while. Then, they used their divine sense to explore the azurite disk at the same time, wanting to communicate with the creature inside. In their eyes, it was very likely to be a kind of otherworldly civilization. If they could establish a good relationship with them, they might be able to cross the galaxy and return to the other side of the galaxy. Pop. Unfortunately, they couldn't use their divine sense to explore it. The azurite disk was surrounded by a gentle radiance, blocking everything and isolating their divine senses. That was a layer of mysterious energy barrier. Tao power and divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and it was protected inside. This made them frown. Quick, spread the news. Whoever comes first will get this treasure of the sect. Quickly send a message to the clan, and ask the clan leader to come and collect the divine object. Many people reacted quickly, and the news instantly spread in all directions. For a moment, the Sky Observatory ancient city was in an uproar. Suddenly, clothes fluttered, and an old figure appeared in the distant sky. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his large sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked very much like an otherworldly old immortal. The great elite of the Crane tribe is here. Many human cultivators felt that things were not good. The Crane tribe of the Demon tribe lived in this city, and now they were in a favorable position. Now that a divine lord-level figure had appeared, how could the others fight for it? After the great dark turmoil, ended more than 100,000 years ago, the demon race's 10,000 magnates lived in seclusion in the central region of the East Baron. The Crane race was one of the best among them. It was said that the race lord back then was an ancient sage who looked down on the East Baron. He chose one of the top 10 ancient cities as his residence, and no one dared to say no. No one dared to jump out and challenge him. It could almost be said that the Crane tribe was the master of this city. All of you back off. Let this old man witness what it is. The immortal Crane race's mighty being's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. The azure gold disc seemed to have a mind of its own as it sensed the dangerous aura. The pure white radiance that enveloped it became even more dazzling, forming a huge light curtain. Divine item from the outer realm. Let me see what's so special about it. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage made his move. His huge hand covered the sky and grabbed at the round disc directly. Patriarch, be careful. It can annihilate the void. There were quite a number of people from the Crane clan here. When they saw that terrifying scene just now, they all spoke up to warn him. Boom. The azure gold disc trembled and shot out a dazzling brilliance. It cleaved a huge rift in the void and extended all the way to the horizon. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage didn't move, and allowed the surrounding void to collapse. He was like a holy spirit and didn't decay. However, he also frowned. Buzz. The azure gold disc trembled, and the brilliance it shot out became even brighter. The void was annihilated continuously. It was trying its best to stop that huge hand that was reaching down. Although the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage had monstrous magic power, it wasn't good for him to forcefully grab it in the face of such a terrifying scene. He used his world-shocking Tao power to seal the sky. A giant red-crowned crane took form, forming a dazzling curtain of the sky. It pressed downwards, wanting to cover the azure gold disc below. Boom. The void was destroyed. The mysterious divine item from the outer realm rushed up to the sky. It wasn't sealed below. It had a premonition of danger, and wanted to fly away. Where do you think you're going? The old chief of the Red Crane lineage let out a light shout. An array of light rushed out from his mouth, quickly hitting it. With a pop sound, it collided with the azure gold round disc, causing it to shake and almost fall down. The light screen on it even dimmed a little. Old friend, let me lend you a hand. A long shout was heard. The speed was extremely fast. The person who came was many times faster than the speed of sound. This was a tall and mighty old man. His whole body was blazing with golden light like burning flames. He cut through the sky and arrived. His golden hair danced in the wind and his skin was flowing with golden light. He was like a god. It was the famous golden-winged old rock king. He was a famous and peerless expert of the demon race. He was also a big figure of the demon race in the central region, and could look down on the world. Bang! He reached out a huge hand, and wanted to take the azure gold disc away. However, he was stopped by the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage. Old Rock King, are you helping me or trying to take it for yourself? We are brothers. What's the difference between us? Let me see it first and I'll return it to you later. The old Rock King laughed loudly. His whole body was shining with golden light as if he was cast from gold. I'll show you later. The Crane immortal lineage leader shook his head. Boom. The azure gold disc released the most intense radiance, shattering the void and annihilating all tangible matter. Even the golden-winged old Pung King jumped in fright. That large golden hand didn't even have time to dodge, and was struck head-on. A bright light flashed and dozens of blood droplets fell from the sky. The golden-winged old Rock King frowned. A small wound appeared on his palm. He sighed and said, I don't know how many years it has been. No one could hurt me. Today it actually made a bloody wound on me. Everyone was speechless. That was a mighty force that could annihilate space. However, it only made a small wound on his palm. It made everyone's hair stand on end. How powerful was this old rock? It was really shocking and made everyone's hearts tremble. This was a terrifying holy master level figure that could look down on the boundless land. Even Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the others looked at each other. They felt a headache. A supreme sect master level figure was really unfathomable. Waves of coldness rose in their hearts. Even though the corporeal body of the Sky Rock race was terrifying, it wasn't absolutely immortal. The old Rock King had used his overflowing magic power and great Tao to block that peerless attack. Two old friends, I've come to help you. Another person rushed over. He looked like a middle-aged man and was very powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He stood tall and heroic. It was the Wind Race's holy master. Let this old man see what exactly this is. Another old man crossed the void and came over. His hair was white like snow and his eyes were like divine lightning. He was hale and hearty. Someone recognized that this was the holy master of all beginnings. He was already over 2,000 years old, and his lifespan was near its end. His strength was unfathomable. These great figures didn't have much anger in their words and were calm and unhurried. However, when they took action, none of them backed down. They all wanted to seize the azurite disc in their hands and resist each other. This shouldn't be a divine object refined by an ancient sage, right? Many people were shocked. Otherwise, how could several great sage-level figures care so much about it? Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo began to doubt it. It didn't seem like a flying saucer either. Perhaps it really was a great treasure. Even if there was an extraterrestrial civilization, how could it be so easy to see one? Several great figures fought over the azurite disc. None of them gave way and took action in the void. Swoosh! Suddenly, the azurite disc pierced through the void and opened up a black hole. It made its way inside and quickly disappeared from sight. However, a treasure that can cross the void on its own is extremely rare. Could it really be related to an ancient sage? Many people were shocked when they saw this scene. Even if a holy master level figure's weapon produced its own deity, it still wouldn't be this intelligent. It was most likely a sage treasure. Chase it! The old Rock King was the first to rush into the black hole. He followed the ready-made region gate and chased after it. He didn't want to let it go at all. The other holy masters and tribe leaders also did the same. They flashed and disappeared, following after him. Should we go and take a look? Two Big Mouth was a little restless. Let's go and take a look. It is most likely a treasure of an ancient sage. Especially since it came from the outer realm. It has an extraordinary meaning, the Black Emperor said. Can you determine where it flew to? Pang Bo asked. At this moment, the region gate had already closed. Who am I? The Tao patterns that open region gates can't stop me. I can determine its direction and distance. The large black dog boasted shamelessly. The cute dog is boasting, little Nan Nan said innocently as she sat on his back. They all laughed. Li Heishui said, not long ago it was 6 million miles away. Little Nan Nan doesn't believe you anymore. I can guarantee it this time. The large black dog quickly began to carve Dao patterns. At the same time, many region gates in the sky-gazing ancient city opened at the same time. Many elites were proficient in formation patterns, and they also determined the direction the azurite disk flew to. Let's go! Yi Fan and the others crossed the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When they rushed out, they entered a vast wilderness. Endless primitive forests covered the land, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone came here. In the distance, the mountain range collapsed, and rocks shot into the clouds. The battle between holy masters formed a terrifying scene. That azurite disk also shot out endless divine light, sweeping away all material objects. This doesn't look like a flying saucer. It's too powerful. Peng Bo mumbled. If it is, that kind of outer realm civilization is too developed. If it really is a spaceship, I think the people inside would be even more horrified. The few holy masters are undoubtedly undying gods and devils in their eyes. Yi Fan said with a smile. What is a spaceship? Little Nan Nan asked, blinking her large eyes. It is a divine item that can only be refined by an ancient sage. It is a supreme treasure, the Black Emperor interrupted. This caused Yi Fan to wipe his sweat guiltily. Many people appeared in this region, and they all followed and watched from afar. Boom! The azurite disk once again pierced through the void, disappearing from its original spot. The powerful figures chased after it. Just like that, they crossed the void dozens of times. The sky was already bright, and the red sun had risen. Who knew how far they had traveled? In the central region of the Eastern Baron, many sects received the news. The ancient inheritances of the monster race were all mobilized. Experts from the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Dao One Holy Land also rushed over. This isn't right. The aura here is too terrifying. Where have we come to? The Black Emperor was bewildered. After crossing the void for the last time, the few of them felt that something was wrong, and their hearts were pounding. This was a primitive region with boundless wilderness. Many ancient trees towered into the sky, and they were like small mountains. Many ancient vines even buried the mountains beneath them. It was too primitive. Who knew how many years these vines had been growing for? They should have long become sky monsters, but they were still in their original forms. They could occasionally see strange beasts, but they had never seen or heard of them before. They were all strange and terrifying, and filled with a dangerous aura. They were all ancient beasts. Take a detour. Those strange beasts are all inconceivably powerful existences. They are the descendants of the various beast kings from the desolate era. You must not provoke them. The Black Emperor reminded. There were some existences in the monster race who were innately powerful and incomparably arrogant. They would never choose to take human form in their entire lives. They were not willing to integrate into a world where humans were the masters. These terrifying existences would always evolve in the form of beast kings. They walked a completely different path from the monster race. They were not close to human nature. Once they were angered, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would easily appear. Several holy lords were fighting at the front. They broke a few mountains and provoked an incomparably powerful beast king. It was a Longma, and it was as large as a mountain. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and a cheelin's legs. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, as if it was burning with raging flames. It raised its head and roared. It was not any weaker than any holy lord. It charged into the middle of the group and shattered a mountain with its roar. What is this place? Many people had traversed the void and followed them here. They all wore expressions of confusion. When everyone had followed the azure golden disk and the holy lords for more than 50 kilometers, the dangerous aura became even more intense, causing their hair to stand on end. Even the holy lords who were engaged in battle were bewildered. Meanwhile, that ancient beast king had also stopped roaring. Although it was still engaged in a fierce battle, it had quieted down. What's ahead? Yi Fan's heart jolted. It's a black mountain range. It looks very special. Peng Bo was also bewildered. We actually came here. The large black dog couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "Thankfully we didn't deviate this time. Otherwise, if we had fallen into that mountain range, none of us would have survived." With every step they took, they could feel the terrifying aura become stronger, causing them to feel uneasy. It was as if they were slowly approaching a supreme and terrifying existence. The mountain range was majestic and towering, as if it had been standing here since the beginning of the world. Every mountain could be called the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. Their auras were boundless and majestic. The mountain range was verdant and lush, and ancient trees grew everywhere. It seemed full of vitality. There were also some lakes that decorated the mountain range. However, they couldn't conceal the true color of the mountain range. It was pitch black. What is this place? Tu Fei couldn't help but ask in fear. The Undying Mountain. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. What? We've arrived outside the Undying Mountain? We've actually arrived here. Li Heishui was shocked. They all rejoiced inwardly and looked at the large black dog. Fortunately, he was still reliable this time, and didn't deviate too much. Otherwise, they would have really died. Don't look at me like that. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly play myself to death? The large black dog mumbled guiltily. The Divine Master level characters fought outside the Undying Mountain, and they were all extremely wary. Their overwhelming magic power was suppressed, and they didn't dare to be too impudent. They were afraid that some unparalleled existence would walk out from inside. There were too many terrifying legends about the Undying Mountain. The existences that walked out from inside had once wreaked havoc in the world, causing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses to flow. This was the most terrifying Dark Age. If it wasn't for the great accomplishment Saint Physique and the great ancient emperor appearing one after another, and using the power of 2 lifetimes to suppress all of this, the history of the human race in the Eastern Barren Territory would have almost been rewritten. As they neared the Black Undying Mountain, the kings of the mountains and the emperors of the mountains stood tall and majestic. Their terrifying auras made their hearts palpitate, and everyone was frightened. Yi Fan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He was afraid that she would be frightened, but he unexpectedly discovered that she was safe and sound. She was the only one who wasn't affected. Her small face was flushed, and she sat on the back of the Black Emperor. She blinked her large eyes and looked curiously at the mountain range. You don't need to worry about her. In a while, let little darling enter the Undying Mountain to pluck the enlightenment tea. It won't be a problem, the large black dog mumbled. What are you talking about? Yi Fan rebuked. I'm not joking. In the current world, I'm afraid that only she can enter the Undying Mountain safely, the large black dog said. Boom. Suddenly, the azure gold disc flashed with light, and rushed into the Undying Mountain. Chapter 458. The azurite disc's diameter was 100 zhang. It was extremely large, but its speed was extremely fast. Its flight was nimble and smooth, and it could travel through space. The great sage lords mutually restricted each other, continuously taking action against each other. Finally, it found an opportunity, and with a single rush, it entered Undying Mountain. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of divine object might very well be an ancient sage's treasure. If it entered one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, then it would be impossible to obtain it again, because no one dared to enter. Pung pung. The great sage lords reached out their large hands towards Undying Mountain. Just now they were preoccupied with fighting each other, and as a result, the divine object that was already in their hands escaped. It was too late for regrets now. The azurite disc speed was too fast, impossible to catch. It immediately entered the depths of the Black Mountain Range. The great sage lords didn't dare enter too deep. They only reached a few hundred meters in, and then they helplessly retracted their large hands. They didn't want to put themselves in danger. There were too many terrifying legends here. Suddenly, the azurite disc violently trembled, as if it was restricted by a mysterious power. The black great mountains became hazy, producing a strange power that made space distort. Hong. The azurite disc seemed to have been restricted, unable to fly steadily. With a honglong sound, it smashed into the mountain range, filling the sky with smoke and dust. It fell into the depths of Undying Mountain Range. What a pity, we missed it just like that. The great sage lords were extremely unwilling, but they couldn't do anything. Even if the ancient sages revived, they still wouldn't rashly enter Undying Mountain. Many people followed here, And when they saw the scene with their own eyes, they all felt incomparable regret. They didn't even know what kind of divine object the azurite disc was before losing track of it. Right now, the scorching sun hung in the sky. Undying Mountain was full of vitality, verdant and verdant. The black earth and black cliffs looked ancient and mysterious. Divine object from beyond the heavens, just what kind of background does it have? Is there really no way to take it out? Just what kind of terrifying thing is inside Undying Mountain? Unless the ancient emperors revived, no one would dare provoke this life-restricted region. It's better if we withdraw. Everyone discussed spiritedly. In this terrifying life-restricted region, not a single person could feel at ease. They all wanted to leave as soon as possible. The great sage lords didn't say anything else. Their bodies flickered as they vanished. Many people who saw this didn't dare to stay any longer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind. This was the first time they saw Undying Mountain, so they were all full of curiosity, all of them carefully sizing it up. There were even some bold people who walked forward and dug out some black rocks at the edge of the forbidden area, preparing to take them away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a tall figure appeared on a mountain not too far away. His hair was particularly striking, and he held a black great desolate halberd in his hands. His eyes were like a hawk's, filled with a wild and unruly aura. Golden-winged little Punking. Tu Fei muttered. Why don't we just kill him here? He's always looking for trouble with Yi Fan anyway. Instead of that, why don't we take the initiative and attack? Li Heishui mumbled. Forget it. If we kill him, the old Punking will definitely go crazy. Since he doesn't want to provoke us right now, let's just ignore him. Yi Fan shook his head. The golden-winged little Punking's eyes were as sharp as sabers. He naturally saw Yi Fan. He grasped the great desolate halberd and released a thick killing intent. He wanted to fly over and fight, but seeing so many people around him, he finally coldly snorted. Little bird, don't be so unconvinced. Be careful that I roast you next time. The Black Emperor challenged. Clang clang clang. The golden-winged little Punking's entire body emitted tens of thousands of golden sword lights. The 108,000 sword lights were dazzling, making him look like a golden sun. That dog, I won't lower myself to your level. The golden-winged little Punking's voice was indifferent. His eyes were like swords filled with a wild nature. He stared at Yi Fan and said, You will die soon. I don't know if you can still fight. I really want to break your bones with my own hands. If you are a short-lived ghost, then I will be very disappointed. Birdman, you're so arrogant. You were beaten up last time. Didn't you learn your lesson? The Black Emperor exposed him. Last time, I bound my hands and feet. This time, I will transform into a heavenly rock. So what if you have a holy physique? I will slaughter you to pave my road to the great emperor. The golden-winged little Punking was the same as before. He was incomparably arrogant, with a demonic aura around him. Their conversation attracted many people's attention. At this moment, no one wanted to provoke the doomsday holy physique. He didn't have much life left, so he could do anything. No one had thought that the golden-winged little Punking would dare to provoke him. Turns out he entered the dragon transformation secret domain. No wonder why he was so arrogant. Tu Fei was surprised. The golden-winged little Punking had finally broken through, breaking his shackles. People like him were always on the same level as Yao Guang's Saint Sun. They were considered to be the strongest warriors of the younger generation. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation secret domain, it wasn't hard to imagine how formidable his competence would be. Alright, if you want to fight with me, then arrange a time. I will accompany you. Yi Fan replied. Entering the 4 extreme secret domains, he needed to comprehend and fight unceasingly. Only then would he have a chance to break through. Swoosh! A light flashed. More than 10 silhouettes appeared on the mountain far from them. They were the Wind Phoenix and some young people. They had heard the news and rushed here. Yi Fan had a premonition that he would meet the Wind Tribe's warriors in the center. He didn't want to meet the Wind Phoenix that soon. When they saw Yi Fan, they were bewildered. Some of them had a strange countenance. One of them said in a low voice, He's here. Does he want to enter the Undying Mountain, to find a chance to prolong his life? Someone mumbled, Entering the Undying Mountain is simply courting death. No one can get out alive. He's about to fall. He can't go against the natural order. He can only wait for his death. He owes our Wind tribe 3 million pounds of source. It seems like he can't pay it back. It's really unlucky. Some young people were discontented. It's too bad that the source of our Wind tribe can still make some noise when we throw it into the water. It's all wasted on him. Yi Fan smiled and said, 3 million pounds of source is indeed not a small amount. But don't worry, I will pay it back. Those people were startled. They didn't expect Yi Fan's hearing to be so sharp. He could hear every word from so far away. The Wind Phoenix was as graceful as an immortal. Her body was surrounded by multicolored light, and she wore a phoenix mask. She indifferently glanced at Yi Fan and said, My tribe's holy lord has already said that you don't need to pay back those source. If I don't pay it back, I'm afraid I'll be exposed every day. However, I am truly grateful to the Wind tribe's holy lord, said Yi Fan. The phoenix ignored him and turned around to greet the little Peng. She smiled and said, Congratulations, Brother Peng, for breaking through again. The little Peng laughed heartily and said, I will fight against the holy physique. At that time, I welcome Princess Feng to come and watch. All right. The phoenix nodded. Roar. Suddenly a loud roar rang out. A mountain range collapsed in a split second, and the mountain-like Longma appeared once again. Its eyes were as large as millstones as it stared at everyone with an ominous glint. Not long ago, it had fought a great battle against the Holy Lord, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Now everyone was shocked. Run! Everyone cried out in alarm and fled in succession. This was a barbaric beast king, an existence on the same level as the Peacock King. Not many people could contend against it. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and Chilin's legs. Its enormous body soared through the sky. With a stomp, a large group of people immediately turned into a bloody mist and died for eternity. Roar! Even more strange beasts appeared in the mountainous region. They rushed over like a flood and cut off everyone's path of retreat. There were giant scaled birds, giant ants over 10 meters long, and lions the size of small mountains. It's over, we can't cross the void here. Someone cried out in alarm. It's the power of the Undying Mountain. It has sealed the power of space. The Tao pattern experts were also terrified. The Undying Mountain was an extremely special place. It formed a world of its own, and affected the surrounding regions, making it impossible to open the realm gates. These strange beasts surrounded them in a fan shape. If they didn't want to die, they could only escape into the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, there would be no way out. Break out! Yi Fan shouted. These strange beasts had all gone crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot and extremely terrifying. It was obvious that they wanted to kill everyone. He held the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand and rushed to the front. He attacked the strange beasts in an attempt to escape. Not a single savage beast could be easily killed. These were all descendants of the ancient barbaric beast king. Their bloodline inheritance bestowed them with great power. Chong chong chong. Yi Fan and Pang Bo's group encountered great resistance. They could only kill 5 strange beasts together, and were almost injured themselves. Roar! The savage beasts went berserk. There was no lack of dragon transformation realm experts among them, as well as beast kings of even higher levels. They surged over like a tide, making them feel extremely strained. On the other side, the little Peng Wind Phoenix and the others joined together. They were also under great pressure, and were doing their best to resist. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators here were wiped out. They couldn't resist at all. In the end, only a dozen or so forces were still struggling. Clang! Yi Fan faced off against that big red ant. It was more than 10 meters long and looked like it was carved out of agate. It was sparkling and translucent, but it was incomparably savage and possessed unimaginable power. It was only at the first transformation, but its formidable power wasn't much weaker than Yi Fan's. This was its race's innate divine art. The inheritor of the ancient barbaric king possessed astonishing divine power. Not good, that savage beast king has its eyes on us. Pang Bo cried out in alarm. That huge Longma was clearly the king of the strange beasts. It floated in the sky and firmly stared at them because they had killed the most strange beasts. Not good, we're in big trouble now. Curiosity killed the dog. The Black Emperor mumbled and said, "We shouldn't have chased after them to investigate." Boom. The Longma was like a mountain. It tore open the void and swooped down. Its huge body was like a cloud, casting a large shadow on the ground. It was so oppressive that people couldn't even breathe. As it swooped down, it also glanced at the little Pung King and the Wind Phoenix. It lifted one hoof and stomped down with a boom. That part of the sky and earth was shattered. The young people of the Wind tribe suffered heavy casualties. The little Pung King and the Wind Phoenix were extremely fast. They dodged swiftly, but they were also affected. They were just brushed by the edge of the storm, but it still made them vomit blood. They fell into the beast tide and were drowned. Yi Fan and the others took in a cold breath. This was the king of the savage beasts. They couldn't resist it at all. A simple attack could destroy the world. Unless a Saint Master came, no one could resist it. Retreat, retreat quickly, Li Heishui shouted. Even if they retreated into the Undying Mountain, they couldn't face this beast king. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Yi Fan picked up the little Nan Nan and retreated quickly. Pangbo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the big black dog also made the same decision and rushed into the Undying Mountain. Boom. The Longma's entire body was wrapped in divine flames. The moment it landed, its hooves, which were many times bigger than a house, smashed the ground. The cracks were several meters wide. It chased after them like a tornado. Along the way, whenever it encountered a cultivator, it only needed to roar to turn them all into meat paste. No one could stop it even half a step. Yi Fan and the others gritted their teeth and directly rushed into the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. Seeing this, the other cultivators also retreated into the Undying Mountain. The strange beasts were like a flood, cutting off the path of retreat. There was no way to escape. If they delayed for a while, they would all die. We entered the Undying Mountain. Tu Fei's face paled. Li Heishui's face also turned green. This was one of the 7 great life forbidden areas. Usually one could only enter but not leave. Entering was equivalent to stepping into the gates of hell. More people were forced in, screaming in fear. This black mountain had a mysterious power that made people's hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. All of a sudden, many people screamed in fear. Strange cracks appeared under their feet. With a flash of light, they disappeared. No one knew where they went. Heavens, what's going on? Many people were scared out of their wits. Roar! The Longma pressed forward and spat out a terrifying light. It swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into powder. All kinds of plants and black rocks turned into ashes. 80% of the people didn't even have the chance to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Yi Fan and the others had to retreat quickly. At this time, a light flashed under Pangbo's feet. With a scream, he disappeared with Yi Fan and the others. When they appeared again, they discovered that they had entered Undying Mountain's mountain range. All around them were black mountains that were verdant and verdant. There were even some lakes dotted the mountainous region. Not good, we've entered the Undying Mountain. This is big trouble. Unless a great emperor comes to save us, there's no way to get out, the Black Emperor shouted. What should we do? At this moment, they had no idea. They had actually entered the Undying Mountain. This was a situation of certain death. Don't move recklessly. The Undying Mountain range is very special. There are runes personally carved by the great ancient emperor during the ancient war. If you take a wrong step, you might be transported to another mysterious and terrifying region in the Undying Mountain range. The Black Emperor reminded them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he accidentally stepped on an ancient pattern. With a flash of light, he disappeared along with the others. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a short black mountain. Although it wasn't tall, it was incomparably majestic and imposing. In this place, every single black mountain was the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. They made people feel intimidated and couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship. There were many black mountains in the surroundings. They couldn't see very far from this short mountain. The surroundings were lush and verdant, but it was extremely quiet. We're finished, we've already entered. This is definitely not the outer region, we're already close to the inside. We're at least a quarter of the way in. Plop! At the foot of the small mountain, there was a lake in the middle of the mountainous region. Water splashed everywhere, and there were unknown creatures moving about inside. Creatures that grew up in the undying mountain. The few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were horrified. Swish! Several dozen figures flickered. Those were cultivators that entered the undying mountain just like them. They appeared at the lakeside and all of them cried out in alarm. A mysterious power pulled them in. They couldn't struggle at all, and all of them submerged into the lake. They didn't even make a splash. Only a dozen or so streams of blood gushed out and dyed the lake's surface red. There are dragon transformation realm experts among them, but they were actually killed so easily. Pang Bo was astonished. His expression was ugly to the extreme. There's an ancient tree over there that emits light. Little Nan Nan innocently pointed towards the depths of the undying mountain. That place was extremely far away, and was already close to the center of the undying mountain. Even Yi Fan couldn't see it clearly with his divine eyes, but the little girl saw an ancient tree. It's definitely the path-comprehending ancient tea tree, or else it's an undying divine medicine. The Black Emperor said. Nan Nan, what did you see? Yi Fan asked softly. Nan Nan saw an ancient tree full of leaves of different colors and shapes. There were golden ones, scarlet ones, pure white ones flowing with radiance. The tree trunk was as vigorous as a dragon. I think I saw a person sitting cross-legged under the tree, but when I rubbed my eyes, he disappeared again. Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said seriously, "That's definitely the path-comprehending ancient tea tree, but why did someone appear?" The Black Emperor was alarmed. What exactly is inside the undying mountain? Yi Fan asked. The path-comprehending ancient tea tree isn't at the center of the undying mountain. I don't know what's inside, but there's definitely an undying divine medicine. The Black Emperor said. Chapter 459. Little darling, what did the person you saw look like? Yi Fan squatted down and asked softly. Little darling looked no more than 3 years old. Her eyes were like black gems, bright and pure, without any impurities. She tilted her head and thought seriously, then said, "He disappeared when I rubbed my eyes, so I didn't see him clearly." This was an extremely serious matter. If humanoid creatures really appeared, they would undoubtedly be in danger. Once they were discovered, it would be difficult for them to survive. This was one of the 7 great forbidden zones, the famous Undying Mountain. Although the Saint Physique and the ancient emperors had fought their way in, they couldn't destroy it. This was enough to explain everything. Be careful. Don't step on those patterns. Otherwise, you might be teleported somewhere else, the large black dog reminded. There were also some ancient carvings on the rocks of this black short mountain. They looked mysterious, as if an invisible net had sealed this place. Which emperor fought their way in back then? Pang Bo asked. The Void Emperor, the large black dog answered. In this world, there were very few legends about the Void Emperor. They didn't expect this emperor to be so powerful. He had fought his way into the Undying Mountain, and created such a great achievement, resolving the great calamity of the human race. Every single great ancient emperor is an unparalleled genius. Over the course of countless years, only one of them would be born out of billions of living beings. Even if there aren't many rumors about a certain great ancient emperor, it's not something that ordinary people can estimate. The Black Emperor said. Everyone felt the same way. Every great emperor was the main character of an era. If they were to talk about their lives alone, every one of them would have endless legends. Let's go down the mountain. We must find a way to escape. The large black dog walked in the front, using his extremely profound Tao pattern knowledge to distinguish and open a path. Entering the legendary Forbidden Zone, no one could relax. They all had heavy hearts. This wasn't a game, it was a matter of life and death. Why did the ancient emperors leave so many formation patterns? Tu Fei asked. It said that the great battle was very difficult. The Void Emperor needed the help of countless formation patterns to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, the result might have been different. What kind of existence is in the Undying Mountain? Everyone was shocked. I don't know. The final battle didn't happen. The two sides confronted each other for a long time, and then both retreated. There's no ultimate showdown. The few of them were very surprised. Legend has it that when the Age of Darkness descended, the Void Emperor killed an existence that was no weaker than him. That existence came from the Undying Mountain. However, it's clear that he wasn't the only supreme being. The Void Emperor entered the Undying Mountain with the determination to perish together with him. But for some reason, they didn't fight in the end, the large black dog said. However, after that, the Void Emperor returned to the Ji family and never appeared in this world again. No one knew what happened. Many people suspected that something bad had happened to him. The Ji family has a few God King tombs, but I don't know where the Void Emperor's tomb is. Is it really buried in their family? Li Heishui wanted to confirm how the Void Emperor died and what happened. The Void Emperor used the boundless void to prove his Tao. Legend has it that he buried himself within the boundless void. No one could find him, not even the Ji clan. The dusty past, the endless history, just how many secrets are hidden? Yi Fan sighed. The Hongyu Emperor left for the Origin Ancient Mine, and never returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. The Void Emperor disappeared from the world because of the battle at the Undying Mountain. It was thought that something bad had happened. The few emperors definitely knew what was in the 7 great forbidden zones. Perhaps they could fight the existences in there alone. Unfortunately, they were all alone, and there was no one they could fight with. The Black Emperor spent a whole hour to lead them down this short black mountain. During this time they almost stepped on the formation patterns by mistake several times. It was very dangerous. They all frowned. This was not a solution. Some formation patterns had already disappeared, but their effects were still there. If they stepped on them, they would arrive in another world, and it would be hard to tell whether they would survive or not. Yi Fan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He didn't want her to follow them outside in case something unexpected happened. However, the large black dog strongly objected, saying, "Don't let little darling stay outside. She definitely won't be in danger. Whether we can leave this place alive depends on her." "What are you talking about? Little Nan Nan doesn't even know who she is. What can she do?" Tu Fei asked doubtfully. "Listen to me. You guys don't need to ask." The large black dog wouldn't say anything no matter what. He seemed to be slightly afraid. "Be careful. The lake in front is very scary. Everyone saw it just now. There is a strange creature in the water. Even the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm were easily killed. Let's go around it," Pengbo reminded. The large black dog was very cautious. He went around it from afar, afraid that a disaster would befall them. However, the more he was worried, the easier it was for a problem to occur. After walking for another 500 meters, they finally stepped on a strange formation pattern. With a flash of light, the few of them disappeared without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Swoosh! When the void twisted, they appeared in the Black Mountain Range again. This time, they were no longer in the original place. They appeared in a Black Mountain Range, and they were even deeper than before. If we continue like this, we will reach the center of the Undying Mountain Range. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. There was a strange creature moving under the stone cliff not far away. It passed through a forest and approached them. "Oh no, we have finally encountered a living creature." Their expressions all changed. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Through the forest, they saw a humanoid creature quickly appearing and disappearing. It was almost like a streak of light was closing in on them. Why isn't it stepping on the formation pattern? Damn it, we are in danger. This was the first living creature they had encountered in the Undying Mountain Range. When they saw its true appearance, they were all shocked, and their hearts became even more uneasy. This was a stone golem. That's right, it wasn't a body of flesh and blood. Instead, it had a body made of stone. Its height was 2 meters, and it was extremely sturdy. However, it wasn't completely intact. A small part of its head had been chopped off, and only one eye was left. Moreover, there were many holes on the left half of its body, as if it had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Even so, it still made them feel fearful. This was a 9 orifices stone golem that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It was an existence that could grow into a holy spirit. A cold light shot out from its single eye, and it stared unblinkingly at the dragon-pattern black gold holy spirit sword in Yi Fan's hand. As if it had sensed some kind of aura, a frenzied killing intent appeared on its face. It's over, retribution has come. You've cut up the 9 orifices stone golem, and its kind has sensed it. A bitter expression immediately appeared on the large black dog's face. Let's fight it to the death. This stone golem is incomplete, and it hasn't produced any flesh and blood. It's very obvious that it was also cut up by someone in advance and came into this world. It has forever lost the chance to become a holy spirit, so it's not impossible for us to kill it. Pangbo said. The large black dog's face turned green and he said, it has indeed been born millions of years in advance, so it can't become a holy spirit. However, it's still not something that we can deal with. It's already an existence that's half a step into the ultimate level. This was a stone embryo that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It had been nurtured for millions of years, and after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, it could grow into a holy spirit that was comparable to an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, it had come into this world at least millions of years in advance. At this moment, its single eye was filled with hatred, and it pressed forward step by step. It was going to take Yi Fan's life, and it was going to take revenge for its kind. Half a step into the ultimate level. We really don't stand a chance. Yi Fan sighed. However, he definitely wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He circulated his battle saint technique to the extreme, and he successfully activated the secret of all. He was about to attack. The others also did the same. They raised their battle prowess to the extreme, and they were prepared to fight to the death. However, when the incomplete stone golem was several dozen meters away from them, it stopped in its tracks. It stared at little Nan Nan, who was protected behind Yi Fan, with a bewildered expression. Yi Fan had long since wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle, but the large black dog wouldn't agree no matter what, saying that she might be their only hope. At this moment, something strange indeed happened. The 9 orifices stone golem had an extremely uneasy expression, and after staring at little Nan Nan, it continuously retreated. What's going on? Everyone was confused. At first, little Nan Nan was extremely afraid, and she hid behind Yi Fan, revealing half of her face as she watched nervously. Her large eyes were filled with uneasiness. Quick, carry little darling to the front, the large black dog urged. Yi Fan picked up little Nan Nan and comforted her. Be good, don't be afraid. It won't dare to harm us. The 9 orifices stone golem's expression became even more uneasy, and it stared at little Nan Nan. Its body couldn't help but tremble. Then it let out a strange cry, turned around and fled. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared behind a black cliff in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at each other, incredibly shocked. None of them had imagined that this would be the result. Only little Nan Nan wasn't very happy. She blinked her large eyes, pouted, and asked, Is Nan Nan very scary? Why did it do that? Everyone laughed, and they couldn't help but rub her head. Then they dotingly scratched her delicate little nose. Because you're too cute. Even that stone golem can't bear to harm us. Do I dare to say that our little Nan Nan isn't cute? They laughed, but their hearts were extremely uneasy. What exactly was little Nan Nan's identity? Even the 9 orifices stone golem of the Undying Mountain was scared away. This was truly shocking. Let's go quickly. The large black dog led the way again. But they hadn't gone very far when he almost stepped on the formation patterns again. This couldn't be blamed on him. No one could avoid it, because the traces of the Tao patterns had been erased. However, they were emperor patterns after all, and their effects were still present. It was impossible to completely capture them. Even if Yi Fan opened his divine eyes, he couldn't see through them at all. The patterns carved by ancient emperors were mysterious and unfathomable, and no one could grasp them. Are we really going to die here? Li Heishui asked with a sigh. Oh no! The large black dog cried out in alarm after stepping out. He thought that he had stepped on the wrong pattern again. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm this time. Doggy, you're so stupid. Nan Nan has learned it all. These patterns are very clear, and I even know how to walk. Little Nan Nan suddenly said very innocently. If it was someone else, the large black dog would have mocked them long ago, and even bit them a few times. However, when he heard little Nan Nan say this, he was only embarrassed and didn't act out. What? Little Nan can see them clearly? Yi Fan asked in shock. Yes. Little Nan Nan nodded seriously like a chick pecking at grains and said, I can see many patterns. Among them, there are black lines that are curling up with black mist, and there are also golden lines that are flowing with radiance. Those are the paths of death and the paths of life respectively. The large black dog jumped up in shock and said, You can even see these. At first I couldn't see anything, but later on, I kept seeing Doggy walk around the patterns and gradually, I saw them all. Little Nan Nan's voice was very tender, and she said innocently, Where does the golden line lead to? The large black dog asked impatiently. It twists and turns like many little snakes crawling, and it leads to the depths of the mountain, Little Nan Nan said. What? Everyone was shocked. This. Little Nan, did you see it wrong? Tu Fei asked. No, the golden line really leads to the depths of the mountain. Oh, they are little dragons, not little snakes. Their heads are all pointing in that direction. Little Nan Nan corrected her own mistake. Could it be that he wants to put himself in a dead end and then come back to life? Pang Bo pondered. The large black dog nodded and said, Yes, the Void Emperor might be thinking like this. In the past, he was forced to perish together with the enemy and entered the center of the Undying Mountain to fight the ultimate battle with the Supreme Being. Perhaps he had the idea of putting himself in a dead end and then coming back to life. Do we still have to continue forward? Li Heishui was uncertain and said, We are not the Void Emperor. He can put himself in a dead end and then come back to life, but we don't have that kind of nature-defying battle prowess. Since ancient times, how many people could be compared to him? There is really no other way now. According to what little Nan Guai saw, this area has been set up with terrifying patterns of the Great Emperor, and we can't retreat by ourselves. The large black dog pondered and said, It seems that the Void Emperor has sealed this area and divided it into many regions, making it difficult for the mysterious creatures to leave. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on his back and asked her to lead the way. They walked towards the depths of the Undying Mountain range. Along the way, they sensed that there were creatures spying on them from time to time, and they all felt their hair stand on end. This path seems to lead to the direction of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Everyone was surprised. According to little Nan Nan's guidance, it seemed that they really had to pass through that region, and the distance was not very far. After walking for a while, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree could faintly be seen. Although there were many ancient trees blocking it, its unique aura could still be clearly sensed. There seemed to be endless great Tao flowing there, and it was filled with a mysterious power that could make one's heart become empty. They were not cultivating, but it was as if they were about to comprehend the Tao, as expected of the Undying God Tree whose name has been passed down through the ages. It can help cultivators comprehend the Tao, and is a peerless sacred object. The large black dog was delighted and said, If we are lucky enough to survive, we might have a great opportunity. His eyes shone with green light. After advancing for another few kilometers, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree could already be seen, and its appearance was astonishing. It was not very tall, and was only slightly over 3 meters tall. However, it was as vigorous as a horned dragon, and its old skin was cracked, as if it had only grown to its current appearance after millions and millions of years. It was extremely strange, and there were no identical leaves on the tree. Every leaf was unique, and they were all sparkling and translucent, as if they had been carved out of jade. Some leaves were shaped like small cauldrons, and they were shrouded in mist. Some leaves were like divine phoenixes, and they glowed with multicolored light. Some leaves were like celestial beings sitting cross-legged, and they were incredibly lively. Some of them were like gold, and they were dazzling with light, and some were like scarlet jade, and they were incredibly bright. There were all kinds of colors. I see him again, Nan Nan sees him again. Little Nan Nan suddenly shouted. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others also saw a person through the swaying shadows of the tree, and they all shuddered in fear. It's the Emperor. The large black dog almost jumped up, and he almost sent little Nan Nan flying. He was incredibly excited. Chapter 460. It's really an emperor. The large black dog jumped up in excitement, his whole body trembling. Doggy! Little Nan Nan cried out in surprise. She was almost flung away, but fortunately, Yi Fan was beside her and caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling onto the ground. It's really a figure. He should have discovered us. What do we do? Two Big Mouth was usually very talkative, but now he was a little stuttering. You said he's an emperor? Li Heishui asked in shock, his voice very low. At this moment, they were less than 1,000 meters away from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Even though there were other trees in the way, their eyesight was like lightning, and they could naturally see everything there. That was a blurry figure, and they couldn't see him clearly. He walked around the Enlightenment ancient tea tree as if he didn't see them. And above his head was a large bell that was surrounded by chaotic mist. It seemed to be able to stop time, and chaos surged as tens of thousands of silk ribbons dropped down, extremely mysterious and hazy, as if the long river of time was flowing. Swoosh! He sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, and the large bell bobbed up and down, making him look like a piece of nothingness, as if he had merged into the boundless heaven and earth, and was about to disappear. Not long after, he seemed to be thinking, and stood up to look at the sky. Then he walked away step by step, as if he was walking against the long river of time, leaving through the gate of time, returning to the distant desolate antiquity. Emperor, don't go, take me with you. The large black dog shouted loudly, his expression extremely excited, and he was about to rush forward. Pang Bo hurriedly stretched out a pair of large hands, grabbed his bald tail, and said, Don't run around recklessly, one wrong step, and you may enter the center of the immortal mountain to die. Yi Fan also stretched out a large golden hand, and pressed down on the Black Emperor to prevent him from suffering from impulsiveness. He vaguely guessed who that person was. Emperor, are you going to enter the celestial realm? Take me with you. The large black dog shouted hoarsely, and if it weren't for Yi Fan and Pang Bo holding him down, he would have already pounced over. Is he really Emperor Wuxia? Pang Bo was astonished. The few of them shuddered. How many years had passed? It had been at least hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even more ancient. How could there still be a great emperor alive? The figure of the ancient emperor vanished, returning to the underworld. There was nothing left behind, only a small ripple. It was empty and quiet. Woof! The large black dog bared his fangs and almost bit Yi Fan and Pang Bo. He was incomparably vexed and agitated, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Another person has appeared. Little Nan Nan, who was being carried by Yi Fan, extended her little finger and pointed at the ancient Dao Comprehension tea tree that was 300 zhang away. The originally violent large black dog immediately quieted down when it saw this person. It crouched down like a mouse that had seen a cat. It turned around and wanted to run away. It didn't have any temper at all. This person was even more mysterious. Only a shadow could be seen. The place where he stood was an enormous black hole. A jar with a ghost face carved on it floating up and down. Not only did the large black dog wither and want to run away, but even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' hair stood on end. They turned around and wanted to run away. This person was too terrifying. Just that kind of aura was enough to make one's body tremble. That black hole seemed like it wanted to swallow everyone. And just a little bit of aura seeped out, and heaven and earth were about to collapse. Great Emperor! The few of them were incredibly shocked. Was the most ruthless person in history really him? Could it be that he hadn't died? This was unbelievable, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. This was especially so for Yi Fan. He had a saint physique, and this great emperor specialized in swallowing the source powers of all kinds of physiques. If he set his eyes on him, let alone him, even a saint physique with a great accomplishment saint physique would die with a grievance. It was impossible to tell whether this black figure that was like an abyss was male or female. He stood in front of the Dao Comprehension tea tree for a long time, thinking for a long time. In the end he also left. He didn't chase after me? That's impossible. I dug up his Dao field and dug up his grave. With his personality, how could he possibly let me go? The large black dog muttered in a barely audible voice. He disappeared? What's going on? They all sensed that something was wrong. Two ancient emperors had appeared one after another, and then mysteriously disappeared without a trace. This was very strange. That's not right. They didn't even look at us just now, so how could it be like this? Even if they are ancient emperors with peaceful minds, they can't stop us from being heir. Pangbo didn't feel that there were too many suspicious points. I understand now. The large black dog sighed softly, and said, that was a remnant image from before the primordial age. The ancient emperors left an indelible mark beside the Tao Comprehension tea tree. Everyone was astonished. In that case, that was a remnant image from at least 100,000 years ago, or even 200,000 years ago. It had been preserved until now, and it still hadn't been destroyed. This was shocking. The ancient emperors have come here to cultivate before. How terrifying. They were astonished. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the time to hide, yet they had come here to contemplate. Judging from their appearance just now, it seemed like they had encountered a difficult problem in their cultivation, and had come here to seek inspiration. What a pity. In the end, those emperors couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Even though they looked down upon the past and present, and were extraordinarily talented, in the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Pangbo sighed softly. After deducing that those were the shadows left behind by the two emperors from before the primordial age, they all felt very rueful. They were the supreme protagonists of the past, and throughout the ages, how many people could compare to them? However, even if they were world-shaking and looked down upon the heaven and earth, they couldn't change anything. No matter how great a hero or how supreme a monument was, in the end, they would still be unable to escape their final fate, and would eventually die. They walked forward together, getting closer and closer to the Tao Comprehension tea tree. All of them felt their minds become empty, and the restlessness and insecurity they had just felt disappeared. Even the large black dog, whose emotions were the most violently fluctuating, calmed down at this moment. His heart was filled with peace, without joy or worry, and he had forgotten all his worries. This was what made the Tao Comprehension tea tree extraordinary. As they approached this place, everything was different. It was as if it had been nourished by the great Tao, causing them to feel peace and tranquility. 1,000 meters was not very far. Under little Nan Nan's guidance, they passed through the ancient tree, and gradually approached. They could clearly see this ancient tree that had existed since ancient times and would not wither. The bark of the tree was dry and cracked, like the spread of dragon scales. The tree trunk was less than half a meter thick, and its shape was like a coiling horned dragon. It stretched into midair, and the highest point was less than 3 meters from the ground. The entire tree was sparkling and translucent, and every leaf was different. They flowed with the radiance of Tao, and it was so strange. The small cauldron, divine phoenix, celestial being, divine bell, mountains and rivers, clouds, 8 trigrams. They were all vivid and lifelike, and every leaf was like a small world, representing a unique Tao that flickered with a dreamy radiance. There were all kinds of leaves, and they were all of strange shapes and sizes, and they all possessed unique and precious Tao. The tree was brilliant and exceptionally dazzling, causing one to be lost in it. The trunk of the Tao Comprehension tea tree was ancient, and was filled with a grand and ancient aura. Meanwhile, the leaves were natural, filled with life and Tao. They blended together, and it was mysterious and profound. 1, 2, 3. Little Nan Nan raised her head, and began to count the leaves on the tree. The others were also moved. There were very few leaves on this ancient tree, only about 100 or so, but it didn't seem completely bare. That was because every single leaf was different from the others, making one forget about everything else. There are a total of 108 leaves, and it is just like in the legends. It is like this every year, no more, no less. It just happens to be this number. Tu Dezue exclaimed in surprise, and couldn't help but wipe away his saliva. At this moment, joy shattered their empty state of mind, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Everyone's emotions were rising and falling. The large black dog's eyes released a green light like a wolf's, and his saliva was about to drip out. He scuttled over in a flash, and reached out a large paw towards the tree. Swoosh! Light flashed, and a leaf that was like a small gourd fell down. Its entire body was golden, and it passed through the gaps between the large black dog's paw, landing on the ground, and instantly disappearing. The large black dog was extremely angry, and then reached out a large paw to pluck a leaf that was like a true dragon. It flickered like black gold, but it was still the same. With a flash of light, it slid down, landed on the ground, and disappeared. Black Emperor, don't be so wasteful. Li Heishui was dissatisfied. Although he had 108 leaves, he still couldn't squander them like this. Do you think this emperor is willing? These leaves are really strange, and they can run away on their own. I can't catch them. The large black dog was extremely angry. Let me try. Pang Bo walked up, pinched a scarlet leaf that was like an immortal phoenix, and lightly plucked it off. Swoosh. In the instant that the leaf left the ancient tree, light flashed, and suddenly flew out, sinking into the ground. Just like black and yellow, it couldn't be caught, and could only escape. This is strange. Tu De Zue also walked up, stretching out a hand to grab a leaf that was like a small 8 trigram. 5 colors flowed, and it was mysterious and unfathomable. However, the result was still the same. As long as it was plucked, the leaf would definitely escape, and it couldn't be preserved at all. Stop plucking randomly, this emperor remembers, the large black dog called out. He tried hard to recall, and said to himself, yes, that's right. What's going on? The others asked simultaneously. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree can nurture Tao, but it can only be plucked after it has matured. Otherwise, once it is plucked, it will sink into the roots, and can't be taken away. Why is it like this? They were all incredibly disappointed. Being able to arrive in front of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree could be said to be a massive opportunity, but they actually couldn't pluck it. Unless there is an undying deity root that can similarly attract the leaves, and only then can they be locked in place, the large black dog said. A thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He had dug out some undying deity roots from the ancient desolate forbidden land, so perhaps he could give it a try. However, he first took out the Qilin divine medicine seed. Swoosh. He lightly plucked a leaf that was like a small cauldron. It was surrounded by wisps of mist, and instantly attached itself to the Qilin divine medicine seed, so it didn't fall to the ground. Good, very good. The others were all overjoyed. The large black dog was incredibly excited, and said, pluck them all. As long as we stay far away from the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, and seal them in a jade tool, it will be difficult for them to escape. These leaves haven't matured yet, so will the Tao they nurture be useful? Yi Fan didn't want to recklessly waste natural resources. Don't worry, it will definitely be effective. 2 of these leaves combined are equivalent to a mature Tao leaf, the large black dog replied. They were all overjoyed. There were more than 100 leaves, and if 2 of them combined, they would be equivalent to more than 50 Tao leaves. This was a supreme divine treasure trove. It should be known that every year, after the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree matured, its leaves would automatically soar into the sky and fly away from the mother plant. Even if the top elites outside the Undying Mountain worked together, they would only be able to obtain more than 30 leaves at most. The divine lords and great elites of the entire eastern wilderness wouldn't even have enough to share. We've struck it rich. This is a great opportunity. My grandfather spent a lot of effort and a huge amount of source energy to exchange for 1 leaf, but we've plucked the entire ancient tree clean. Tu Fei grinned foolishly. Li Heishui also laughed loudly, and said, if those great elites wait outside the Undying Mountain this year, they won't even be able to obtain a single leaf. Let's see what kind of expression they will have when that time comes. I'm looking forward to it. The long bell rang softly, giving people a feeling that the great Tao had become empty. It was as if they had reached the end of the celestial path, and the figure of the great ancient emperor appeared again. Great Emperor Wuxia. The black hole was silent, and it annihilated everything. It also appeared in front of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, and Great Emperor Merciless also appeared in the darkness. What was different was that this time, 2 great emperors appeared together, and it caused people's hearts to tremble. They couldn't help but freeze in place. What happened? Could it be that the 2 great emperors have met before? Impossible, the great ancient emperors have never met each other before. When he is alive, he is dead, and when he is dead, he is alive. This should be the meeting of their marks. What happened? The Black Emperor was bewildered. Chapter 461. In front of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, Emperor Vicious stood in the black hole. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female, old or young. He stretched out a hand and slowly carved words in the air. And the aura of the great Tao instantly spread out. Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the large black dog all widened their eyes and held their breath, wanting to see what he was writing. Cold lightning shot out of their eyes as they stared at the space in front of them. Walala. The Enlightenment ancient tea tree swayed, and all of its leaves were flipping, resonating with the ancient words. The whole tree glowed, and all kinds of small cauldrons, immortals, 8 trigrams, divine bells, and immortal phoenixes appeared. Everyone was stunned. An ancient emperor's carving actually caused the Enlightenment ancient tea tree to react like this. It was imaginable what kind of wondrous state it was in. What did he carve? Two Big Mouth was anxious. Damn it, why can't I see it? The large black dog howled. Not only him, but even Yi Fan and Pangbo couldn't see it. They couldn't even observe how he wrote. The more they stared, the more dazzled their eyes became. Little darling, what did you see? Yi Fan asked softly. I only saw a cute ghost face. It was very mischievous, crying and laughing at the same time, and it always stood in front of those words. Little darling's large eyes were pure and flawless, and her long eyelashes trembled lightly as she replied. Swish. Vicious disappeared. And Emperor Wuxia walked over with the large bell on his head. The large bell above his head emitted tens of thousands of chaotic strands that were misty like silk ribbons. He merged with heaven and earth, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. He stood at the position where Vicious had just been, and seemed to be observing some ancient words. Then a thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and he only started carving after a long time. This time he still couldn't see anything. The chaotic strands from the large bell blocked everything, and he couldn't understand what the two emperors were carving. I know the two emperors are competing across the long river of history. The large black dog sighed as he thought of some past events. What do you know? Li Heishui couldn't help but ask. According to the ancient records, Emperor Wuxia once said. The large black dog muttered. The few of them revealed strange expressions. Every time this stupid dog said that it was recorded in an ancient book, no one in the entire eastern wasteland had ever seen such an ancient book. However, they didn't want to interrupt him. Merciless was born very early, 100,000 years earlier than Great Emperor Wuxia. Even great emperors couldn't escape death. The time gap between the two was too long, and it was impossible for them to meet. However, Great Emperor Wuxia had once understood the other party's battle prowess. His evaluation of ruthless Great Emperor was that he was terrifyingly strong and said that he had seen the Tao marks left behind by ruthless Great Emperor. So, the battle took place here. It's a battle that transcended the river of time. It's a pity that I won't be able to see them again. How many elites have died? The large black dog sighed. From what you're saying, none of the ancient emperors survived. Yi Fan's heart was very unsettled. Originally, he still had some wild and fanciful thoughts, but now he felt that that trace of hope was shattered. The large black dog sighed softly. This damn dog has too many secrets. Let's use torture on it and force it to tell us. Two Big Mouth suggested. Woof. All right, stop arguing. Let's hurry up and pick the Enlightenment tea leaves, then leave this place, Yi Fan said. This place was the famous Immortal Mountain, and it was one of the 7 great life-forbidden areas of the Eastern Barren Territory. Every moment they wasted here would mean an additional sliver of danger. Yi Fan had collected over 50 Tao leaves, and there was no way for him to pick them. The Kirin godly medicine seed had already become a dumpling that was wrapped tightly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he took out the god-striking whip, handing it to Pangbo so that he could try it out. That's right, this piece of wood is so sturdy that even the star sand formed from the bone dregs of ancient sages can't penetrate it. Perhaps it really is refined from a godly root. Pangbo held the god-striking whip in his hand, and carefully picked the Enlightenment tea leaves. Yi Fan held the Kirin seed, and caught them below to avoid making a wrong guess, and wasting the precious Tao leaves. Swoosh. The leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree stuck to the god-striking whip, and didn't fall to the side. This surprised everyone. It really is refined from a godly root. As expected, it's a rare treasure. Unfortunately, it can only attack divine sense, and its power isn't strong enough, the large black dog said. Pangbo moved quickly, and all the Dao leaves were plucked and stuck to the god-striking whip. They were sparkling and translucent. The little Kiran, the little sun, the little moon, and so on were all different, sparkling and full of the aura of the great Dao. Everyone was extremely excited. Even if 2 Dao leaves were only equivalent to 1 mature leaf, it was equivalent to over 50 enlightenment divine tea leaves. If this spread, even the divine lords would go crazy, and they would fight over it. This was a celestial treasure, a rare holy item that could calm one's mind and help them comprehend the Tao. Even if 1 or 2 Tao leaves might not succeed, 8 or 9 Tao leaves could definitely help them comprehend the Tao once. After reaching the 4 extremities, cultivators needed to comprehend the Tao to break through. If they comprehended it 2 or 3 times, they might break through the shackles and reach a higher level. This was a precious divine item, and it was difficult to buy it even with a large amount of source energy. Normally, it wouldn't be sold. The Enlightenment ancient tea tree was already bare, but it was still extremely mysterious, as if it had attracted the supreme Tao, giving people a very special feeling. Why don't we just dig it away? Li Heishui suggested. Yes, that's a good idea. Tu Fei nodded, expressing his agreement. I'll do it. Yi Fan wanted to do it himself. After all, he was an experienced person who had dug the roots of the immortal divine medicine before. Let me help you. Pangbo stepped forward, wanting to help. Are you all locusts? Why are you even more determined than me? It's fine if you pluck the leaves, but you want to dig the roots as well? You don't even want to leave a single hair behind. This is too much. The large black dog was slightly dumbfounded. Do you still want to come in the future? This is your only chance, Yi Fan said. He placed little Nan Nan on the ground, preparing to do it. The large black dog was almost speechless and said, Why are you all more like me than me? Could it be that you are influenced by me? They all felt slightly embarrassed, feeling that they were indeed even blacker than the Black Emperor. The large black dog continued, Stop it quickly. Except for the immortal mountain, it can't be planted anywhere else. Great Emperor Wuxia once tried, and he almost killed this old tree. As expected of the god who is often struck by lightning. He actually did this kind of thing, Tu Dazaiba muttered, not realizing that they also wanted to do it. We can't dig the roots, but we can break off some branches. I feel that these branches are also useful, Pangbo said. That's right, that's how it should be. Tu Fei agreed. Swoosh. Dazzling rays of light shot up into the sky, covering the sun. This old tree was uprooted from the ground, and its 2 main roots were like 2 legs of a human, which was very vivid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It broke out of the ground and started running. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain in the blink of an eye. I'm going to faint, it ran away. Tu Dazaiba's mouth opened wide, and he couldn't close it anymore. Pangbo was also completely dumbfounded. That old tree actually ran away, and he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. After a long time he said, F***ck, it ran naked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were tongue-tied. They were speechless for a long time. This old tree was too funny, and it actually ran away just like that. They really didn't know what to say. How is it? Are you dumbfounded? The large black dog's saliva sprayed everywhere, and he scolded them one by one. He was extremely angry and he said, If you didn't scare it away, us meditating here for 4 hours would be equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. The comprehension ancient tea tree was a kind of immortal godly medicine, and it could naturally fly in the sky and tunnel underground. It could choose its own resting place, and it was very difficult to catch. All right, be content. We've plucked all the Tao leaves on the tree, and any one of them can be sold for hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. It's like we've found a divine treasure trove. Li Heishui's heart was bleeding, but he comforted himself like this. At this moment, only little Nan Nan was very quiet. She blinked her large eyes, and curiously observed everything in the immortal mountain. Let's go, don't waste any more time. Let's leave quickly, Pangbo urged. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back again, and used her tender childish voice to guide the way. They followed the winding direction of the golden formation patterns. It's very obvious that they're charging toward the center of the immortal mountain range. Are we looking for a path of survival? Or are we looking for a path of death? They all muttered. No one knew what was in the center of the immortal mountain range. Even the Void Emperor had entered with the determination to perish together with them. So how could they not be worried? On both sides, there were numerous black mountains that had a majestic aura. They were shrouded in mist, and they were incredibly mysterious. These were all the kings of the mountains, the emperors of the mountains. Every single one of them was difficult to find in this world, and they were incredibly intimidating. They felt as if they had returned to the ancient netherworld. Rumble. The roar of the river traveled over, and they were all shocked. A black river was surging in front of them. It was so black that it was eerie, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality. Just looking at it made one's heart feel suffocated. The waves surged, and it was as if a black evil dragon was about to soar into the sky, making one feel uneasy. In front of it, one's Tao heart would become unstable, and their life source energy would throb. The Netherworld River. Does this kind of water really exist in this world? The large black dog was speechless. According to the legends, this was the great river of the Netherworld, and they actually saw it in reality. They couldn't help but be shocked. Look, there's another spring there, and it's frighteningly yellow. Li Heishui pointed. Right on the black river bank, there was a spring that was yellow like corpse water, and it was especially frightening. It gurgled, and it formed a lake not far away. The yellow spring? Yi Fan was astonished. That's right, it's really the yellow spring. Is there really a 9 underworlds? The large black dog was doubtful. The lake formed by the yellow spring was like a yellow dragon pearl, and the black netherworld river was like an evil dragon. The two of them combined, forming a very frightening scene. There's something unimaginable in this evil water. Don't go there. Yi Fan warned. His origin technique could observe the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth, and he felt that this was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Immortal divine medicine. That's right. Look, there really is immortal divine medicine. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Even the large black dog drooled. Right in the yellow spring, a black divine grass slowly floated up, and its fragrance assaulted everyone. It was so fragrant that they couldn't help but want to immediately pounce on it. It was shaped like an orchid, sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved from black jade. It flowed with an intoxicating luster, and it bobbed up and down in the yellow spring with the aura of the great Tao. They all took a deep breath, and all the pores on their bodies opened up. They felt refreshed, as if they had received the purest baptism, and it was as if they were about to ascend to heaven. Heavens, it really is a mature, immortal divine medicine. If we can get our hands on it, when we grow old and our life force is exhausted, we can eat it and live another life. We must find a way to get our hands on it. If we miss this kind of heaven-defying treasure, it will be a lifetime of regret. They were all excited. A true immortal divine medicine was many times more precious than the comprehension divine tea leaves. Only the immortal divine fruit from the comprehension ancient tea tree could compare to it. Unfortunately, after the comprehension ancient tea tree's divine fruit ripened, it would fall off by itself after hanging on the branch for more than 1,000 years. Several decades ago, no one knew if it had been plucked by the terrifying creatures in the undying mountain, or if it had fallen off by itself. If it wanted to bloom and bear fruit again, it would need at least 5,000 years to ripen, and it might even take more than 10,000 years. Let's do it. We must get our hands on this immortal divine medicine. It won't come again. Even Pang Bo made up his mind. Wait a moment. Originally, Yi Fan was also tempted, but he suddenly thought of something. When the Supreme Divine Kings were revived, there were 3 heaven-defying old freaks who had lived for more than 4,000 years. They broke the limit of a peak expert's lifespan of 2,000 years, and their lifespan had been extended by more than 2 times. At that time, those 3 old freaks had said that they had been chased into the undying mountain by the Divine Kings 4,000 years ago, and they had survived. They had accidentally eaten the netherworld grass, which was why they had lived until today. This is not an immortal divine medicine. This is the terrifying netherworld grass. If you eat it, your body will become a rotten corpse, and only your divine sense will remain. Yi Fan stopped them. He completely remembered that the three heaven-defying old freaks had once said that the netherworld grass had been plucked from a yellow spring pond. This should be the place. After Yi Fan finished explaining in detail, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The netherworld grass had some of the characteristics of an immortal divine medicine, but it had even more terrifying side effects. This kind of thing could not be trifled with. What a pity. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the others were all extremely regretful. The large black dog was even cursing. They had no choice but to continue on their way. They took a long detour around the Netherworld River and the Yellow Spring Pond. Those were exceptionally dangerous places, and even though they were very far away, they could already feel their hair standing on end. Only when they had walked far away did they let out a long breath. The indescribable feeling of oppression had finally lessened. After advancing for several miles, the vegetation had lessened, and there were more rocks. They had entered a large area between stone cliffs. The ground here was dry and hard, and there were only a few ancient trees here and there. This place was very dry, and there were huge rocks everywhere. They discovered an ancient cave that had been excavated by a few people under a black stone cliff. The marks of knives and axes were obvious, and it was engraved with the passage of time. Someone has been here. They discovered a skeleton that was sparkling and translucent like jade. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there was still a luster flowing around it. It was lying in front of an ancient cave. This must be a supreme elite. He most likely entered the Undying Mountain to extend his life, but he died here. There is a golden token beside him, as well as an ancient scroll that hasn't decayed. Two Big Mouth's eyes were sharp, and he discovered the abnormality under the jade skeleton. Treasure, so many years have passed, and it hasn't been destroyed. It must be something good. The large black dog was the first to pounce forward. Little Nan Nan pointed the way, and they all followed, arriving outside the ancient cave. Clang! The large black dog grabbed the golden token with his large paw. It was shining brilliantly, but it was bone-piercingly cold. Endless killing intent spread out, and he was so shocked that he immediately tossed it onto the ground. Dang! The golden token was only the size of a palm, and there was only a single ancient word on it. Kill! Just the killing intent emitted by this single word made the Black Emperor, Yi Fan, and the others feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was a bit difficult to bear, and they all shuddered with fear. The killing intent was too heavy. It was as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless living beings. This single word passed through the ages, and endless killing intent was transmitted over, almost breaking one's bones and muscles. Why is it even more frightening than a supreme vicious weapon? What is this thing? Pang Bo was stunned. This was definitely not a weapon, and there were no Dao patterns engraved on it. It was only a token, yet it possessed a killing intent that transcended the ages, and just the word kill was almost enough to shatter their souls. This is an unparalleled vicious object. They were wary of this golden token, and didn't dare to rashly touch it. It really seemed as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless living beings, and the coldness it exuded could pierce into one's bones. The large black dog grabbed the ancient scroll from under the skeleton, but he seemed to have been given a fright, and he tossed it away almost instantly, crying out in alarm. What's wrong? They all retreated in retreat. This is human skin. It was peeled from the body of an ancient sage, and it's the skin and flesh of a god that hasn't decayed for hundreds of thousands of years. The large black dog said in a trembling voice. What? This is the skin of an ancient sage. Everyone was stunned. This sage's human skin was not damaged in the slightest. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but there was still a luster flowing on it, and it was densely engraved with small words. Quick, take a look. What exactly is written on it? Everyone's breathing quickened, and their hearts were in turmoil. Using the skin and flesh of an ancient sage to leave behind so many words, it was definitely not an ordinary object. Chapter 462. The sage's skin was squarish, about a foot long. It was in perfect condition, sparkling and almost transparent, glistening with specks of light. It was mysterious and strange, making one's heart uneasy. There were small characters densely packed on it, no matter whether it was the front or the back. There were tens of thousands of characters, and ordinary people couldn't see them clearly at all. The characters were very small. These ancient characters were like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous like dragons and snakes, as if thousands of swords were fixed on it. The sage's skin emitted a sparkling and translucent luster, the terrifying killing intent cutting at one's heart and soul. At this moment, it was as if they were standing in an extremely cold place. It was bone-piercingly cold, as if they were facing thousands of wailing creatures, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing before their eyes. What kind of person peeled off the ancient sage's skin and refined it into a piece of paper that recorded characters? It was frightening. This kind of method was cruel and terrifying. The large black dog was intimidated by the ancient sage's divine skin's killing intent. Even his large claws were trembling, and in the end, they spread out on the ground. Even he couldn't hold it, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. It's definitely not the skin of this skeleton on the ground, because he definitely hadn't reached the sage tier. According to legends, even if the ancient sages died, every inch of their flesh and skin wouldn't rot, and he only had white bones left. This is a killing holy technique. As Big Black read those ancient characters, he couldn't help but tremble, unable to calm down at all. Everyone moved closer, studying it word by word. They had experienced many things, but at this moment, their emotions were fluctuating, and they were excited to the extreme. On the ancient sage's divine skin, there were all kinds of killing methods recorded. It could be called a strange and terrifying holy technique. There was nothing it didn't use, and it was created especially for killing. It's really too terrifying. They read less than half of it, and their bodies emitted a chill, even their scalps were a little numb. It was impossible to guard against secret killing techniques, and they knew that if they faced it, they would most likely be in danger. The killing technique evolved into a kind of Tao, and this was a different path. It killed all the creatures in the world, and used the blood-dripping saint sword in his hand to achieve a supreme Tao fruit. This is an evil book, a demonic book. It really should be destroyed. Tuda said with a trembling voice. Wrong, this is a supreme Tao, and there are many things worth learning from. If you master it, you can use it to protect your own life instead of killing people, Li Heishui said. I know what this is. The large black dog stared at the sage's divine skin and the golden token, his heart trembling. He thought of some ancient inheritance. You know what it is. They were all shocked, and they all stared at him. It's the Heavenly Court's killing saint technique. The large black dog sighed softly. Countless memories flashed through his mind, and he was unable to calm himself down. Heavenly Court. The few of them were stunned, revealing expressions of disbelief. This Heavenly Court isn't the same Heavenly Court you're talking about. In ancient times, there were 3 great killer god dynasties, and their inheritances are immortal. In fact, they are even more ancient than the ancient holy lands of the eastern wilderness. The large black dog said slowly. An assassin organization evolved into a holy land, and then became an immortal divine dynasty, so one could well imagine how terrifying they were. Practically everyone's expressions changed when the word kill was mentioned. The Holy Lands were all scared, but there was nothing they could do. They all felt great restraining fear, never daring to provoke them. It was because the 3 great killer divine imperial courts were too terrifying, even daring to assassinate ancient saints. The Holy Land of assassins of the ancient era is not something that the assassin organizations of the future can compare to. They never kill nameless people, only those who are half a step to Almighty and above. It's too scary. Tu Fei and the others were frightened. An ancient inheritance, a terrifying great Tao of slaughter. It is indeed incomparably terrifying. The Black Emperor sighed. The Celestial Court, the World of Men, and the Hell. These 3 names were as heavy as a mountain. They represented the 3 most terrifying inheritances from hundreds of thousands of years ago. These were the 3 great killer dynasties of ancient times. It wasn't that their secret techniques surpassed the ancient scriptures of the Holy Lands, but rather that their Tao was specially created for killing. It was impossible to defend against, and they wanted to use this to prove their supreme Tao fruit. The three ancient killer dynasties had all killed ancient sages. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying force? Moreover, they had all produced invincible killer sages. People who had entered the sage realm through the great Tao of slaughter. Just thinking about it made people's scalps numb. They had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their lives. Their killing techniques were unparalleled in the world. If they wanted to assassinate someone, they could almost determine that person's death. Before the Antiquity era, the three names of the Celestial Court, the world of men, and the hell were supreme deterrents. No one dared to oppose them. However, this invisible and terrifying atmosphere made the Holy Lands very uneasy and dissatisfied. In the end, they joined hands to attack the three great killer dynasties. The Holy Lands had chosen a good time. At that time, they had all developed to their peak, and several supreme sages had appeared. However, the old sages of the three great killer dynasties were about to pass away. They didn't have much strength to attack, and their successors hadn't appeared yet. It was an earth-shaking war before the Antiquity era. All the Holy Lands had participated in it. Since ancient times, it had only happened a few times. It could be called a great disaster for the human race. In that war, blood flowed everywhere. The ancient killer dynasties were everywhere, assassinating everywhere. It could be said to be an extremely dark and bloody era. No one knew how many top experts had fallen. In the end, the Holy Lands gained the upper hand with their absolute strength. They used extreme weapons to kill the old sages of the three dynasties. The number one killer dynasty, the Celestial Court, fell apart and was completely eradicated. No more inheritances were passed down. The Holy Lands besieged them and killed all the top experts of the dynasty. The two great killer dynasties, the world of men and the hell, didn't die out. However, they disappeared after that war and were no longer as glorious as they were in the past. This was because they knew that without the extreme weapons of the ancient emperors, even if one's killing power was unparalleled in the world, and their killing techniques were unparalleled, they couldn't resist the suppression of the extreme weapons. It was said that the two killer dynasties left the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Land. Some people said that the Eastern Barren Land was still their headquarters, but they were very low-key. After the Antiquity era, the world of men and the hell also appeared, but they were no longer like before the Antiquity era, where even the Holy Lands had to retreat. The Celestial Court. You mean this is the killing technique of the number one killer dynasty? The few of them were stunned. This snow-white skeleton was actually a person from more than 100,000 years ago. He was a top killer of the Celestial Court, and he died here. It was not hard to imagine that during the chaos of the Dark World, when all the experts of the world worked together to eliminate the killer dynasty, and the Celestial Court was heavily besieged, this person had nowhere to go and escaped into the Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others finally understood why the ancient sage's divine skin and golden command tile were filled with bone-chilling killing intent, difficult for them to endure. The keepsake and mental method of the ancient number one killer divine imperial court would naturally be like this. I need to study it carefully. This is a terrifying and ancient inheritance. Even if I don't use it to assassinate others, I can still use it to save my life. Yi Fan read it carefully. He was currently in a serious shortage of all kinds of saint techniques. The little Pung King and the other saints were eyeing him covetously, and the inheritance of the ruthless man was confusing. He didn't know how many people had unparalleled saint techniques, so he needed a way to resist them. The few of them squatted down to read it carefully. The inheritance of the Celestial Court could be said to be priceless. If it were to be spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even a storm of blood. After reading the front side, they looked at the back side, and the more they read, the more frightened they became. Killing people was really unscrupulous, despicable, and just impossible to guard against. In the end, the ancient sage skin scroll came to an end. It pointed out that there was still the second part of the inheritance of the Celestial Court, which was also the core part. It turned out to be one of the 9 secrets. No wonder they could summon wind and rain in the ancient times. They actually mastered one of the 9 secrets. Could it be the secret of the St. Cliff? The little girl's laughter traveled over. The few of them were only focused on reading the inheritance of the sage skin, so they didn't pay attention to the little girl. At this moment, they discovered to their astonishment that she was playing with a few little creatures and laughing happily. There were a few ancient caves at the bottom of this stone cliff, and the marks of axe chisels were obvious. The little girl ran to the front of an ancient cave, and the little golden horse and the little golden swallow surrounded her. They were extremely obedient, and allowed her to stroke them. "What's that?" The few of them were astonished. The little golden horse was only slightly more than a foot tall, and there was even a little golden carriage behind it. The little golden swallow was half the size of a palm, and it was fluttering in the wind. There was also a little golden cow that was slightly more than a foot long, and it was rubbing against the little girl's body. Apart from that, there were also some strange little creatures that they couldn't name. They had one similarity, and that was that they didn't have bodies of flesh and blood. Instead, they all had golden bodies, yet they could all move and were extremely lively. These ancient caves are divine mines, and there are saint tools inside. They have already developed intelligence, and they are precious treasures for tool refinement. The large black dog called out excitedly. The few of them all suddenly stood up. To cultivators, secret manuals and weapons would forever be precious things, and anyone would be tempted by them. Heavens, it's too mysterious. There's a little person in the little golden carriage. The little golden person jumped down from the carriage and tugged on the little girl's sleeve as it bounced endlessly. It was extremely lively, and it was incredibly mysterious. They all came from the ancient caves. "Let's go in and take a look." The few of them were just about to walk forward when a terrifying light suddenly spread out from one of the ancient caves. Then a pair of dark green eyes lit up, and there were tears flowing down them. They were as dazzling as divine lamps, so bright that one couldn't even open their eyes to look at them. In this instant, the few of them were frozen in place, and couldn't move at all. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they couldn't even speak. There were unknown living beings in the ancient caves. "Big brothers, what's wrong with you guys?" The little girl discovered the abnormality and ran over, using her small hands to push them away. At this moment, the few of them finally regained their ability to move, but that invisible might was still there, and it had completely locked onto them. "Let's hurry up and leave," the large black dog said in a low voice. "There's a divine metal in the ancient caves that's intelligent, and it's most likely going to become a holy spirit in the future." Yi Fan endured the boundless killing intent, and put away the golden token as well as the ancient sage's divine skin seal. The few of them quickly retreated, and distanced themselves from the ancient caves. The little girl was reluctant to leave, and she waved her small hands behind her, bidding farewell to the golden people and the other small living beings. Only after they had walked very far away did the terrifying might disappear. Only then did they heave a long sigh of relief. There was definitely an extraordinary existence in there. If it weren't for the little girl, they would all have died there. That white skeleton was a good example. "Little girl, how did those small living beings come to your side?" Yi Fan asked in detail. Little girl doesn't know either. "They're very cute, and they came to my side of their own accord," the little girl said in a cute and naive manner. "If I'm not wrong, there might be a holy artifact exclusive to the great emperor, celestial tier green gold in there," the large black dog said in a low voice. "What?" Everyone cried out in shock. "That's clearly a divine metal mine. Did you guys notice? Those eyes are green, and there are mysterious tears flowing through them. It's definitely celestial tier green gold." The large black dog was even more certain now. Crimson Phoenix blood gold, black dragon pattern gold, and celestial tier green gold were all supreme holy artifacts that could only be obtained by chance. Even ancient emperors might not be able to collect them, let alone ordinary people. That piece of celestial tier green gold has already developed a spirit, and it might become a holy spirit in the future. Even supreme elites wouldn't be able to deal with it. "Let's hurry up and leave." The few of them were both shocked and regretful. There was actually a supreme holy artifact here, which made their hearts tremble. It was a pity that they couldn't obtain it. "Let's be content. We've obtained the saint technique of killing from the celestial court, and we can even rebuild this ancient god dynasty of killing." After advancing for a dozen or so kilometers, the Black Mountain became even more majestic. It was as if they had unknowingly arrived in ancient times, and an ancient aura flowed about, causing their hearts to palpitate. After advancing for another dozen or so kilometers, the Black Mountain seemed to reach the top of the celestial court, and the bottom was pressing down on the 9 underworlds. It was majestic and intimidating, and there were ancient trees and forests that were wreathed in ribbons of black fog. Swoosh! A streak of green light shot up from the Black Mountain ahead, streaking through the sky and flying into the depths of the undying mountain range. A refreshing fragrance flowed down from the sky. Did you guys see it? It's a green turtle. How can it fly in the undying mountain range? None of us can do it. No, it has roots, and even though we're so far away, there's still such an intoxicating fragrance. That's an undying divine medicine. The few of them all stood where they were, feeling extremely shocked. As expected, there were astonishing divine treasures in the undying mountain range. They could fly through the sky and tunnel underground, and choose their own resting place. They actually saw one with their own eyes. That's the legendary undying divine medicine. Long live! I didn't expect it to actually be in the undying mountain range. The large black dog was so greedy that he almost bit off his own tongue. In this world, each undying divine medicine was unique. As long as it died, it would disappear from this world, and it would never appear again. Even in the immemorial era, there were only a few divine medicines. What they looked like was recorded in detail. This undying divine medicine was called Long Live. When it matured, it looked like a small green-black tortoise with endless medicinal power. According to legends, eating a mature small black tortoise could prolong one's life by 10,000 years. All kinds of undying divine medicines had different effects. Some could help people understand the Great Path, and some could give people the supreme divine power. This long-lived divine medicine focused on prolonging one's life. It's worthy of being a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Eating it can prolong one's life by 10,000 years. It's so heaven-defying. It's comparable to the lifespan of a saint body. Tufade ruled. 10,000 years. Each of the ancient emperors raised an undying divine medicine. They must have lived longer than we can imagine. Pangbo was also moved. If only we could catch it. Li Heishui's eyes lit up. It's very difficult to catch it. It must have alarmed the long-lived divine medicine when that old tea tree ran away. Now, it has flown into the sky and fled to the depths of the undying mountain to guard against us. The large black dog was annoyed, and he blamed them for frightening the path-understanding ancient tree. This undying mountain is really mysterious. There are all kinds of things. 9 orifices, stone man, path-understanding ancient tree, netherworld grass, celestial tear green gold. And now even the long-lived divine medicine has appeared. Yi Fan sighed softly. There are houses there. After advancing for another few miles, little Nan Nan suddenly extended her small hand and pointed ahead. There were many black mountains in front of them. Among them, there were a few that had a heavy aura. Although they weren't very tall, and they were even shorter than the surrounding mountains, they had the aura of a lord among the mountains. Why are there ancient buildings? On those mountains, there were some ancient palaces that looked like ancient temples, but also like shabby Taoist temples. They were extremely old. Who built these? Who dared to build these things in the undying mountain? It's really unbelievable. Chapter 463. On the Black Mountains, there were dilapidated palaces that were very old. According to the Black Emperor, they were built in the style of hundreds of thousands of years ago, which was very different from the current world. Obviously, those ancient palaces were carved with Tao patterns. Otherwise, even if they were made of godly metal, they would have decayed long ago. They couldn't have existed for so long. They really wanted to climb the mountain to see, but little Nan Nan said that it was covered by black patterns. There was not a single golden line, and there was only black fog everywhere. The big black dog shuddered and said, "Without the golden path, that place is definitely a place of death. We can't go near it." They looked from afar and saw that there were 4 mountains with ancient buildings. On those mountains there were medicinal fields with many medicinal herbs. Medicinal fragrance, do you smell it? The strong medicinal fragrance is from spirit items that are tens of thousands of years old. In the outside world it's hard to find spirit herbs that are thousands of years old. But here, there are spirit herbs that are more than 10,000 years old. Tu Fei Li Heishui and the others couldn't move. They stretched their necks and stared at the medicinal fields on the Black Mountains. The strong medicinal fragrance was coming from there. There were only a few immortal godly medicines in the world, but other rare spirit herbs could reproduce on a large scale. They weren't unique. Since the desolate antiquity, almost no one could enter this place. Those spirit herbs had been growing for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some withered, some flourished. They were all peerless treasures. We don't go to the mountain peak, don't go near those buildings, and only pick a few rare spirit herbs. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Peng Bo couldn't help but ask. There was a medicinal field halfway up each of the 4 black short mountains. Obviously, it was cultivated by humans. They weren't very big, but the medicinal fragrance was strong. Nan, look carefully and see if there are golden patterns around the medicinal field, Yi Fan said softly. Only 1 or 2, and they don't connect to the medicinal field. There's still some distance between them. Little Nan answered innocently. Let's go up and see. If we can't, we'll retreat immediately. Yi Fan made this decision. They chose the 3rd short mountain. There was one more golden pattern than the other mountains, and the medicinal field was further away from the buildings on the mountain peak. They walked forward and finally reached the foot of the mountain. They were all very nervous. The medicinal field was full of peerless spirit herbs. If they could pick a dozen of them, they could definitely refine rare spirit pellets. These spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, once formed, would definitely have the effect of reviving the dead. It was comparable to the 9 orifices exquisite pellet of the Taishan sect. It was priceless and was a life-saving treasure. Bones of the dead. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered white bones. The grass was snow-white and sparkling. With one look, they could tell that it was a top-notch master. These are probably of old divine lords who didn't have many years left and entered the forbidden area. Soon they were the Jade Emperors of Jadon. Of the central of Emperor's ancestors, divine emperors. Emperors and 2 of people. They quickly retreated, retreating a distance. They all felt a splitting headache, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be burning. Poison. Not only are there 10,000-year-old spirit medicines in that medicinal field, there are also extremely poisonous things that can kill peerless experts. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were weak. They almost fell to the ground. Their bodies were about to split open, and their bones were about to break. It's fine, we won't die. Not long ago, we ate the holy fruit of the ancient desolate forbidden land. That kind of medicinal power can cure all poisons. The Black Emperor clenched his teeth, telling everyone to persevere. Yi Fan and little Nan were not affected, and Peng Bo's poisoning symptoms were also relatively light, so it was not a big deal. Each of us has a leaf of enlightenment tea. That is also the antidote. After that, Yi Fan took out the divine spring and let everyone drink a lot. After swallowing a leaf of enlightenment tea, they all recovered. Even the peerless emperor can be poisoned to death. If we didn't eat the immortal medicine, we would have all died here today. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. Every step they took in this undying mountain range was filled with fear. They stood not far away from the foot of the mountain, and looked towards the medicinal field halfway up the mountain. It was lush with all kinds of medicinal herbs, and they had no idea which one was poisonous. There is a corpse in the medicinal field. Peng Bo discovered a corpse that was sitting cross-legged in the medicinal field. Its entire body was dry and flowing with golden light. It did not rot, and its skin was tightly wrapped around its bones, as if it was wearing a layer of golden clothes. That's a bald head, without even a strand of hair. His body is shriveled, but it has not rotted. Li Heishui muttered. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "It's a monk from the western desert. His golden body is not broken, he is clearly an eminent monk. This monk has been dead for at least 10,000 years. His strength is much stronger than the sacred lords, comparable to the peerless divine king of the present age." The Black Emperor came to this conclusion. Even such a person died up there. This is really a dangerous place. A peerless expert like this definitely was not poisoned to death. There are still unknown dangers up there. The large black dog had a serious expression and completely gave up on the idea of going up to collect the spirit medicine. There is a head in the medicinal field. Tu Fei was shocked. He discovered that the head also had shriveled skin and flesh. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and his hair was as white as snow. His head looked as if it had been torn off by someone. The cut was uneven, and it lay quietly in the medicinal field. It was a ghastly sight. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long. Yi Fan did not let little Nan Nan take a look, afraid that she would be frightened. They retreated quickly, and in this process, they discovered 4 spirit medicines that were 10,000 years old growing in the weeds. If it wasn't for the medicinal fragrance that pervaded the air, they would not have discovered them at all. Tu Fei laughed loudly and walked forward to collect them one by one. The 4 spirit medicines all glowed with 5-colored divine light and contained powerful vitality. They were nourished by the spirit of heaven and earth, and each of them was sparkling and translucent. We've struck it rich. They can be refined into peerless spirit pills. Each of them is equivalent to a life. Tu Fei grinned so widely that his face almost reached his ears. They guessed that these should be seeds that had fallen from the medicinal field and germinated nearby. They originally wanted to search carefully. However, a loud boom suddenly came from the ancient building on the short mountain, and it almost made their hearts burst. There are living creatures in the ancient palace. They left without looking back, not daring to stay for a moment longer. Even the golden-bodied old monk and the old Taoist had died in the medicinal field. That was definitely a dangerous place. Thump thump. Behind them, it was as if a divine drum was being beaten. The sound was deep and heavy, and each beat made their blood flow faster. The blood vessels in their bodies were about to burst. Why does it feel like the heartbeat of a powerful creature? The Black Emperor was surprised and said, if it really is the sound of a heartbeat, it is comparable to the powerful vitality of an ancient royal family. They were just like the ancient tree of comprehension. They were so shocked that they started running madly, not even looking back once. They only slowed down after passing through a dozen black mountain ridges. This is not a solution. We have to get closer to the center of the undying mountain step by step, Pang Bo said in a low voice. If we put ourselves in a dead end, we will be able to survive. According to the layout of these patterns, there should be a way out, and we can leave the undying mountain, the large black dog said uncertainly. After advancing for a dozen miles, they found a giant lake, and there was a stone crocodile stirring up waves in it. It was obviously a terrifying existence. Why is there another stone embryo? I understand. The Black Emperor was pensive and said, in this undying mountain, we don't know how many supreme beings there are, but one is definitely a holy spirit. The 9 orifices stone man, and this stone crocodile should be its descendants. They took a long detour, but the stone crocodile still discovered them. However, when it fixed its eyes on little Nan Nan, it sank back into the bottom of the lake and did not appear again. They all rejoiced. If it was not for little Nan Nan, they would have definitely died on this trip. There was no way out at all. In the undying mountain, every step was a land of death. With their strength, they could not go very far. A divine object from the outer realm, the large black dog shouted, his large tongue sticking out very long. His face was filled with shock. Right in front of them, there was an azure gold disc. It had a diameter of 300 meters, and it was lying in a pile of rocks. It was almost completely submerged by the giant rocks. It was precisely the divine object that the divine masters were fighting over. It had crashed into a cliff, and was buried under the rocks. It flickered with a cold radiance, and was mysterious and unfathomable. A divine object refined by an ancient sage. This is a rare treasure. Don't go over. Is there a golden pattern there? It is completely enshrouded by black light. Little Nan Nan's voice was very tender. What? Another land of death. The large black dog was filled with disappointment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also very helpless. No one wanted to go over and find out more than them. They wanted to see whether it was a divine object left behind by an ancient sage, or a kind of outer realm civilization. In the end, they finally approached the central region of the undying mountain. 27 great mountains towered into the clouds. They were pitch black like ink, and all of them were enshrouded in ribbons of black mist, blocking their way. Every one of them was a ruler of the great mountains, and their aura was oppressive, making one feel suffocated. They were majestic, and a terrifying aura that would never change flowed through them. On the Black Mountains, even though ancient trees towered into the sky and were verdant and lush, it still made one feel intimidated. 27 great peaks are blocking the east. Look, there is a row of great peaks standing side by side in every direction. If there are 27 of them, then there are a total of 108 mountain kings standing tall, surrounding the center of Undying Mountain. What kind of place was the central region of the Undying Mountain? They were all filled with intense curiosity, but they were well aware that once they approached, they would undoubtedly die. Where is our path of survival? By now, they were almost in despair. If they continued to advance, they would really have to climb over these great mountains and enter the central region. There is a chessboard there, and it is filled with golden light. Little Nan Nan pointed at an ancient forest in a cute and innocent manner. A chessboard filled with golden light. The large black dog immediately jumped up and said, "It must be the gate of life left behind by the Void Emperor." Little Nan Nan led the way, and they entered this ancient forest. Sure enough, they saw a massive chessboard that crisscrossed and was engraved with Tao patterns. However, apart from the little girl, no one else could see those golden lights. "This is great. This must be the gate of life. We can slowly explore the way." The Black Emperor was very excited. This was engraved by a great emperor and contained all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. To him, it was a divine treasury. The large black dog squatted beside the chessboard and began to ponder. They couldn't see anything and began to look around. Not good. There are living beings appearing in the central region of the Undying Mountain. Li Heishui said in a low voice. His expression changed drastically. There really are living beings appearing. Pang Bo was astonished. 27 great mountains stood side by side in front of them, blocking the central region. Demonic clouds swirled about, and a living being flew out. At first, it was very blurry, but after passing through the black fog, it became clear all of a sudden. He doesn't have a head. Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. What he saw was unimaginable. That was a headless horseman, and he wore black iron clothes. He was tall and mighty, and he held a black spear in his hand. He had a posture that could intimidate the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head, and there was a lot of blood around his neck. He was sitting on a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail, raising its head and neighing. It was shockingly powerful, and its stone hooves that were as large as the mouth of a bull would shatter the void every time they landed. A headless horseman appearing in the central region of the Undying Mountain was really shocking. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that he didn't come over, and only appeared between the 27 great mountains. What exactly is there in the central region of the Undying Mountain that such a terrifying existence actually appeared? He doesn't have a head, yet he is still alive. I can't see through his strength at all, but that stone horse is already so terrifying, so his strength can be imagined. The headless horseman was extremely terrifying. He was still more than 10 kilometers away from this place, but the powerful aura he emitted could be clearly felt, and it was surging like the tide. "Black Emperor, have you figured out anything?" Yi Fan urged. If they didn't leave quickly, and the headless horseman discovered them, there might be a great disaster. He had rushed out from the Undying Mountain, and it was impossible to determine what kind of existence he was. Even if little Nan Nan's background was extraordinary, she might not be able to suppress him. "Alright, I've figured it out. This is a formation pattern left behind by an ancient great emperor, and we can use it to cross the void and leave," the large black dog said. He was filled with joy. Not only could he escape from this place, he had also obtained such a formation pattern, which made him incredibly excited. "Are you sure you understand?" Yi Fan asked. He felt that this damn dog was too unreliable. Every time they crossed the void, it would deviate by several million kilometers. He was really afraid that a great problem would occur here. "Who am I?" "Don't worry," the large black dog said proudly. However, in the end he still felt slightly guilty and said, However, for the sake of safety, we can do it one by one. Who will go first? Hearing him say this, no one dared to say anything. They really didn't have confidence in him. The large black dog was very angry, and he said, "Don't you trust me that much?" "Fine, I'll go first," Pangbo said. "No, let's do it together." Yi Fan stopped him. Pangbo smiled, and said, "This damn dog is right. It's safer to do it one by one. Don't worry, we're all people with great fortune." The large black dog became even more furious, and he said, "How can you all not trust me like this?" "I trust you. You must teleport Pangbo to a safe place," Yi Fan said. "Don't worry, there definitely won't be any problem. Just teleport him to the sky-gazing city that we just left not long ago." The large black dog looked like he had everything under control. He chose a spot on the chessboard, and then had Pangbo stand on it. He activated the Dao patterns that densely covered the chessboard, and with a flash of light, Pangbo suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, a series of strange symbols appeared where he had been, flashing incessantly. They were incredibly profound. When the large black dog saw this, his mouth opened very wide, and his tongue almost fell onto the ground. He stuttered, and mumbled in a low voice, "F***CK. How did he teleport so far? What the hell?" Yi Fan felt that something was wrong, and he grabbed him and asked, "Where did you teleport Pangbo to?" "Don't worry, he didn't teleport very far. We'll definitely see him again in the future," the large black dog explained guiltily. Hearing this, Yi Fan was even more certain that Pangbo was definitely extremely far away. He grabbed him tightly and said, "Hurry up and tell me, where did you teleport Pangbo to?" "Don't worry, it's very close, just to the west of the eastern wilderness," the large black dog explained. "That's close? We're in the central area of the eastern wilderness, and you teleported him to the western area. If you expect him to fly back by himself, it'll take at least 2 to 3 years. Yi Fan was furious. Cough. The large black dog coughed dryly, and he felt even guiltier. He said, "You've misunderstood. What I mean is, I accidentally teleported him to the west of the eastern wilderness. Cough, to be more precise, the middle state." "Damn dog, I'll kill you." Yi Fan clutched the large black dog's neck, and he was flustered and exasperated. Pangbo was teleported to the middle state, and if he were to fly back by himself, it would take at least 5 to 6 years. If it was far enough, it might even take more than 10 years. This damn dog is too ridiculous. Tu Fei and Li Heishui were also dumbfounded, and they were extremely angry. "Let go." The large black dog struggled, but it was obvious that he didn't have enough strength, and he knew that he had caused trouble. "You said it was teleported to the sky-gazing city in the central area of the eastern wilderness, but in the end, it deviated to the middle state. How could you be so ridiculous?" Yi Fan wanted to beat him up. Cough. Since ancient times, the middle state is a land of great heroes, and there are endless ancient inheritances. Pangbo obtained the Demon Emperor's ancient scriptures, and what he lacks most now is experience. It's good for him that he went to the middle state, the large black dog said confidently. This damn dog is too unreliable. Li Heishui and Tu Fei were also furious. No matter what, it's good enough that he was teleported out of the immortal mountain. The more the large black dog spoke, the more confident he became. Then, as if he had thought of something, he screamed, "Oh no, half of the comprehension tea leaves are with him. There are more than 50 leaves." Yi Fan gave the God-striking whip to Pangbo, and he kept it with him to harvest the comprehension tea leaves. The large black dog screamed, and he was extremely annoyed. However, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Pangbo went to the middle state alone, and with these divine objects, he finally had some protection. "Divide the comprehension tea leaves. Divide them quickly," the large black dog shouted. The Kirin seed in Yi Fan's hand also had about 50 leaves. Immediately, he divided them, and the large black dog, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui got more than 10 leaves each. "Who will come this time?" the large black dog asked. "Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe you." Li Heishui and Tu Fei shook their heads. "If you don't believe me, you will be trapped in the immortal mountain." The large black dog curled his lips. In the end, Tu Fei gathered his courage and stood out, saying, "Damn dog, If you dare to teleport me to the middle state, I will come back and fight with you. Don't worry. It was just a mistake. This time, I promise there will be no problem. The large black dog vowed. Two-Face stood still, stepping on the Tao patterns. The Black Emperor pondered for a while, then activated the Tao pattern. He said to himself, "This time it won't be so ridiculous, right?" Swoosh. A light flashed, and Two-Face disappeared. A series of strange patterns appeared where he had been, which were extremely mysterious. The large black dog gawked and dropped his jaw. He stammered and couldn't say anything. Seeing his expression, Yi Fan and Li Heishui knew it was bad. This damn dog had made a big mistake again. They jumped on him, strangling him and saying, "Where did you teleport Two-Face to?" Cough, let go. It's not far this time. I just sent him to the north, the large black dog said. North Territory. Cough, it's the northern plains. I will kill you. Li Heishui didn't let go of him. The northern plains, the eastern barren territory, the middle state, the southern mountains, and the western desert were the northernmost areas of this world. It was totally different from the northern barren territory of the eastern barren territory. The northern plains is a desolate place with no signs of human habitation for millions of miles. It's either a vast grassland or a vast desert. It's possible that you won't see a single person, even if you walk for a lifetime. You teleported him to that desolate place. Li Heishui and the Black Emperor started to quarrel. Boom. Suddenly, the headless horseman in the center of the undying mountain emitted a monstrous wave. He rode that tall stone horse and rushed over. The horse's hooves were as big as bowls. Every step he took shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. Oh no, the Death Horseman is coming, Yi Fan said in surprise. This time let's go together. Quick, stand in here. The large black dog shouted. Doggy, you have to be careful. This time, don't teleport us to the western desert, little Nan Nan said innocently. Chapter 464. The headless horseman was tall and majestic, and the iron clothes on his body glowed with a cold light. His aura was oppressive, and it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. He was like a god that had lost his head, and his aura covered the heaven and earth. Even the sky was trembling because of him, and the endless black mountains were rumbling and shaking. He held a black spear in his hand, and his horse galloped in the sky. His powerful battle intent soared into the sky, and he was like an immortal ancient god of war, charging over from the ancient times. He activated the terrifying aura of the immortal mountain range. Endless black fog surged, and the entire heaven and earth trembled under the horse's hooves. Everything wailed under the spear. Rumble! The Death Horseman galloped in the sky, and the void collapsed. Endless black cracks spread out in all directions, and the immortal mountain range was a terrifying scene. The large black dog was scared out of his wits. This kind of headless horseman was too terrifying. If he got close enough, with a sweep of his spear, everyone would be destroyed in body and soul. He stuck out his tongue very long, and his heart was burning with anxiety. His large claws continuously moved, changing the details of the formation patterns, and trying to adjust the direction of the teleportation. Doggy, do your best. Little Nan Nan was also very nervous. She hid in Yi Fan's arms, and looked timidly at the headless horseman that was almost right in front of them. The large black dog desperately activated the Tao patterns, and his large claws slammed down one last time. Endless light surged, and with a flash, they disappeared from where they were. They finally succeeded in crossing the void at the last moment. In the instant that they disappeared, the headless horseman arrived, and his spear pierced through heaven and earth, collapsing the space, and pierced their afterimages. An incomparably terrifying might surged like a tsunami, and the entire primitive ancient forest was instantly turned into powder. Nothing existed anymore. However, the formation patterns left behind by the Void Emperor were not destroyed, and were still preserved. This place formed a world of its own, and was filled with the aura of the Great Tao. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others appeared, and looked around in confusion. There were golden sand everywhere, and the sun was scorching. The dryness and heat made one's body feel like it was about to burn. The surroundings were completely silent, and there was not the slightest sound. This was a golden desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. All the sand was extremely hot, and under the scorching sun, it released a scalding heat that could almost roast a person. There wasn't a trace of wind, and the heat wave was like an oven. The scorching heat was unbearable. There was no life in the golden desert, and it was as if there were flames burning. Doggy, you didn't really teleport us to the western desert, right? Little Nan Nan asked, her voice very tender. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were completely dumbfounded. The endless desert, under the scorching sun, was flowing with golden light, like a scorching furnace. Both of them screamed, "Damn dog, I'm going to skin you." That's ridiculous. From the eastern wastelands to the central plains, all the way to the western desert? Even with your eyes closed, that's more accurate. How did you do it? The two of them pounced over, pressing down on the large black dog, and began to fight it. This damn dog was too infuriating, and if they didn't give it a good beating, they wouldn't be able to appease their anger. Just an accident. Just an accident. The large black dog was also a bit dumbfounded. Can you go any further? From the easternmost point of this world to the westernmost point? If you're not careful, will you teleport us to the sun? Am I that ridiculous? The large black dog mumbled. Isn't this ridiculous? You're really a genius. Even if little Nan Nan was the one to activate the Tao pattern, she wouldn't be so unreliable. Actually, the western desert is not bad. The Tempest Temple on Mount Meru is a divine place, and countless cultivators go there every year to make a pilgrimage. We can go there for a walk, the large black dog said. Yi Fan and Li Heishui wanted to kill it, but this damn dog was still stubborn and spoke with justice. It really deserved a beating. You teleported Pang Bo to the Central Plains, sent Tu Fei to the North Plains, and brought us to the Western Desert. Damn. I've never seen such a ridiculous dog like you. Pang Bo is easy to deal with. If we go to a place with outstanding people, maybe we'll have a great opportunity. But how can Tu Fei, who likes crowds, endure it? He can walk in the North Plains for dozens of years without seeing a single person. Facing the barren land all day. Won't he go crazy from boredom? The two of them scolded the Black Emperor together, while little Nan Nan was very obedient, playing with the sand at the side. She didn't feel sad or worried at all. For peerless spirit herbs that are tens of thousands of years old are smeared on Big Mouth. It's like he has 4 more lives. He definitely won't die. The large black dog was still stubborn, and at the same time he was extremely angry, regretting that he didn't distribute the peerless spirit herbs first. This damn dog is too outrageous. Damn, I'm so angry, beat it up. Woof. A battle between a human and a dog occurred, and they started fighting in the Golden Desert. The barking lasted for a long time before it slowly quieted down. Finally, they flew out of the desert, looking for green continents and prosperous cities. Something's not right. After flying for a few hundred miles, they saw lush mountain peaks. Soon, they were out of the desert. It was completely different from what they had expected. Who are you? How can you enter the martial arts practice ground of our Wind tribe? Someone shouted in front of them. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. What did you say? Wind tribe? Which Wind tribe? Is it the tribe of that little girl Feng Huang? The large black dog asked. How dare you blaspheme our tribe's princess like this? Those people's expressions were all very ugly. The large black dog instantly cried out strangely. Then he ferociously pounced at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, saying, Brat, did you hear that? This is the central region of the Eastern Desolation, not the Western Desert. Just now you two actually dared to treat me like that. They quickly understood the situation, and didn't leave the Eastern Desolation. This desert was formed by the battles of the elites of the Wind tribe over the years, and it was over 1,000 miles long. You are the saintly physique Yi Fan, and he is that evil dog. Someone recognized them, and their expressions all changed. Damn, do you know how to speak? You call him the saintly physique, but you should at least call me the saintly spirit. The large black dog bared his white teeth, shocking those people. The people of the Wind tribe looked at each other, but in the end they didn't say anything. The doomsday saintly physique even dared to kill the saintess of a supreme sect in the Middle State, so they naturally didn't want to be unlucky. This place was only a few hundred miles away from the Wind tribe. It could be said that they had already arrived at this important place of the Holy Tribe. As they flew past, they unexpectedly saw many people rushing over. What's going on? Why are they all gathering towards the Wind tribe? Li Heishui was puzzled. Yi Fan stopped a passerby and asked him the reason. He unexpectedly found out that the 1500th birthday of the Wind tribe's Saint Lord was approaching, and many people had come to offer their blessings. Brother Yi, Brother Li, it really is a small world. Loud laughter came from the distant sky. The great Xia Prince Xia Yiming and the white-clothed little nun Xia Yilin flew over. There were also a few elders beside them, and they were obviously all super experts. Brother Xia, why have you come? Yi Fan asked with a smile. The Wind tribe's Saint Lord's birthday is approaching, so we came to offer our blessings, Xia Yiming said with a smile. Their uncle had come personally, and the two of them accompanied him. They wanted to get to know some young elites, so they came to the central region. Let's go together, the great Xia Prince said with a smile. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. He was indebted to the Saint Lord of the Wind clan. Now that he was here and was invited by the Prince of Grand Xia, if he were to reject, it wouldn't be too good for him. The Wind tribe was the most ancient clan in the Eastern Wasteland. They were both powerful and mysterious. They learned from the world and obtained the supreme mysteries of the Great Tao. They were an extremely powerful clan. From the fact that the Supreme Divine King had chosen them and wanted Yi Fan to marry him, one could see some clues. In the Eastern Wasteland, no one was willing to offend them. They all wanted to be on good terms with them. The Wind tribe had gone through various periods of chaos, but they never declined. They had already become a super colossus that overlooked the world. Their foundation was so deep that few could compare to them. From afar, the Wind tribe's atmosphere was shocking. The 800 floating islands were scattered all over the place, shining like pearls. Every single island was different from the others. They were like pure lands that could make people feel at ease. The Wind tribe is really astonishing. The legends say that they have 800 divine islands, and it is indeed true. Li Heishui praised. The 800 islands did not move at all as they hung in the sky. Celestial mist surged, and it was like a beautiful divine land. Celestial flowers bloomed, waterfalls flowed, and springs flowed. 5 colors lingered, and it was otherworldly. There were also many palaces on the islands. They were richly ornamented, and there were dragons and phoenixes coiled around them. Celestial clouds flowed, and it was like an otherworldly kingdom of gods. Many celestial cranes, colorful birds, and other spirit beasts flew between the islands. In the innermost depths, there were endless mountains that stood high in the sky. They were majestic, and intimidating. In the middle of the mountains, there was a grand ancient city that would never sink. Outsiders could not see it. There was one of the most powerful holy lands, and it was said that it was an ancient city left behind by gods. Many legendary figures of the Wind tribe stood outside the divine islands, welcoming everyone with smiles, and constantly clasping their hands to express their gratitude. Dogs that have not taken human form are not allowed to enter. Someone stopped Yi Fan and the others, not allowing the large black dog to enter no matter what. In the past, even when your sect master invited me, I would not come. The large black dog was furious. This is the rule. Beast pets are not allowed to enter. The expressions of those from the Wind tribe were very ugly. Who is a beast pet? The human pets that I have taken and have all entered, so why are you not allowing me to enter? He shouted in anger. He stretched out a large paw and pointed at some disciples of the Holy Lands. There were indeed people who had been captured by the large black dog before. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to skin him alive and flee into the 800 islands. They did not want to provoke an even more embarrassing incident. Let them enter. An elder from the Wind tribe walked over. Yi Fan recognized him. He had seen him in the northern region Divine City before, and he bowed in greeting. Different people were led into different islands. Yi Fan and the others went deep into a massive island. Most of the people here were young disciples of the Holy Lands. When they entered, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many holy sons and holy daughters came, and all of them revealed strange expressions. They were shocked that Yi Fan was still alive. That was because half a year had almost passed. Yet he had actually not died yet. Cough. Yi Fan coughed out a trace of blood, and he absent-mindedly wiped it away with a white cloth. Many people could not describe their feelings. In the southern region, they had seen him often coughing up blood, yet he could battle the inheritor of ruthless, Hua Yunfei, and kill the holy daughter of a supreme sect in the middle state. Now he was still coughing up blood, causing many people to silently criticize him. They felt that he should be struck by lightning. He always misled people, and in the end, he killed a large number of people every time. It really made them speechless. Is Brother Ye's body well? Yao Guang Saint Sun asked. His body was shrouded in a divine halo, and it was difficult for others to feel ill will. Holy light covered his body, and he was like a son of God walking in the mortal world. I can probably live for another half a month, Yi Fan replied. Brother Yi must be joking. You will definitely be able to pass through the death trial. Yao Guang Saint Sun smiled. Since you, this short-lived ghost, do not have many days left to live, why don't you quickly battle me? The golden-winged little Pun King walked over. He was tall and majestic, and his golden pupils were terrifying. He was like a demonic god descending into the world, incomparably oppressive. You think I'm scared of you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I don't mind eliminating you. Yi Fan suddenly turned around to face this demonic male. The other party had provoked him several times, so this battle was unavoidable. The other holy sons and holy daughters were all moved. These were two peak experts of the current younger generation. If they fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. It was a world-shocking battle that everyone was looking forward to. Little bird, your life is truly tough. The Black Emperor muttered. The golden-winged little Pun King snorted coldly. Two streaks of cold lightning shot out from his golden pupils. He, the Wind Phoenix, and the others were not forced into the Undying Mountain. They had escaped by a hair's breadth. But it was much smoother than Yi Fan's group. Brother Peng, are you going to fight with someone? The Wind Phoenix walked over in spirals. Even though she was wearing a multicolored mask, her phoenix bearing was moving and her celestial appearance was exceptionally beautiful. She smiled lightly and said, Today is not a good time to fight. We can postpone the battle and let us see a confrontation at the peak. Everyone revealed strange expressions. They were very clear about her relationship with Yi Fan. Seeing her attitude, they all felt that there would definitely be a good show to watch soon. Chapter 465. There were young people everywhere on the huge divine island. They were all the elites of the great sects, and they all had impressive talents. However, after seeing the Alcade Saint Child and the Ji clan's divine king physique, everyone consciously chose to keep a low profile. Then, after seeing the little Pun King and Yi Fan, everyone became even more restrained, fearing that these two fiends would come knocking on their doors. The little Pun King had always been arrogant and untamed. If he was ruthless, he wouldn't even recognize his own kin. Rumor has it that he had killed 13 of his own race. He was cold-blooded and cruel, possessing a natural demonic nature. There was no need to talk about Yi Fan. He had killed many disciples from the Holy Lands. Many of the Alcade and Ji clan's disciples had fallen in his hands, and even the Purple Mansion's Saintess had been suppressed by him. Not long ago, he had even killed the Saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains. How many people dared to provoke him? The younger generation had to take a detour after seeing him. After the Wind Phoenix's interference, the little Pun King snorted coldly and stared fixedly at Yi Fan. I'll let you live for a few more days. Birdman, if you dare to talk to me like this again, I'll kill you right now. I don't care where this is. Yi Fan stood up and pressed forward. His golden finger quickly arrived at the little Pun King's nose. You dare to point at me? The little Pun King's eyes turned vertical. He flipped his right hand and grabbed at Yi Fan's finger, wanting to break it. Dang! Yi Fan's finger emitted divine radiance as it slashed at the enemy's hand, wanting to break it. His divine physique had just formed, and his physical body was unparalleled. He wanted to infuriate the little Pun King and cause him to suffer greatly. However, when the two collided, an ear-splitting sound rang out like the beating of a divine drum. The little Pun King staggered backwards. His palm was bright red with blood flowing out. Even though he had slashed the little Peng King away, Yi Fan was astonished. His physical body was so powerful that no one in the same generation dared to face it head-on. However, the little Peng King took it head-on. Even though he suffered greatly, his palm did not break. This didn't make sense. The Sky Peng race could kill the dragon race, and their physical bodies were indeed unparalleled. However, it was impossible for them to face the current Yi Fan head-on. Boom. Golden-winged little Peng King's hands were flowing with golden blood. Then it ignited into golden divine light, and the injured parts quickly recovered. His palms were powerful, and there were no longer any injuries. This is Sky Rock True Blood. He received the baptism of the heavenly Peng True Blood. Everyone was shocked. In the past, the old Peng King had obtained the heavenly Peng True Blood from an ancient ruin. This was a sacred object left behind by the heavenly Peng race's ancestor. It could help his descendants transform into the heavenly Peng sacred body. The old Peng King used some of it himself, but he kept most of it. At this moment, everyone saw the golden blood burning into divine flames between his palms and fingers. They immediately understood what had happened. After hearing their words, Yi Fan stared blankly. Then, in an extremely domineering manner, he pressed forward and once again pointed at the little Peng's nose, saying, "If you're not convinced, then come and try again." Everyone was stupefied. What kind of person was the little Peng King? Who dared to treat him like this? The sacred doomsday physique was indeed fearless, pointing at his nose and coldly scolding him in front of everyone in the younger generation. Wang. The little Peng King released a cold snort. His palm was as large as a dustpan as it slammed forward, releasing endless golden radiance. He truly wanted to break Yi Fan's bones and snap his tendons. Dang. Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He raised his hand to meet the attack. The millstone-sized golden palm seemed like it was forging iron, shaking the entire island. The sacred doomsday physique's body was unparalleled, comparable to a holy lord-level figure. He struck the little Peng King until he retreated more than 10 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger was completely torn, and blood flowed out. Do you think that you are number one under the heavens after the baptism of the heavenly Peng True Blood? Unless you dig out an even older ancestor and obtain the Kuan Peng True Blood, you can come and give it a try. Yi Fan continued to press forward with large steps. He still extended his right hand and pointed at the little Peng King's nose, berating him in front of everyone. This kind of attitude could be said to be quite disrespectful, but Yi Fan did not mind. This was because the little Peng King was too arrogant, provoking and wanting to kill him again and again. He was doing this intentionally. The saint children and saintesses all stood at the side. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. The little Peng King's physique that was cleansed with the Sky Peng True Blood was inferior to the sacred doomsday physique. This completely destroyed their hope. Now, they could only use their overflowing magic power to suppress him. Good. The little Peng King shouted coldly. After this matter is over, I will fight with you. I will use supreme magic power to suppress you to death. Yi Fan did not say anything else. He raised his golden palm and slapped over. To deal with this wild and unruly madman, he could only be more arrogant than him. The little Peng King's lungs were about to explode from anger. He was pointed at and berated by someone. And now, a golden palm was slashing him. This was an experience he had never experienced before. Especially now, in front of everyone in the younger generation. It was difficult for him to bear. Little Yi is too immoral. He wants to anger the little Peng King and eat him to death, Li Heishui muttered. Serves him right. Otherwise he would always act like he is number one in the world. Every time we meet, he thinks he is invincible and looks down on us. He is incredibly arrogant. This is how we should treat him, the large black dog said. Dang. Another loud sound rang out. The little Peng King's body trembled violently from the strike. He gave a long cry, and his entire body shone with golden light. It was as if a demon god had awakened. His head of golden hair danced wildly, and he was about to battle Yi Fan. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Fan took a step forward. His palm turned into a golden divine tablet that was carved with congenital patterns. He was about to strike out. Enough! The wind phoenix walked over and blocked Yi Fan. She was graceful, and the phoenix mask on her face shone with five-colored splendor. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, as if she was a goddess of the ninth heaven who had descended into the mortal world. Do you have anything to say? Yi Fan asked indifferently. My grandfather's 1500th birthday is approaching, yet you are making a scene here. What are your intentions? The princess of the Wind clan rebuked. Didn't you see that he was the one who provoked me time and time again? Yi Fan glanced at her. I only saw that you are unreasonable. The Wind Phoenix's words were cold. You also said that I am reasonable. You should go and ask him why he is provoking and making a scene here before the birthday of the divine leader of the Wind clan. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Humph. The little Peng King revealed his killing intent, but he forcefully suppressed his anger and turned to leave. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and explode. He walked to the other side of the giant island, away from Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled lightly and brushed past the Wind Phoenix. He ignored her and started to converse with others. The Wind Phoenix faltered, but seeing his attitude, it was not good for her to act up. She humphed coldly and turned to leave, leaving behind a fragrant scent. The prince of the Xia kingdom, Yao Yuekong Yi Fan, and Li Heishui were talking. They were of high status and were not afraid of anyone. During this time, Yi Fan asked the little nun in white where the divine silkworm had gone. Xia Yilin wrinkled her nose and sighed. She had seen the divine silkworm several times in the northern region, but the little golden creature had completely forgotten about her and ignored her. It had even disappeared recently. Is this the holy body brother Yi Fan? You really are a generation's genius. To be able to meet you today, it truly is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. A refined and elegant man walked over. His face was white, and a gentle smile hung on his face. You are? Yi Fan was confused. My name is Zhao Fa. I am just a nobody. I can't compare to Brother Yi. I came here because I have the guts to make a friend. Zhao Fa smiled. Be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. He comes from the Ziwei sect. Their heritage is mysterious and they are not a holy land. However, their disciples are all powerful. Yao Yuekong transmitted his voice. When Yi Fan heard the word Ziwei, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but size up Zhao Fa. He looked very gentle and did not look like a cultivator. Li Heishui also transmitted his voice. I have heard of this guy. He is not a good person. He has a sweet mouth but a cold heart. He likes to play dirty at critical moments. He has a bad reputation. The Ziwei sect is not very powerful, but they are rich and have a hand in many industries. Brother Zhao, you are too polite. We are friends. There is no need to be so polite. Yi Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Fa said a lot and finally got to the point. He wanted to buy Yi Fan's Black Golden Dragon Holy Spirit Sword at a high price. He also wanted to buy the seed of the Qilin Divine Medicine. Yi Fan thought for a while and understood. Everyone knew that he did not have long to live. Zhao Fa wanted to get his treasures in advance. He couldn't help but laugh. It's not that I don't want to sell it, but I can't. In a few days, I might have to sever my cultivation and use the seed of the Qilin to prolong my life. I will become a normal mortal. As for the Black Golden Dragon Holy Spirit Sword, I plan to use it to exchange for some peerless spirit medicine to prolong my life. Not only was Zhao Fa shocked, but the other saints and saintesses also looked over. He wanted to sever his cultivation just to survive. Was this true? This was a big deal. Brother Yi, it is a pity that you have encountered such a disaster. I believe that you will definitely be able to get through this and shine in the future. Zhao Fa laughed and turned to leave. After a while, little Nan Nan raised her head and shook Yi Fan's leg. Big brother, he is not a good person. Nan Nan heard him. He was very fierce just now. Nan Nan, what did you hear? Yi Fan was surprised and squatted down. He didn't expect the little girl's hearing to be so extraordinary. Little Nan Nan heard that Zhao Fa was talking to someone in secret. They wanted to harm Yi Fan and rob him of his treasures before he died. Or if he became immortal, she would kill him. Yao Yuekong and the Xia prince were shocked. They didn't hear anything, but little Nan Nan knew everything. It was really shocking. Little Nan Nan was like a porcelain doll, very obedient. The little nun in white squatted down and picked her up. She seemed to be very fond of her, and gave her a spirit fruit. We will deal with him later. How dare he have such an idea? Li Haishui said fiercely. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't lower yourself to his level. Isn't Ziwei rich enough to rival the world? I have other plans. Soon, a few disciples of the Feng clan walked over. When they passed by Yi Fan, they obviously didn't have a good expression. They couldn't forget the 3 million kilograms of source stone. Someone muttered softly, you still have the nerve to come. Young people, you should look further. No matter what, he has obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Isn't returning the 3 million kilograms of source stone a piece of cake? The large black dog glanced at them a few times. We are about to lose our lives. How can we return it? One of them was very rude. He had been suppressed by Yi Fan before. The servant of the Wind Phoenix was also at the side. She said, you should hand over the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword, and the seed of the Qilin divine medicine. It is not enough to return the 3 million kilograms of source stone. Alright, I'm going to live on just because of what you said. Yi Fan laughed. What do you mean? All the young people of the Feng clan were shocked. They couldn't help but take a step back. All the holy sons and holy daughters also looked over. I mean soon. I will sever my own cultivation and become immortal. I will strive to become a Yuan Taoist master. At that time, I will return the source stone to you, Yi Fan said. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Yi Fan had indeed obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Perhaps he really was going to step onto another path. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The divine physique really didn't have much time left. It was time to make a choice. At the same time, they were somewhat surprised. Even if Yi Fan's cultivation was completely destroyed, if he became a Yuan Taoist master, he would still be an honored guest of all the great sage. Chapter 466. I really don't believe that Brother Yi would sever his own cultivation. When a person stands at the peak, he would rather die than return to being ordinary just to survive. The saint child smiled. His teeth were white, and his skin was flowing with golden light. Even his hair had turned golden. It was as if he was wearing a divine robe. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He finally saw the saint child's edge. This was the first time he had attacked him. Although it was not very obvious, it was a powerful killing move. Yi Fan said he would sever his own cultivation, but the other said such a thing. This was an imprint in everyone's heart. In the future, people would definitely come to test him. Sometimes, the destructive power of a single sentence was more effective and terrifying than a real battle. The saint child's casual words had already planted a seed in everyone's heart. Everyone's state of mind is different, so their choices are also different. I don't have your great ambition, so I can naturally let it go. I only hope to survive. Yi Fan smiled. Brother Yi is very courageous. You are the first saint physique to break the curse in hundreds of thousands of years. How could you be willing to give up? I hope Brother Yi can successfully pass the death trial. The saint child's smile was bright, and his whole body was emitting divine light. Yi Fan sighed and said, before you is the Supreme Emperor's road, and before me is the road of death. I wish you a smooth journey. The ancient emperor's road could not be smooth. He had to fight against the various kings and sweep away the heroes in the world. Only then could he rule the world. After Yi Fan said these words, although the saints did not say anything, no one knew what they were thinking. The saint child did not mind at all. His hair was dyed golden, and he was like a reincarnated god. He smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He definitely won't survive. Even if he severed his own cultivation, he would not be able to pass this trial. That would be even more tragic. A young man from the Wind clan mumbled. That's right. If he takes the Qilin divine medicine seed, it would be wasted. It would be useless. It would be better to use it on our Wind clan. Another Wind clan disciple was also dissatisfied. The Wind Phoenix's maid, Hua Rongyu, had a status no lower than that of the Wind clan's disciples. Back in the northern region Divine City, she had been suppressed by Yi Fan, and had always harbored a grudge against him. At this time, she also opened her mouth and said sarcastically, the sacred physique is famous in the world. Who doesn't know about it? I wonder what kind of gift you have prepared for our Holy Lord. He has always been fond of divine items. Are you going to present the holy sword and the seed of the Qilin divine medicine to him? Yi Fan glanced at her and said, "You're just a servant. Do you have the right to speak here?" The woman was so angry that her body trembled. As the maid of the Feng clan's princess, even the direct descendants of the Feng clan had to be polite to her. Normally, no one dared to talk to her like this. "You don't know the rules. Go where you are supposed to go. You are nothing more than a servant girl. Yet you dare to point your fingers at me? Do you think a servant like you can control what I give?" rebuked Yi Fan coldly. "You, how dare you?" As the maid of the Feng clan's princess, she had always had her eyes on the top of her head. She really couldn't endure this kind of humiliation. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in anger, and her body trembled in anger. All the holy sons and holy daughters were present. Everyone looked over with different expressions. "Yeah, I'm too daring." Yi Fan smiled lightly and ignored her. He only glanced at the Wind Phoenix indifferently, but didn't say anything. "You're still not backing down," the Wind Phoenix said coldly. "Miss," the maid screeched. The Wind Phoenix's gaze swept over coldly, and she was so frightened that she hurriedly shut up. She lowered her head and quickly left this divine island. "I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't discipline her well enough, and she made everyone laugh." After the Wind Phoenix finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Fan and said coldly, "Everyone, don't lower yourself to her level." There was obviously a hidden meaning in her words. She was insinuating that Yi Fan was lowering himself to the same level as her maid. Her words were cold, and there was a hint of disdain in them. The large black dog bared his teeth. He hated this kind of attitude the most. If this wasn't an important place of the Wind Clan, he would definitely attack again. "Doggy, be obedient. Don't bite people. Even if you came with Big Brother, you will still be punished." Little Nan Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She raised her head and pushed it with her little hands. Yi Fan instantly laughed loudly. He picked her up and said, "Nan Nan is so obedient." When the Wind Phoenix heard this, she was somewhat speechless. She turned around and walked to the other side. The other disciples of the Wind Clan looked at each other. Although some of them were very dissatisfied with Yi Fan, they didn't dare to show it to him. They were all well aware of his current situation. At this place, many disciples of the great sects of the Eastern Barren Territory had gathered. Many of them were extraordinary figures. They gathered in twos and threes, chatting and making friends with each other. In the future, many of them would become the leaders of their sections. If they could have some interaction and friendly relations now, it would definitely be of great benefit in the future. Any extraordinary figure would not let go of the opportunity to get to know others. "Brother Yi, I am willing to trade the divine pill of 9 turns for your black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword. It can extend your life." Zhao Fei walked back and said with a smile. Although his voice wasn't loud, some people nearby still noticed it. They all looked over and paid attention. Yi Fan wanted to kill him. Since this person pointed it out at this time, it was obvious that he knew Yao Guangsaint's intention. His words were truly unfathomable. To trade or not to trade. This was forcing him to abdicate. The life-extending pill was here. If he didn't trade, it wouldn't make sense. It would make people suspicious. However, Zhao Fei didn't make it known to everyone on the Divine Island. "You want to trade for my black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword with just 1 spirit pill? Are you trying to extort me?" Yi Fan asked half-truthfully. His expression was a bit cold. "Brother Yi, you are wrong. This is not an ordinary spirit pill. It is made from a top-grade spirit medicine that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It is a life-extending pill. To you it is a priceless treasure," Zhao Fei explained with a smile. Yi Fan already knew from little Nan Nan that this person wasn't kind. He was bullying him because he didn't have much time left. In the future he would be ruthless to him and take away his treasures. "A rare commodity. You are trying to extort me in a different way," Yi Fan said. Although he knew that this person wasn't kind and wanted to kill him to take his treasures, it wasn't good to show it now. "How could that be? Brother Yi, don't misunderstand me. I just want to give you what you need the most." Zhao Fei smiled politely. Li Heishui sneered. "If you want to help Yi Fan, just give him a 9 turns pill. Why do you have to trade like this? Even Hua Yunfei gave him a 9-orifice exquisite pill before. Zhao Efei's expression stiffened. Brother, this joke isn't good. That Hua Yunfei and I are two different kinds of people. He has ulterior motives, but I am sincere. Now, Hua Yunfei was rumored to be the inheritor of the ruthless demon emperor. The whole world knew about it. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with him, let alone be compared to him. I want to use the divine sword to trade for the undying god pill. The others won't be of much use. Yi Fan said with a smile and didn't say anything else. Zhao Efei's expression darkened. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Little Nan Nan's big eyes were clear and bright. She looked in a certain direction and listened attentively. Then she shook Yi Fan's arm and whispered, Big brother, he said he will teach you a lesson. Soon, he will trample you under his feet. This guy surnamed Zhao is really one thing on the surface and one thing on the inside. Just like the rumors, he should be chopped into 8 pieces. Li Heishui's expression darkened. Be careful. Yao Yuekong reminded. The Wind Clan's Saint Master's birthday had not arrived yet. However, Yi Fan had no choice but to consider what to give. The Dao Comprehension Tea was definitely out of the question. There was no need to mention the divine spring and holy fruits. If he took them out, people would immediately think that he had entered the desolate ancient sacred land and successfully healed his injuries. After gathering here for a long time, he and Li Heishui brought little Nan Nan away. They were prepared to go to the neighboring ancient city, Violet Sky Capital, to take a look and prepare some birthday gifts. The little nun in white was very fond of little Nan Nan. Before they left, she gave her a bracelet. On it was carved a smiling deity holding a flower. It was extremely lifelike. The 800 islands of the Wind Clan went far away. Yi Fan and the others flew for hundreds of li. Suddenly, someone laughed coldly and blocked their path. The Maid of the Wind Phoenix appeared with a cold smile on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, You still want to leave? An old man appeared behind her. Although he was dressed like a servant, his strength was unfathomable. One look and one could tell that he was a super expert. What else do you want? Could it be that the Wind Phoenix asked you to come? What is the meaning of this? Yi Fan asked. If the Wind Clan did not provide you with 3 million kilograms of origin source, you are just a piece of trash. Yet, you repeatedly disrespect me. Don't forget what kind of place this is. The Maid of the Wind Phoenix's expression became even colder as she said, Don't even think about leaving today. What a big tone. You are only a Maid of the Wind Phoenix. Yet you dare to come here to kill me. Do you know what this means? Did the Wind Phoenix ask you to come? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. The woman raised her head arrogantly and said coldly, Don't even think about leaving today. Under the pressure of the Divine King, we will not kill you. However, we can still peel off a layer of your skin. Just in time to take back your dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and the Qilin Divine Medicine Seed. I will take them to the Divine Lord on your behalf to repay your debt. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant servant. You dare to act like this. You are really different. Yi Fan said. The Maid of the Wind Phoenix seemed to dislike people calling her a servant. She screamed. Even the princess did not reprimand me. Yet you dare to be rude to me again and again. You just wait to die. Uncle E, quickly take him down and break all the bones in his body. Okay. The old man in green nodded and rushed forward. His hair was white and his body was thin. His fingers shot out sharp blades that were like the wind. 7th transformation of Dragon Transformation. Li Heishui was shocked. They could not fight against such a person. The difference in realm was too big. The old servant stretched out his big hand and grabbed towards Yi Fan. He smiled coldly and looked like he was going to defeat them. You are just an old servant of the Wind Phoenix. Aren't you afraid that the Wind Clan will blame you after they find out? Yi Fan retreated and shouted. Miss will not punish me because you have gone too far. Miss has long been dissatisfied. The old servant in green had a cold expression. His big hand fell and countless innate patterns appeared. They interweaved into a terrifying black cage. He had a look of contempt and wanted to suppress Yi Fan. You two servants are really too much. Yi Fan's face darkened. He quickly dodged and turned to the Black Emperor and said, Seal them.